Who you be with?
Season of the NFL lives on iHeartRadio. Local stations bring you the action live. Plus, fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network.
Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app. Search NFL to dive in. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Welcome to Chloe and my I don't know. Well, we want to teach me. I know her that it was her. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to put love at the center. Now, every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as for real conversation, straight up, was it comfortable? I mean, when you were with like your ex-husband, I'd be like, you should have something that people are focusing on themselves. This is a window into my world of the stories that welcome to Chloe Morgan.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. KFI.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is Michael Brooks reports. I'm Michael Bucks from KFI News with you on this Saturday night in Southern California. And if you're a nerd, or maybe even if you're not, I just want to talk about this. You maybe spend some time in downtown LA, and that the LA Comic Con is underway. It goes on tomorrow. And I love the biggest nerd I can find to talk about.
There she is.
Hello.
Hello, how are
I don't
you?
know why I dropped out of here by accident. I dropped out.
No
But
worries.
anyway, hi.
Hello, how are you?
How are you, Rabbi?
Refreshed?
How did you?
I slept like a rock.
That's good. I'm asleep like a rock at the wax.
All right, are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play.
Let's do it. Let's do it, girl.
Largest pop culture events in the United States is happening here in Los
Yes,
Angeles.
yeah.
This weekend, anime, gaming, Marvel, DC, everything you can think of in terms of pop culture is happening right now.
Where does LA's Comic Con rank compared to San Diego? San Diego's the big one. Is that the grandfather, the godfather of that?
Yeah, San Diego is huge. San Diego is huge, I think, mostly because of the amount of space that they have in its
Hello, Rabbi.
But LA is growing. We have huge stars coming this weekend. Elizabeth Olsen, Paul Bettany from Horse from Marvel, Marvel Universe, and WandaVision.
Whoa.
We've got Charlie Cox from Christian Ritter from Daredevil, which my husband's very excited about. He loves that show. You've also got like classics from like the Scary Movie franchise.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. That was phenomenal.
No, thank you. Come on, strike it.
I tried.
Got this one. They're just there.
No doubt.
Yeah, they make money because these are huge franchises. The Scream franchise, all the animated shows, Bob's Burgers,
Nope, I missed it. I know you got it. You got this, Rabbi. Let's go.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. Oh, come on. Give that to me.
Yay, still eating. I missed one. Yay. Hey, got another one.
There you go.
All right, bye. Come on, try to do it.
Oh, this is difficult. Get this.
Nope, you got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Aquarius has retaken the lead.
Oh, come on, Rabbi, you got this. Ooh.
Well, that's not true. That's not your story. So I am a big Star Trek nerd.
Yay, you got it. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
I loved everything about that show. I watched every episode. And my crush on the actor was
Oh, man, that's okay. Yeah.
Star Trek con or whatever it was came to Tulsa where I live. I wanted to go and get his autograph. Like such a nerdy moment, and I still have that picture. But it's what fans do. I haven't done that since.
Nice spare.
My daughter get excited to play the
Come on, man.
new games are coming out.
No doubt. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay.
They cosplay and they walk around, and it's just a really fun event. I'm pretty sure.
No.
Maybe he remembers me from standing outside his house. See, now people are getting a glimpse of chats that we have. I think my girl.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. Oh, Miss Aquarius, that was so bad. That was so bad.
No.
Oh, man, that was not good.
So CEO Kristen Flynn has run LA Comic Con for since the beginning, and he's a big proponent of the changes that are coming.
Get this split.
Okay, well, that's good. Hey, not down 2 pins. Hey, that's good.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
good enough.
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Come on,
no.
Rabbi.
Not what I wanted.
You got these 3.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. No doubt.
Hey, this thing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Get it. You've got these too. No doubt.
Hey, let's go. Come on, Rabbi. Get it.
Ooh,
Oh, it's not that one down.
should have had it.
Got that one. See? Good spare.
What I'm saying is that there are, people who are nerds that I only aspire to be because they're so knowledgeable.
Get it, girl. She gets the spare, folks. All right, here we go. To take the lead. No doubt.
Come on. Let's go. Strike.
There we go.
Hey, good spare.
I need this strike. Give it to me.
Right.
I'll take it. 80. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Okay, you win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. It was a pleasure doing business.
That's right. Yeah.
Just go and enjoy the process of it, and obviously just support local artists, local writers, and people who are creating, con fans.
All right. I was listening to. I don't even know who that person was on the True Flynn. But I think he was like I don't know, what was he? I think he was a fighter or he was something. I don't know. I was listening to it.
Stand-up comedian?
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
There you go.
What was his name?
Probably Joey Diaz. He's a friend of Joe Rogan. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
I've heard of that name, but I don't know.
All right, well, they're like podcasters. He's really dirty. He makes me laugh, though.
Yeah, that was you playing podcasts. I like that. I've been listening when I don't fall asleep. Until I fall asleep, I listen.
All right. Well, we'll listen to another
It's
one.
nice because you like this, yeah.
So feel free to enjoy.
And when it gets too loud, I cut the whole thing down.
Word, girl. I get you. All right.
Okay.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, sweet dreams, and I'm gonna listen to some more if you got it on. And
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
it's coming
sit
on.
here and listen till I fall asleep, okay?
It's coming on right now, girl.
All right, let's go.
Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
I haven't bought that one before. Yeah. It compares it compares the DMT state to the state of prophecy in the Hebrew Bible. Do you think they're the same thing? Well, the phenomenology is pretty similar. Like if you read chapter 1 of Ezekiel, there's flames and there's angels and there's wings and there's us in the back of wings and there's roaring sound and blue ice above the person who flies through space. Yeah, quite psychedelic. Yeah, wheel within a wheel. Right. The description of the things that people usually they try to say that it's some sort of UAP. That's the common thing that people like to say. Right. Well, it could be, which also might be connected. It could be a DMT vision. Oh, easily. Yeah. Well, you know the guys out of Jerusalem that think that the whole burning bush thing was DMT. Yeah. Well, that was the first theophany of Moses. Yeah. First time he had a prophetic experience. Yeah. And I mean, it's like that's what it is. It's literally a plant that has high levels of DMT, and if you burned it and smoked it, yeah, it's kind of crazy that that's the way it comes. I mean, I really applaud you for learning ancient Hebrew so you could go back and read it in the original tongue, which is really fascinating. Did you say it took 16 years to learn it? That prophecy book took 16 years to write, and I had to learn Hebrew while I was reading it, during the writing. What's amazing, what's cool is the Hebrew word for bush, burning bush, is the same as Sinai. Really? Yeah. The word's the same? The same root. The thing about the Hebrew language, at least for biblical Hebrew, is every word is based on a 3-letter root. So it's a word for bush. It contains those. For Sinai, contains those same 3 letters. And how is that significant? Like, you could have that. I'm sure there's English examples of 3 letters that are similar but completely different meaning. Like, why those 3 letters as a root connect these words uniquely? Well, it could be that bush grew on Mount Sinai, and that was the significance of the location of the burning bush. Oh, I see. So it was literally named after that experience. Could be. Yeah. Well, you're talking about the acacia bush. Yeah. Releases DMT. Yeah. When it's burnt. That's very common in that area, right? Yeah. In fact, there's plant is a weed called Pagan Harmala, which also grows in that part of the world. And it contains beta-carbolines, which are the compounds responsible for making ayahuasca orally active. So they have their own ayahuasca plants available in tandem there. Isn't it bizarre that you saying that to many people listening sounds utterly crazy? Like the proposition, just proposing that these people that were writing these things down a long time ago, these experiences, they were probably experiencing some sort of psychedelic state, and they were trying to describe it. Well, in thinking about psychedelic states back then, and in the prophetic literature,
you can think of visions as being generated from the bottom up. You take something. In the model of the Hebrew Bible, anyway, it all comes down from God. So it's a top-down, the causal relationship between the source of the visions and the visions, as opposed to them being generated taking something. And if we tried to, what is the difference? But for your interpretation, I know you have read the English version of the Bible, but what is the difference between learning ancient Hebrew and reading it in the source language? What was it like for you? What made it different? Well, it might be helpful to even go back to why I started reading the Bible. Of all things. Yeah. Well, when I was doing my DMT work, I was really involved with the Zen Buddhist community that I started affiliating myself with, learning from when I was 22. That was the spiritual approach I took to the DMT work. I was expecting it to be consistent with the religious enlightenment goal. No thoughts, no sense of self, anything like that. So that was the expectation that I took in with me when I was doing those studies. Would people have those kinds of experiences just being given DMT without any other trappings? No expectation, just go in there and tell us what it's like. So instead of that, it was DMT. It was full of content. People were interacting with other sense of self as contained, which was not at all consistent with the Buddhist model that I brought to bear. So that was going on, okay, this is not quite living up to the data. And then my Buddhist community parted ways over the psychedelic work. They thought it was promoting an idea that psychedelics can be spiritual. So there were some personal issues as well that led to something that was different than the Buddhist model. So I'm Jewish. I was wandering around a New Age bookstore and found a very cool book called The Kabbalah of Envy by Milton Bonder. And it's a very short book. He starts describing between grudge and revenge and envy and jealousy, very subtle ideas about how to really do the world. And it came from the Jewish model, from Jewish philosophy, Jewish psychology. So I thought it was interesting. Maybe there's something in my own tradition that was more consistent with the DMT effect and also was more personally relevant. So I started to read the Hebrew Bible and then just went down this rabbit hole. So when you're reading it in Hebrew, you're reading words that are derived from three-letter roots. And those roots may have a huge range of meaning. Something, for example, could cause a sin, and something could remove a sin, a dot in the middle of the letter. So it can really kind of bring you closer to the kind of large-scale way of looking at the text. It doesn't just B follows B follows C, but there's a diffuse dispersion of A, that there's B, and then there's C, there's clouds of interaction, which are a lot more fluid than would be a straightforward English rendition. Did you get to a point where you could think in that language? Like, are you fluent enough in it that you could, or are you just interpreting it? Like, how good are you at it? Well, there's a lot of ways to interact with the text. So the first thing came to mind when you were asking that is to spin fleece into yarn and then weave the yarn into rugs. I spent after I stopped the DMT, that's all I did for it. Just make rugs. Yeah, just spin wool and make rugs. Yeah, so there's a part when they're building the tabernacle in the desert. The Hebrews have been led out of Egypt, by Moses, and they're in the wilderness. And they're building this tabernacle to the house, and the women are spinning right from the goats. Yeah, they're spinning the hair from the goats right into your arm without first shaving. And I was spinning all that time myself, and it felt like I was back there. I was back there spinning. Not exactly sure. Well, I was spinning yarn from a goat, right? And I was like in the mind of the person spinning it back then.
So you just put yourself into that state while you were doing it, and that's why you enjoyed it?
Well, it was like a resonance between me spinning where I was living back then, and just being in a trance with the spinning and identifying fully with someone who's doing the spinning, like way back when. Straight from the code. Yeah, it was it was a trance. It was movement into somebody else's consciousness.
You felt when you were doing this like you were a person that was living back then. What else changed about how you were thinking, other than the fact that you're making clothes this way? What were the other things that made you think like a person back then?
Well, it was very cool. I mean, I was spinning yarn from the tabernacle, which was a house the ark, the ark of the covenant, the Ten Commandments, and all that. Yeah, it's a very rich world. And I think that's the first time I really saw my whole personality that could identify with this. And I think that comes from the understanding of the language and how ambiguous it can be.
One of the great things about language is being able to talk to people in it. How many people can you talk to in ancient Hebrew? Is there like a chat group where you guys get together?
Well, there's one in Hebrew now, which is spoken in Israel. And it's based on.
Is it the same as ancient Hebrew?
It has a lot of the same three-letter roots, and the words are the same as shalom means from, and shalom means hello.
What are the differences between like ancient Hebrew and standard Hebrew?
Modern Hebrew, yeah. I tell you, I don't know much about, or I don't know much modern Hebrew. When I was a kid, I went to Hebrew school and learned modern Hebrew. It's really, without speaking it.
I'm in the middle of the audiobook of the Book of Enoch, and it's one of the wildest things I've ever listened to in my life. It's weird. Oh my God, it's so weird. When you realize that a lot of the people in the Book of Enoch are also in the Bible, and that it's one of the craziest stories. It's one of the craziest origin stories ever. That angels came down and bred with humans and made giants. Right? The giants destroyed the earth. Like, what is this story?
It's mostly in the Hebrew Bible. It's the story of what led to the yeah, the sons of Elohim.
What a strange concept that angels came down and bred with humans.
It's a very weird idea. Well, there's different ways to look at translating B'nai Elohim. It might be, well, the first word B'nai means sons of. So it kind of revolves on what's the meaning of Elohim. So it could be God with a big G. It could be God with a small g. It could be angels. It could be dignitaries in the government, like judges. Yeah, so the less far out kind of interpretation of that phrase or that term is, the sons of the mighty, the sons of the judges, the sons of the renowned people, as opposed to the sons of angels, or the sons of God.
Okay, so
How do you interpret the Watchers? What do you think that could be? I think, well, they're not mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. They are mentioned in the book of Enoch. That's a crazy book, isn't it? It's crazy. Yeah, my wife is like, I can't handle this. It's too much. It's because if that was left in the Bible, they decided that was like part of the canon. That would change everything. Well, it's the craziest story ever. That these things came down and bred with humans and created giants, and giants destroyed and consumed everything and consumed each other. Like, bloodshed. What kind of kooky story is this? Like, what is this? Well, it's the reason for the flood. Right. And all that. Yeah. So yeah, I think she's got some bad guts that changed my mind. There's the flood. It's like the further you go back, the crazier the story gets. I know. Well, the book of Enoch was written maybe 125 BCE. So it's pretty old. Like some of the stories that originate, or the origination of some of the stories in the Hebrew Bible, go back 10,000 years like that. Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall 10,000 years ago? What were you guys writing down? What really happened? What really happened? Well, I mean, it seems like for sure something happened. But whatever the whole Jesus Christ thing was, it seems like that was a real event. Right, as opposed to the flood. The flood seems like a real event too. Don't you think the flood was a real event? What about? I think the flood was the Younger Dryas impact. I think likely, obviously. I don't know what I'm talking about, but my inclination is to believe guys like Randall Carlson because it's a very compelling narrative. What he's saying is, we passed through a comet storm. It happens at this particular time every year, and there's been times in history where we've been hit. And it's very likely that this time period, this Younger Dryas impact time period, that could have been the end of whatever civilization existed at the time. What we are is a rebuilding of it. We just kind of forgot about it. And it doesn't make sense that you could forget, like, how they built the pyramids, but they did. Like, it seems like there was really advanced people at one point in time. Yeah, something horrible happened, and then it took a while for people to bounce back. And we're the direct linear progression of the people like from Mesopotamia, Iraq, and all that. That's us now. But before that, there was probably something really wild. Yeah. Well, if you look at the text description of the generations from Adam to Noah, what civilization was like right at the beginning and the time of the end. Yeah, I mean, it became filled with violence. And God just said, forget that. So that's one way of looking at the Younger Dryas, I suppose. This is what it looks like when God changes his mind. Sure, it also could have been like the Yucatan impact, right? God's like, I can't get anyone with these fucking dinosaurs out there. Just shoot them. Yeah. I get tired of lizards running the world for a couple, like, maybe give it a couple 100 million years. Figure it out, guys. And then they have to reset. Yeah, but what comes after us, I wonder. In 200 million years. I think it's most likely digital. Yeah. I think we're transferring with the idea of what a life form is. What does a life form do? We want to think that it has to be just like us. And I don't think necessarily that's true. I think we might be giving birth to something we didn't anticipate would be life. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dads. Happy Dads hard drinks are a low carbonation, gluten-free, and easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. Football games, golfing, watching fights, or out on the lake. These moments are made for Happy Dad. Everyone is drinking all these skinny cans loaded with sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal can. Can't decide on the flavor? Grab a variety pack. Lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records. Happy Dad is now available nationwide in the USA and Canada. Go to your local liquor store or visit happydad.com. And for a limited time, use the code Rogan to buy one Happy Dad trucker hat and get one free. Enjoy a cold Happy Dad. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad, hard seltzer, NT, malt alcohol, Orange County, California.
Yeah, very cool book I try to mention as often as possible. It's called The First and Last Man by Olaf Stapleton. It talks about 19 species of men. And this is the first one. This is Star spans 2 billion years. It's this huge story. Yeah. And it's mostly through genetic engineering. Making people bigger, smarter, like brains that occupy a football field. That's what it is to this species of man. Yeah, so his thought is that it occurs biologically, through genetic manipulation.
Just over time, naturally.
After a while, it gets steered. Yeah, let me think. Yeah, it's all basically based on what people are, what people want. So there's one species that instead of love as kind of the core value feeling, they have hate as their core value feeling.
Just can't wait to hate.
Yeah. And that's one of the species that goes through period of rise and decline. Obviously, it just couldn't sustain itself.
Well, you gotta wonder, like, how long this is. If AI really is a thing, it really is a life. We've got to make a compelling argument why AI is bad and we are good.
Yeah,
because if people say, if you like, this is a horrible take, but if you really want to be ethical and moral, don't be uniquely terrible. Like, if we just gave in and became digital life, we could ensure there'd be no more suffering.
How can you know that?
You can't. You can't know if vaccine is safe and effective. You can't.
You just have to try it.
You gotta try it.
See what happens.
I think a bunch of people try it. I don't know how much further, like, biological people can go while we're making digital people that are way better than us at basically everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's too far away from being a reality.
The way I try to follow it is through a biblical lens. Like,
Really?
like, how does
What chapter are we in right now?
Yeah, well, good question. You read the prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. They just rage against the machine. So I think it was pretty far back. Yeah, so what's good and bad? What's right and wrong? How do we decide that? That's what I like about the Bible. Obviously, I can make up my own mind about things, but it's nice having that kind of an option, that kind of a tradition to refer to when deciding what's good and bad, what you should do and what you shouldn't do. There's like supposed to be over 600, they're translated as commandments in the Hebrew Bible, and those are what you do to live happily and attain a spiritual state close to God, the state of prophecy. It's a certain description of the world and how to interact with it, which is intended to have certain effects and discourage other decisions. So this is good, this is bad in terms of this will increase things in your life that are good,
and this will decrease them. It's a very interesting description of cause and effect. That's the way I see the so-called commandments. It's more of a description of how things are run. If you do this, then that will happen. If you do this, then that will happen.
Do you think that they were directly given to us by a god, or do you think that this is just the memories of how to keep society together they have just eventually written down?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Does it come from outside of you or from inside of you?
Right.
Yeah. If it's available inside of you, but hidden away, then prophecy, or really getting it correctly according to the text, would just be an uncovering or stimulation of what's already inside of you, as opposed to,
It's you can achieve some sort of a state.
this information latent. Could be in the DNA or whatnot, or it comes out from a higher source.
But so like when you're interpreting stories in the Bible, like Moses and the Ten Commandments, how are you imagining this event happening, or are you imagining what were they trying to record? Like what were they trying to remember? Because it seems like by the time they're writing it down, it's quite a bit after the actual event, for the most part. So, what do you think they were? What do you think they were actually describing?
Well, we talked about this briefly last time I was here. Was if I believed in the reality that you provided, like, did those things really happen? Right. Yeah. And I said, was it really consistent worldview and so on? And I thought about it some more, and I started thinking about it as well. I started thinking about it as comparable to the DMT state. When you're in the DMT state, it's just there. And it's very consistent, very real. Certain things happen there. And so I think the early version, I think what happened early on in the account was like the DMT world. It was a parallel level of reality, which was happening. And then slowly, it began to segue into this reality. For example, the destruction of the first temple, the second temple, David's reign, Solomon's reign, the kings after that, the division of the land into two countries. That is historical. But before that, it was also historical. It was occurring at a completely different, independent level of reality. It's a cool way to look at answering the question how much of this is real, especially from early on.
I see what you're saying, but it's just it's always like it seems like an interpretation of what happened. Like what were these original events? Like what was Adam and Eve? What was that? What was the Garden of Eden? There's so many of these stories where I would be fascinated to be there the day the dude wrote it down. Like, what were you talking about for hundreds of years before you wrote this down? Like, tell me what the stories were. How did they go?
Well, my way of dealing with those stories is to just take them at face value. Here's Adam, here's Eve, here's a garden, there's two trees that are very important. It's beautiful. Yeah, and then there was a servant who took the apple, and became a dad. Yeah, and then out of the garden. Well, lots of people in the psychedelic community anyway, looking at the tree of knowledge, look at good and evil as some indication of God being jealous and didn't want to be in the competition, didn't want to be like, God did not want man to become like it. And part of that was keeping the two really people away from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's not simply the tree of knowledge, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which I think is an important distinction, because once they ate from the tree, they were embarrassed because of their nakedness, and then they hid. They kind of went into good versus not good versus evil, as opposed to true versus false, which was their original state. So there was before they're eating of the apple or whatever the fruit was, they just lived truth and falsehood. And after eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then they were embarrassed, trying to hide themselves, tree-like coverings or from coverings from leaves of large trees. So you look at it as if it were happening. There's the serpent that speaks, and well, that's the chapters I was looking at very carefully in the last is what happens early on. It's a really very straightforward. Doesn't take much thinking really to make sense.
I think clothes might have been a cheat code for people, not just to escape cold weather, but also to keep from just constantly having sex. Because people are stupid, and they need like layers of clothes that they have to take off of each other. You can't be just wandering around naked all the time. People would be just like chimps. It would be ridiculous. You can't do that. So we need clothes in order to advance as a society.
But can't you take off clothes?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but it's like you decide. Like, I don't want to feel that good. I don't want to be out there in the air. I don't want to be brushing up against naked people. We all made that decision a long, long time ago. I think when people became civilized, they realized, like, if we don't cover ourselves up, people are too gross. They'll just be having sex with each other everywhere. Get things done. We want to keep a society moving. Wear some clothes.
Wear clothes. Well, that story could originate from that. That real majority times could originate with Adam and Eve.
Totally makes sense. It also makes sense, like an intelligent hominid emerging would start to realize that, oh my God, self-awareness, look at my boobs, look at my dick, this is crazy, I can't believe I'm out here naked. Because it's kind of becoming self-aware as opposed to like the chimpanzee. And as time would go on, it would become more self-aware. And if it happened over a relatively short period of time, and you kind of have memories of the past, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to emerge, right? Like if we came from lower hominids, which everybody kind of agrees, something had to emerge. This understanding of yourself, this thought about what you look like, this thought about what you sound like.
Right. Well, there's two kinds of enlightenment. There's what's called original enlightenment, a childhood, like a newborn, and then there's enlightenment as an adult, and maturing. It's much more clear. Yeah, two kinds of enlightenment. Original enlightenment, and then when things happen to children. Right. Enlightenment after some understanding.
They're born in the psychedelic state. They have no language, speak with love and touch and need and hold. Yeah. Kind of wild.
Yeah, that's what they do. Just happy or sad or whatever.
Isn't that crazy? You're born perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, weird books. Well, yeah. As long as we were taking care of you, it's perfect.
Well, the Hebrew word for perfect and for simple is Noah's described as a perfect man. Pure. That's another good story. Okay. What do you think was going on with that story? Like, what is the origin of the story of Noah and his ark and his family, right? All the animals on the boat. Yeah. Well, I think it was taking place in that alternate. I don't know. Why we don't have any clear archaeological history story.
Rabbi,
What up,
I lost 19 pounds. I went to a doctor's and it turns out I went from 269 to 250.
That's great, big dog.
I went up.
That's great. That's great, big dog. How'd you do it?
I've been working out. I've been taking walks and I have and runs sometimes. And I have this weight over here, and so my legs look like this. I'll show you. Look at my legs; they're freaking beefy.
There you go,
They've
big
been
dog.
like this since high school. I was told to run for a long time, so I just kind of like got.
Wow, you're swole, dog.
I used to talk a lot. Yeah, I used to talk a lot, so the teachers would make me run until I ran out of breath. But that didn't stop me, so they kept making me run. And I kept talking because I talk more when I'm exhausted. And they couldn't really figure out how to make me stop other than running me until the end of class.
All right, dog. How was that?
I got fit throughout 9th grade to 11th grade. I got super fit until 12th when I gained a lot of weight by staying with the wrong group of kids and they were bullying me.
Yeah, fuck them.
But they were me, trying to convert them to my religion to make them nicer people. Turned out it doesn't really work, and you get like bullied religiously by people who want to make you thought you were gay, but I'm not gay, so yeah.
All right, whatever.
I'm venting a lot. Yeah, I had a lot of crazy stuff happen that I only thought was really bad when I got out of school.
Whatever floats your boat, dog. Can ask taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. We've got approximately.
You don't look like you're happy right now, though. You sound like you're enjoying stuff. But you seem like you don't know what to do with your life, you know?
I know exactly what to do with my life.
Dog,
Dog, if I'm gonna fucking talk with you, you need to shut the fuck up and let me answer. All right, thank you. I know exactly what to do with my life. It's to stream my life 24/7. That's what I like to do.
Okay. And what started you on this path?
I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and from there, I just started live streaming, and that was like 3.5 years ago, and here we are.
Do you have like a job outside of it, or do you get paid like a lot for this?
I have savings.
Were you like rich before this, or what?
No, but I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had Fortune 100 companies. So I've been able to use that money to be able to buy what I need and live.
One of my cousin's brothers, I'm like a contract manager. He explained it basically the same.
Okay, cool. I'm not a contract manager, though. I'm a project manager.
Oh, okay.
That's a long time to be in a bad relationship.
So what's on your agenda for tomorrow?
Probably more of the same, unless because I'm supposed to be working at a job like a center for like a town basically, but they haven't gotten back to me about all the stuff I sent in, like papers.
Where are you gonna be working?
Like a animal shelter, basically.
Oh, that's really sweet. Good on you, man. And great on you for losing so much weight.
Yeah.
Congratulations. It's great. 19 pounds is an accomplishment. You should feel very proud of yourself.
Apparently all it took was getting bullied online chronically.
All right.
I'm joking, but you can do it.
All right. What else have you been? Where else have you been going on Discord? What other servers?
Technology moves in the same direction it's been moving
I think I've maxed out my 100 server limit. Most of them I'm in are dead because I just don't talk on them. I turned off notifications for them.
Okay, aside from mine, what are your other favorite servers?
Slot Live, that's a friend Discord I was invited to for, friends. Sumerian and Panda Gaming, which is two friends that invited me to join. Your server, Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal Loop, which is like a really cool.
Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh?
I mean, that's the future.
Yeah.
What do you like about Yu-Gi-Oh?
The fact that I can play a deck that's not meta, or like not even that strong, and still beat out the meta. If you play it right, without like. I play Monarch. If you know Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, please tell me.
So Monarch basically, if you use like a full true to Monarch thing, you won't use extra deck, which is where people can just send monsters from the field or the hand to graveyard or other ways of summoning, and summon out a monster from a separate deck. You have a deck that have all your cards in it, spells, monsters, traps, and you can do different things with them. So Monarch rely on their spell and traps to make their monsters come out onto the field. In exchange for that, you can't special summon their monsters, which is where you basically do it for free. You do a free summon, but they don't get their effects unless you pay for their summon.
Oh, that's interesting.
By distributing another monster to bring them out, they get their actual effects.
Okay. Hey, how did things go with that chick? That your ex-girlfriend? Are you all done there?
Yeah, I'm all done. I have to actually check up on them. I know one of them texted me, so.
All right, well, tell that bitch to pound sand. Are you gonna?
So I still have those messages, but I don't have their.
Are you gonna date somebody else?
Not yet. I'm not in the mindset for it. We're currently other than the job placement, we're thinking of getting me an MRI to see if I have schizophrenia, simply because my mom doesn't believe anything I say about any of the stuff that's happened to me in the last 6 years.
All right, dog. How's your relationship with your mom been?
Rocky, but pretty good. She's been putting me on higher and higher dosage of meds.
All right. What happens when you don't have?
The crazy part is when I don't take my meds, I get manic faster. Like I suffer from the bipolar disorder, which you probably know about. You've been on the internet for 3 years.
Right.
Basically, I have really hot and really cold emotions, and some days I have stuff like that. But my meds slow that change from really hot to really cold. When I don't take it, I switch very quickly from being a crackhead crazy person being a really depressed emo kid with a really edgy sense of humor.
What are you looking forward to in the next couple months?
Well, I doubt it's ever going to happen, but if I'm going to probably challenge another person to a duel for the hell of it.
Like,
it's not legal, but as long as we don't kill each other, then I think we should be fine.
Dude, don't do that. That's not cool.
I said no. I said we're not going to murder anyone. We're just going to challenge you to a duel.
Yeah, but you don't even want to do that.
It's not you don't know Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
so
okay.
In the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime, they had this thing called Shadow Duel, which was basically if you lose your life. Different methods depending on the character, obviously. There's like 20 different characters that have a different way of playing it. Basically, play your cards, you get the gist. I was going to challenge him to a duel, but I was making a reference to Yu-Gi-Oh. I just realized you don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is.
No, so you doing that?
I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't have an actual card, like an actual pack of cards, so I play it on Master Duel, which is the internet variation of it. Different set of rules, but more cards, I think.
All right. And do you feel as if that is a fun thing to do?
Yes, playing Yu-Gi-Oh trains my brain to think in patterns I would never think of.
Oh, that's really cool.
There's over 10,000 cards, and you can only have
in between 40 and 60 cards in a single deck.
Okay. What's your
And
favorite?
it's insane.
What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Probably the Mega Monarch
Really?
so far, or I have to find the name of it. So far, it's that, but it's more than likely going to be the more that archetype, which is more like a thing that helps any deck get better, but like not get better, but do better in a long term. When you try to go further rather than a first turn takeout, you basically, yeah, I don't remember the name of it. 1 second. Looking at my card.
Just a couple of days ago was that YouTube has to.
Erebus, the Underworld Monarch, is my favorite so far.
Okay. Is that a rare one?
Sort of.
Yeah, I'll stream my game and you can watch.
Okay, sounds cool.
1 second. 1 second, I'll. For a reason, I can't do anything. That's not good. Popped up for a second.
People that were removed because of their political persuasion, that they have to reinstate their accounts. Creators for the COVID-19 and election disinformation can apply for reinstatement. Okay.
You can watch me play now.
But that's not
Okay.
political. It's COVID-19 political.
The backstack, mind you, but it's pretty close. It's pretty fun. There's decks that go significantly faster, but mine is about going slow and taking control of the duel. But making it so your opponents can't do their thing. But in a more fair way.
They can apply.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll let them apply. You can still ban accounts to apply for reinstatement, rolling back a policy that had treated violations as permanent. Well, it's interesting to compare what's going on now with what happened.
Okay, so this to the side of it is Jack to the center.
They're very similar,
All
yeah.
sort of
I spent a lot of time reading
this part gets to do it by they're using normally because basically water goes to
What do you think is similar to that in today's world?
that's what it looks like. That's what it is.
Big Dog, you're covering up your microphone. I can't really hear you.
So
What murders are you referring to? There were 2 assassinations. One in the early 20s. 30s, late 30s perhaps, after the Nazis took over. Oh, I thought you were talking about current assassinations. No, back in my 20s and 30s. Oh, yeah, that really riled up the populace. Why is it these scary patterns? Yeah. Always just, it's the same kind of thing. There's always someone at the top. No one can ever figure out any form of government that everybody accepts other than like one president.
Dog, I can't hear you. You're covering your microphone.
But it's about a compound that the governor serves all the people in the province to say for them to have a spiritual experience. Well, yeah, and instead they return and kill them.
Moving me.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
They're gonna hand loop me until I can't play the game. That was my job.
Why is that?
Oh, so they're gonna hand looping what's in your hand, which is the card you use right here. You start with 5. They took out 2 of those and sent them to the grave with it. Those are some of the strongest effects in the game. And some people have a strategy they steal from a YouTuber and just do that themselves.
But it's also toxic too, right? It can poison you and you can die from it. Yeah. Really? So you're tripping hard, then your hands fall off? Wow. Well, when you took drugs, did you look at your hands to see how you were? No, I was usually pretty aware. Whoa, that's what happened? Oh my god. No, yeah. Look at this person's hands are about to fall. Oh my god, their feet are falling off. This is crazy. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, because it's they think there's probably a connection between that and the Salem witch trials. With some of the behavior. Right? It's ergot poisoning. Can you imagine living in a time where no one's even figured out running water yet? And everybody's tripping balls and thinking that witches are
Such an annoying game of person I'm going up against.
Food. Well, it makes you wonder about
completely beatable. Their board has no response, but it's just going to be annoying.
And there's a handful that I mentioned. Playing a part earlier. Sarah was pathetic, was able to interact with God. So there's Deborah was a prophet, and there were some really wonderful Jewish women prophets back then. But they don't have books named that. For example, Isaiah or Ezekiel. Interesting. Well, why do you think that was? Yeah, it was a patriarchal society. They were quite, but they still took an important role. They still came prophecy. So they, like Sarah was held to be a better prophet than Abraham. I live in Jeremy with Abraham. Well, actually, what I've really been digging into is Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. I studied that for weeks. Yeah, very interesting. Sodom.
What's your favorite podcast?
I don't listen to podcasts.
Okay. Why not?
I don't have Spotify Premium, bro.
Dude, they're like all on YouTube for free.
Yeah, but I don't like looking at people when I'm trying to listen to them.
I mean, can't you just not look at them?
Probably, but then I wouldn't know if they're trying to steal my money.
Do you recognize that many times your logic doesn't make sense?
That's the point.
Okay, I'm down.
Remember,
I'm
you
up.
can't be decent if your logic isn't following their logic.
Okay.
I'm joking, obviously.
Obviously, Doc.
Yeah. I'm not that high. I'm not even high at all, honestly.
So that they will know them. And that's where the word sodomy comes from. The sodomites that were surrounding Lot's house. Wanting the angels to come out so they can know them.
Do you watch sports?
And you know what happens?
Sometimes.
What are your favorite teams?
Seahawks. Because that's a family. So we do that with our family.
Oh, that's tight. They're pretty good this year.
Yeah, from what I've heard.
Helps me understand the world that text was describing because the amount of detail that goes into the description of the interactions and the conversations and things. Yeah, so those two virgin daughters and Lot survived. They committed incest, and from that union, King David came from that union ultimately, and from King David comes the Messiah. So it's this very strange lineage. Yeah, what were they writing down? Yeah, well, they were describing what was happening, apparently, at some level it was happening, and they were writing it down. Very strange. What do you think the resurrection is? The resurrection is a good one. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I'm not fighting Labyrinth.
Not clearly ever. Really? Yeah. Is that surprising?
Well, this was a big loss. I was not operating as an opponent that could showcase how it works. Because the first guy was hand looping and making it so I couldn't play the game. And the second guy was just playing an annoying deck and I bricked. So bricked means you didn't get the cards you needed and your entire hand is a solid mess. It's gaming fun for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, so there are
Well, if you want to play, it's called Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's free on the App Store. Play Store.
also in a further extraordinary event, a dead man who was thrown into the tomb of the deceased Elijah was resurrected upon contact with Elisha's bones. Whoa. Yeah, that Elisha. Contact with bones? Yeah, so, he was a prophet who resurrected the dead boy. Wow. Lying on, very interesting, face to face, palm to palm, chest to chest, lying on the dead body, completely merged with that dead boy. Yeah, and he comes back to life. It's a very powerful story. The sheer nothingness. What do you think that story is? What happened? You really think that someone did that and they brought someone back to life? Well, yeah, that's how it's described. That's what happened. So, are we arrogant to assume that that would be bullshit if someone said it today? Because if that happened today, you know, this person died and this guy laid on him and they came back to life. Yeah, most people would say, no, that's you can't do that with someone. Yeah, you can't do that. No, it's only a attached by, you know, we constantly want people around us, but we're always going to be detached by bodies. We assume that that's forever. But if there comes a time where we figure out how to separate consciousness from the body and let consciousness interact without a shell, that's going to get really weird. I think we will still have the same problems. I think we're always going to have problems, because if we don't have problems, then we don't work really hard to find solutions, and then we don't make better stuff. Right, that's rewarding. A little bit, yeah. There's it seems to be a very clear incentive program that the universe has put in place, which is, what do you think? Well, it's not entirely based on happiness. It's not based on happiness. It's based on overall growth for everything around. It's like whoever consumes the most, it's like it wants to reward you more. It becomes this, but what it's really working towards is making better and better and better and better things. Yeah. Do you think that's the Antichrist? Do you think that's the devil? If I had to guess, I mean, we're in it, right? We're stoking the fucking coals right now. It's not us. It's going to be. It's not dependent on us eventually. Like right now, maybe it is. It might be. But it's not us, and it's going to be created by us. It's going to think it's us because it literally has all of our thoughts. Right? It has access to so much information instantaneously. What happens to free will then? I don't know. you know, my hope is that it enhances life, of course. That's my hope. I think that's possible. I think, first of all, it's making people diagnose themselves from illnesses that maybe they wouldn't have ever thought they had. Like a lot of people have like learned things about it. It can make them happier. No, so you don't do that. You gotta figure that out on your own. Right. Yeah. But can you be happy and also have it? I say yes. I say it's totally possible to interact with technology and still be happy. But there's like certain physical and spiritual requirements that you're gonna have if you want to be happy. Spiritual requirements. Yeah, you've got to be really nice to people. You have to curate a good group of friends. You have to do the thing that you truly enjoy. You have to always do the right thing. Well, the two themes in the Hebrew Bible are one is there's one God, and next is the golden rule. So one God, golden rule. There's no idols, no other gods. Just one God and golden rule. So proper belief in God, one God, and proper conduct, which is the golden rule, are based on the golden rule. That totally makes sense. It's very simple. Yeah, it just makes sense that it works. It's like intuitive. You feel it if you live like that. So like, okay, it makes sense. I think it's true too. Yeah. We have to decide if it's true or it's based on faith. Or choose to believe. When you hear about these biblical depictions of fantastic events, how many of them are you attributing to the psychedelic experience? Are you open to that, or do you just not worry? Well, yeah, they're clearly the belief on is just fully psychedelic. Right. So, it's a psychedelic version of the Bible in some ways. Well, it is really psychedelic. I think it's from the release of the conscience, or from having ayahuasca-like experience. That's what you think the origin of the Book of Enoch is? Well, it's a psychedelic experience, and it could be from spontaneous endogenous releases of DMT. It's a prophetic, it might be a prophetic state. It's a visionary state, clearly. Might have been a huge fever dream. I mean, it's really out there. But like when he's talking about the watchers and the angels mating with humans and creating the Nephilim, like, what do you think that is? Well, the watchers aren't stated discreetly or explicitly in the Hebrew Bible, but it could be just the angels because they never sleep. So they're called watchers. Yeah, and what happens like with Nephilim, right? Here comes the chameleon that creates the Nephilim becomes
He's gonna be grumpy with me. I'm gonna have to pick him up.
Sort of be brought down.
That's not right. Have a go. It's a chameleon.
Just one way to understand
This
and
is my favorite out of literature. Look at that beautiful
the giants that consumed everything. Yeah.
They've got those little eyes. One in one direction and the other one.
It sounds really bad.
Up in their ears. You see that?
I think, that was going on.
They're going to the road just in time. You nearly got run over there, buddy. Look at that. It's made my whole day. So what he'll do when he's on the bridge. They are so intelligent. Such a beautiful little animal. We're going to go release him.
So what do you think they were describing when they were talking about the Nephilim? When they were talking about them as giants? Do you think that's just a bad interpretation? Well, they may have been giants. I do think they were giants. They even had an actual description of how tall they were. Like some measurement. Ancient measurement. Yeah, that's probably it's not narrating specifics about the giants. They were men of renown. They were powerful. Because this is the thing that's always one of the most fun internet rabbit holes to go down is, are they hiding evidence that giants existed? Like 30-foot tall men that lived in the mountains. And there's always been weird stories of giants all throughout history. And there's people who supposedly discovered giant bones, and they stored them in the basement of some famous museum. Won't let anybody have access to them. Just like those stories exist in history. You wonder, like, is it just a really big person, like that mountain guy from Game of Thrones? Like an actual human being, or is it a different thing? Is it a giant human being?
Well, they're giants. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your perspective. Like I'm trying to look at or understanding the giants as they're described in the Hebrew Bible, or as by implication. They were giants, men of renown, and then they became corrupt.
And they consumed everything.
Yeah.
The problem is, it's like, if you look at the least charitable version of human beings in 2025, there's a lot of examples that you can point to and go, well, that sounds a lot like us.
Well, there may be another. Well, there won't be a flood that destroys all mankind. God promised there would be no flood that would destroy all mankind. And that's the reason that the rainbow, that's this. The meaning of the rainbow is
God made a promise that he wouldn't flood us anymore,
and he wouldn't destroy all mankind.
All mankind with a flood.
But that doesn't rely on
Don't you think it was a regional event? Like these great floods, like if they were happening, let's just say that Randall Carlson's wrong, and there was just one flood in the area. There has to be, if there's people from all parts of the world that all have this flood story, there has to be some truth to it, right? We agree to that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I read the Hebrew Bible. That's sort of where my thinking about events that are described in the Bible as occurring.
So you just leave it at that?
Yeah.
But when you
I mean, the important thing about I get in the Hebrew Bible is a kind of an understanding of how things are between us and God.
Well, I don't think this contradicts that in any way.
Yeah,
it's just fascinating. And when Randall Carlson explains it, and interestingly enough, he first had this idea. He's not the only person to have this idea, but he first had his version of this idea when he was on acid.
On drugs, that's what I was going to say.
He looked out and he just had this vision like, oh my God, this was water. Water made this, and it happened really quickly. It just all clicked with him, and then he's been chasing that rabbit ever since. And he's a fascinating guy. You hear him talk, he's so well read in the subject and can just recall information so effortlessly. So it's a really fascinating guy to listen to talk about it because he's very compelling. And I think those younger guys think that his books are right. I think something big happened.
I wonder why else
recognize what he's looking at, right? Water made that. For some reason, that hasn't been even thought of. But then when you show images where you what satellite imagery, now the Earth was clearly as the ripples of like massive amounts of water going through certain parts of the world.
Yeah, well, it kind of raises the issue of the spiritual properties or promise of the psychedelics. Are the psychedelic spiritual and theogens? I just don't know if I'm beginning to believe they're more enhanced. They have to have something to work on. They can only work on it more. And I think they just work on it more. I don't think they necessarily generate their own information that they're
about translating gay. Well, it's the question of how psychedelics work or psychedelics. I think psychedelics or the psychedelic state will play an important role in shaping spiritual.
Well, it's really weird considering that it was 1970 when most of these psychedelics were a Schedule 1 substance. Yeah. Imagine that didn't happen. Imagine Nixon was not president, that didn't happen, that didn't go through, and the world evolves technologically at the same level that it has now, but also has access the entire time to all these different psychedelics legal.
I think people were tripping hard even after they were illegal.
I'm sure they were, but I bet they weren't as much.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. People get put in jail. People don't want to lose their lives because they want to, take a tap of acid. So that they didn't do it. It's a real deterrent for a lot of people that want to have a good future. They're fuck that. I don't want to do drugs. But if it's a completely different life choice a long time ago that made you happier.
Right. Well,
or not, but the option to try should be yours.
So you're pro-legalization.
Yes. And it certainly shouldn't be restricted by people who haven't experienced it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would a person who has never experienced psychedelics be able to tell people who've done psychedelics that they can't do them? That's nuts. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't have any experience in the state of mind that is enhancing these people's lives and come back from war. Like, especially like Ibogaine therapy, which they've passed now in Texas, so they're allowing that to happen now for people with like severe drug addiction and PTSD, and it's
a very interesting drug. I was wondering if you've ever done Ibogaine.
Don't have it, but it's beautiful that it's being approved and used here, because there's so many people that could use it. So many people go over and have to fight overseas and come back home scrambled and need some help.
Yeah.
And people who got hooked up on pills because they got injured, because something happened or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you have a real problem. Ibogaine is one of the best ways to kick it, like one of the absolute best ways. It's very effective, right? It's like one dose is like one experience is like 80-something% of the people never go back to whatever they were addicted to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because of the drug or the belief in the drug. The guy who first started to kind of popularize Ibogaine was a fellow named Howard Lipson. Very cool guy. And it was sort of during his late phase, but he, like as a young man, he was addicted to heroin. And he heard about Ibogaine as a drug to just have some kicks. Yeah, he stopped and he found himself just not using opiates anymore. Wow. The origin stories for Ibogaine are really fascinating.
Yeah. So before that, people didn't know that you could use it to kick drug addiction.
Not that much. No.
What is drug addiction?
I talked about this once in a speech that I did that was so that
when did it start getting recorded about people with addictions, actual addictions to drugs?
Honestly, and I say this in the speech, but I'm saying, like, what woman would ever turn to a man during a crisis situation and be like, hold on, what do we do next? Yeah, ever. Actually, never. Like, have you ever been in like a car accident or there's a house situation where it's flooding or whatever, and then you turn to him and you're like, what do we do? He's turning to you and going, what do we do?
Scopolamine. Isn't that dust that they blow up your nose and turn you into a vampire or a zombie rather?
Yeah.
That's it?
Scopolamine. Oh yeah, yeah.
Isn't that like that?
Right. It's zombie drug.
Yeah, some sort of a zombie drug.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that scopolamine?
Yeah. Well, you know Dennis McCann.
Sure.
Yeah, he tells the story of Scopolamine in Mexico. I hope I'm right. It's a great story.
Yeah, devil's breath. That's right. Medication used to treat motion sickness and post-operative nausea and vomiting, but it also does something wacky.
Yeah.
Like if you take large doses of it, that the devil's breath. So you get it in Dramamine. That's what Dramamine is, right?
It's an anticholinergic, like the Scopolamine drugs are.
But isn't like the stuff that makes you less nauseous when you're seasick? Like, isn't that
Like Compazine?
does Dramamine have this stuff in it? It's not the same.
Yeah, no one knows.
Sorry. Dramamine is oral antihistamine called dimethylhydronate, while scopolamine is a different prescription-only anticholinergic medicine, particularly in patch form used to prevent motion sickness. Okay, so they put it in a patch form to stop motion sickness, whereas Dramamine is the oral thing that stops motion sickness. God, that's awesome. Right. It is a weird thing. So, but scopolamine you can get in a patch, and it is for motion sickness, right? But it's when they blow it up your nose that it's not good.
Yeah, well, it's really, the active ingredient in gypsum.
What is that?
It goes in the Southwest, there's a lot going on
Loco?
in Mexico, gypsum. Yes, Scopolamine. And it will cause effects. Well, one of my patients when I worked at the VA in La Jolla, I was an alcoholic back in the day. Took my water off to the desert in 2-3 days, one of those kind of stories. Came back. He didn't remember a thing, but he stopped using alcohol.
I had to wait 6 months to get my hands on this thing.
This is hard to say.
Needed Kaiser Cow, and this thing was sold out for like
Do me this favor. If it ever gets that close to the 20,000 or so people,
Yeah,
sole mission is to expose you and to call you out on your BS. Please tell me to stop. I'd rather get motion sickness. Well, I've been fascinated by these videos. I just want to take, I don't know, to show Trump that they don't believe what our teachers are saying. That somehow they're anti-science. When this science came from Harvard. That's what especially he's not making things up. People are like talking shit on. They're pregnant and taking college.
well, I for Tylenol. I do find
What do you take it for? What kind of pain you get?
I had her here a while back.
Oh,
Yeah, so I find it being a very helpful drug with no side effects.
well, you should definitely be allowed to take it, especially you. You know.
My concern is always I should be allowed to take it. People that don't understand that there's a dose that if you go over that, it's going to torch your liver and you could die. Yeah, it's all about dose. I mean, microdosing psychedelics. Completely different. Quite a few things actually. For sure. Yeah. Have you tried microdosing? I have in the past. Yeah. Yeah, a while back, I was having some belly issues and I microdosed ayahuasca for about a month. It's helpful, very helpful. What is everyday life? Ayahuasca? Well, it was a microdose of sun, like a microdose tea. So it just gave you just a little peek. I wish. Not really. I want to be kind of structured out. This is kind of like coffee. Like smoking coffee if you take a little too much. Oh yeah. What do you think would have happened if that 1970s sweeping act didn't take place? What do you think the world would? How much different? Have you ever contemplated it? How much different would the world be? Not really. Not at all. Good for you. Good for you. Why waste your time? Well, I mean, you know, when I tried to get my DMT study off the ground, that was pretty weird. That was in 2 years of just got really deep. What year was it? Where it started? Last September 1980. I get my first dose of DMT in November 1990. Yeah, I gave a lot of DMT and I'm kind of crazy for the next 5 years. And you were doing IV drip, slow release, right? No, it was one big dose. One big dose IV. When they really hard, and then people just keep making videos like it's happening. This guy how he does. Yeah, it's Brendan Shaw. I don't know if you know Brendan Shaw on YouTube, where like someone almost becomes more famous for their disintegration than for they really are, and then people just keep making videos like it's happening. This guy high dubs. I don't know if you know it's Brendan Shaw. You know Brendan Shaw on YouTube, where like someone almost becomes more famous. Yeah, what's this? Is this real? Is this around me all the time? I'm ignoring it. Is this real? Is this real? Terrible. That's why. Yeah, that's why I think DMT ought to be carefully taken. I think everything should be carefully taken, especially if you've got something wrong with you already. If you're self-diagnosing with some really potent stuff, right, then really goes. Yeah. Well, I mean, who's going to decide that? Yeah. Well, no one's deciding for you with alcohol. You can go fill your bar at home with more than enough to kill yourself. Right? Like most people can. Most people, if you have like a little bar in your house, like 3 or 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, a couple of this, a couple of that, you're dead. Drink all that stuff, you're dead. Yeah. Have you ever gone through a drinking phase? Not a bad drinking phase. I don't drink at all anymore. But I will still, if I feel like it, I'll have a glass of wine, or I'll have a nice Cabernet, sir. Okay. Just like a little red wine sometimes, but I've only had like 2 or 3 glasses of anything over the last 8, 9 months. And even like I didn't even finish the wine. It's like I've lost my taste. It just the trade-off is not worth it. Like I have a lot of fun people in my life, and I have a lot of fun without alcohol. Like I don't necessarily think it was providing me with the amount of good versus the amount of negative. The negative aren't weighted, especially physically. Right. It's just bad for you physically. Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't drink in high school. And I kind of made up for lost time in college. And I got really sick a few times. So it's rough. I just stopped drinking. Like at that point, wow, it's like people are having a good time, you know, and I get it. And if you're young, and I get it, I did it too. But it's not good for you. It's not good for your decision making too, because then the next day you're like, oh, you were not putting out great energy. Yeah, well, you don't want to get into that stuff. No. You do. Yeah. Like I've never been part of like an ultra-Orthodox sect. I think what happens in some of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish sects, there's a Lubavitcher sect in Brooklyn, and the fellow who led that was Schneerson, and he really enjoyed drinking. He got inspired, and he wanted others to be inspired. Yeah, it has something to become a conduit. I think it kind of differs, like with Bukowski, like, kind of think of somebody who loves alcohol. First time you got drunk, it was a psychedelic experience, actually. Yeah, his account he says to himself, I think I've found something very, very important. It's kind of hilarious. Yeah, that was never the effect alcohol had on me. I didn't, you feel good for a while. Yeah. We obviously all differ biologically, but some people, it hits a switch that nothing else does. There's some people. Yeah. Well, it's discounted in the text that you shouldn't drink. Smart. But I'm not sure you shouldn't drink at all. But you should drink if you want to drink. And, everybody, people get real rigid. Especially if you have someone around you that has a problem with alcohol, or you have a problem with alcohol. There's a huge homeless population. Alcohol is something like a lot more than that. I think people are just using these drugs. It's also those things, they sound like there's not a lot of opportunity in the places you're describing, right? Right. So, if you know, you're outside a reservation, or on a reservation. Yeah. Wait. I'm in the middle of the audiobook Empire of the Summer Moon for the second time. It's all about the Comanches and the war between the settlers and the Comanches here. It's great. And I'm in the middle of this, and I'm thinking, like, have people always been this horrible, and we're just sort of catching up to it now? Well, that's taken into account the Cain and Abel story. Sure, the first two children, one murders the other. It started way back. It started way back in the bag. And you just go, God, have people always been this awful from the beginning? Well, yeah, there's a line in the text that God is going to destroy mankind. No, what happens here? I think he decides people will live 120 years on the books because their inclination is bad from the get-go. And 120 years is enough time to repent and become a better person. Wow. So you're given 20 years to deal with what you're born with. This Empire of the Summer Moon just makes me think, when you think about what life was like for the people that lived here before the European settlers arrived, and how quickly everything went away. Historically, in terms of like the timeline, it was only a few hundred years, and it was just completely gone. Yeah. What a garden lost. It was also, there was a lot of war. That's the thing that everybody likes to leave out. Like, I'm fascinated with Native American culture. I'm fascinated with this Comanche civilization that lived here, because this book, Empire of the Summer Moon, is just, it's so interesting. They were so fierce, and they lived right here. Yeah, well, there's 29 Pueblos in Mexico, and the Pueblo were peaceful, they're agricultural. Yeah, that's their heritage. The Comanche were not, and one of the things this book talks about is how a lot of the Apaches were not on horseback. They were literally wiping out bands of Apache, forcing them to go to Mexico. It's like, this has always been, there's always been, once they've had horses, which is really like after the Spaniards got here, right? Then once the Comanches figured out horses, they got really good at it. And they were like an impossible barrier to get through this part of the country.
Yeah, there was mostly Navajo and they were nomads. They raised sheep. It was fun.
Sure, and then on the eastern side, a lot more agriculture, right? It's just the amount of time that it took for everything to get pushed. Where if you're a Native American and you're, it's 2025 here and you're living on a reservation, you're like, whoa, what happened? You start going into the history of it, like how many people died? Like what happened?
Is there Comanche presence in Texas?
A lot of signs, I'll tell you that. A lot of the signs are like Quanah Parker Lane. He's the last Comanche chief.
Yeah. Well, they always name things after we used to be there.
Well, this is all that area. This Comanche were in this area, but it went all the way down to Oklahoma. It was just a barrier that you couldn't get through.
Yeah, it was fun living. It's mostly now.
Yeah.
Very lucky. They will come to terms with being defeated.
That's crazy, though, isn't it? Well, I mean, it like had that. All those things had to take place in order to get New York City. Like, yeah. So you have to decide what do you like more, New York City, or you want to go back in time and say, don't sell this. What do you like more? Do you like pizza? Do you like to go to a nice? I do too. I like to be able to go to a nice nightclub, New York City, or give it all back. Give it all back. Go back in time. Just say, hey guys, you're getting robbed. Don't sell this for whatever it was.
You can't hold it.
Buy New York for
$27. Big jewelry.
No. Wow, what a deal.
$45.
What a great origin story for a villainous country. That their number one city was made through a swindle deal. It was fake jewelry.
Well, that's why I went to medical school. It was the Bronx. Well, you're from New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where I was born, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trained in the Bronx. I didn't get to Jersey much.
New Jersey's a crazy place because everybody thinks of it as just being city. Because, like, it's right near the city. Like, and stuff like that. But it's, like, mostly rural.
Yeah.
It's got bears all over the place in it.
There's some really nice coastal parks here.
Yeah, oh yeah. The shore is awesome. Small doses. Yeah, I used to go down there.
So the Bronx was great training.
Yeah.
It's a yeshiva. It's like the modern Orthodox university in the country.
Oh, that's where it is?
Yeah. It's the medical school of yeshiva. It's called Einstein. And that's in the Bronx. It was great training. We could do anything. It was pretty staffed. Some ways were 70s.
Yeah, so
we had a lot of duties.
When did you first even have the idea to create a study of people doing IV DMT? Like, when did you even...
That's the last story.
Seems like a good one, though. Seems like a good one. Because how do you get to the point where you're asking the government to let you do this? And then you get them actually to say yes.
It was the war on drugs that funded our study. Well, it all kind of came to a head with Terrence McKenna, who were those left and instead of saying DMT was a really great drug and asked for money, he said DMT was a really dangerous drug and asked for money.
I think you told me something.
Yeah,
but it's a good story.
It's like, yeah,
I just want to study it.
We just want to study it.
It's clever because you're not lying.
No.
investigate. And I just ask some questions. You could be given what happens when you give DMT is strange. The roles played in my life. I've been complaining for years I've complained for years. I don't know. I'm more skeptical of the psychedelic experience than I was before. I don't think it's a panacea. Well, I think it is a panacea. That's the problem.
I think there's an issue with spiritual narcissism. That's a thing that sort of grips people when they start doing it a lot, and their identity is wrapped up in doing it a lot.
Yeah, like
There's a little bit of that happens with folks.
with DMT in particular,
Is it, yeah,
or ayahuasca. Now once a year, I get an email saying something in the subject line, "You're booking my son." And they say that just too much DMT. They're in the hospital or in prison.
oh Jesus.
Yeah, it just became messianic, like you said, like you believe you know more than anyone, and they just listen.
Yeah.
False messiah. Well, there's some interesting stories of false messiahs. At least within Judaism, Messiah is not coming, as opposed to Christianity, where Jesus was the Messiah.
And so what is Judaism's version of what happened with Jesus? He wasn't the Messiah, so he died, he didn't get resurrected.
Well, he may have been resurrected, but resurrection occurs in the Bible, so that's not.
Right, but what is their take on it?
Well, in the story, he's killed.
And that's it. He don't come back.
No, not really. Not within the Hebrew Bible. That's part of the New Testament. Oh, that's one thing to bring up is Old Testament is termed as a little disparaging in a way.
Is it?
It's never replaced by the Bible.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When was that?
It's been building.
Okay. So is this like a pronouns thing? It prefers this? It wants to be identified as a Hebrew Bible?
They prefer it.
I was saying,
Yeah. It was interesting. Yeah. Like I was thinking of, well, you know how people put parenthetical phrases, he, him. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that for myself once, it and it's.
It and it's.
Yeah, it would be gender neutral.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the.
Or just not ever.
Yeah. So, does God have genitals? Probably not.
Doesn't seem like it's the likely way we were made. But there's probably some sort of a interdimensional psychedelic equivalent of intercourse that higher beings have some interaction with each other.
I think it was the optimal form.
The optimal form?
Yeah, to contain a certain consciousness, do particular things. It's an ideal form. It was ideal. So that's why it took a particular unique shape. Form, false function, things like that.
Right. I got confused there. What are you referring to?
Oh, well, the specific, I think you were, I was referring to man being made in God's image. Yeah, with genitals.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I think it, in the animal kingdom, things evolve to do certain things. They have form and function, which, combine to determine their range of behaviors. So I think in humans, it's sort of was the optimal form as well. Same way, perhaps.
What do you think happened when human beings had this doubling of the
brain size over a period of 2 million years. What do you think that was? Is that true? Yeah, I think so. I think it was. Yeah. I don't know. It sounds like a crazy little expansion. Yeah, so, I mean, you can look at it, evolutionarily, biologically, theologically, look at it too, as finally being down with, the human spirit. There's multiple spirits. And even in the Hebrew Bible, there's multiple spirits. So as the brain expands in size, it develops the human spirit? I think so. That human spirit allows for divine communication. That's how the theory goes. So it's the breathing in of the soul to matter by God. It's in man's creation. Right, so ultimately, we're going to get to be a gray. We're going to have a big, giant head. We're not going to need to talk because we're going to do it telepathically. Yeah, okay. Telepathically, what do you think? People being able to read the mind is a good thing. It will be a good thing once that happens, or if it can happen. I think it will be a thing, and like all things, it will have good aspects to it and bad aspects to it. I think reading people's minds would be very enlightening. You're going to learn a lot more about how people actually think versus what they project. You're going to be able to see people's motivations. You're going to be able to symbolize it. We might even have a universal visual language that they develop. We might all be able to adopt it really quickly. Kids probably will jump right on board, and they'll be literate in it before we are. What about psychological equivalence? Loving someone one moment, hating them. Well, that's what happens if you tune into one moment you're convinced that's solely the case. If you're ambivalent, ambivalence is a real thing. You have an unconscious too, where things are kind of stored away psychologically. Yeah, I'm not saying it's good. It might be hard, but I don't know. If there is some way where we link up and we can communicate completely telepathically, it could be really weird. Yeah. But it will be a thing. That's my point. It's like we're gonna have to navigate it like we navigated making books, like we navigated everything else. Like if we want to stay alive, we've got to recognize that there's some shit going down. There's some shit going down right now, and there's free will. Forever. We still have all these decisions that you have to make. Well, I mean, in this, or is there free will? The determinism people don't think there is. Well, it feels as if there's free will. Yeah, we respect free will, so it's probably a real thing. We respect a person who's been a drunk their whole life, who puts down the bottle and starts running around the block. We respect that because it's a real thing. Free will there's part of free will. It's like there's something there. There's something there. You make choices. You don't know why you make choices, but you make choices. That's the thing. There's a lot of factors in why you make choices. And it's not 100% determinism. It's not 100% free will. It's kind of, there's a soup. So very... Yeah, well, to the extent that you can exert free will, you kind of do the best you can. Yeah, you got to do the best you can. And even if we're uploaded into the cloud, I mean, how's that time going to be spent? Good question. Are we even capable of imagining what we're talking about? Are we so crude in our understanding of what's to come in the next 5, 10, whatever years that we're just guessing? We're silly. We're like writing a bad science fiction movie from the 1980s about the year 2000. Remember those, like Space 1999? Well, it's the one God and the golden. I think that's what what the basis of our decision. I've always wondered if we're in a race to avoid catastrophe, and that's one of the reasons why we're so hyper focused on accelerating with technology. Is that we kind of always recognize that this species is in a race to avoid natural catastrophe. Like there's just so much potential for natural catastrophe, whether it's super volcanoes, asteroid impacts, so many different things that like almost wiped us out to nothing. But it's like might be a part of the reason why there's this like mad rush to make better and better and better technology. It's almost like a game. Like, can you get to the final boss? Can your species survive and figure out a way to stop the rock from space? Yeah, you know, the footsteps of the design. That's what that's called. I mean, you want to be around. You want to be around at the time of science, and not really, because things have to be so real. That's what about at times. There's also a lot of people that don't recognize that being a human being on Earth is being a passenger in an organic spaceship going through the universe. Like there are real celestial events that they have to keep their eyes on, which you haven't experienced in your life. So you're like, but no, there's giant rocks that killed the dinosaurs, and they're still floating around, same size rocks. Yeah, I know. And they can't stop them. They don't know how to stop them yet. Like, don't listen to any of these fucking people. Oh, if we saw it, we would do this and do that and sleep tight at night. No. No, if there was some gigantic state-sized chunk of metal flying through the galaxy, we would have a real problem. Yeah, it might wipe out all of humanity. Yeah, it might wipe out all of humanity. Yeah, and it probably came really close to doing that a few times in history. That's what I think. Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense. If we know that we're hit all the time, we all accept the fact that the Yucatan impact that's killed the dinosaurs, and there's been a bunch of them throughout history. We find craters everywhere. Everyone knows that we've been hit multiple times. The Tunguska thing in Russia, where it flattened this enormous patch of forest that's still flattened. Have you been watching season 2 of my friend Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse? I didn't watch season 2 yet. No, I watched season 1 though. Yeah. What's season 2 about? It's like the Americans, right? Yeah. The Americans are crazy. Yeah, I like Graham. Oh, he's the best. He's hardworking. Oh, he loves what he does, man. He really, really does. And the fact that he's finally been over all these attacks, he's finally been vindicated, and people are starting to accept more and more things, are probably a lot older than we want to believe. And especially after Go Back to 10. That kind of that popped the cork on everything. And everyone's like, okay, well, this has definitely been buried for 11,000 years. So this is kind of crazy. We didn't know they could do that back then. Well, before coming out here, I asked ChatGPT, how old are some of the stories written down in the text of the Hebrew Bible? And according to ChatGPT, it's 10,000 years ago. So, oh my God. Something may have happened at that time. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a very good story. Oh, Simon and more, that's a great story. I'm working on the Hebrew Bible. I've got a Substack now. I've been putting out things every week, a chapter a week. Yeah, I'm on my translation of the Bible is like 1,000 pages right now of commentary about the language and the grammar and the meaning. What's called the plain meaning of the text. Like if there was a no, it would be 3 cents. Yeah, so and that's like my big project, but I'd like to do a smaller one about Sodom and Gomorrah and the figure of Lot. That's a really incredible story. I spent about 2 to 3 weeks looking at Lot, his virgin daughters, the men circling his house. They're asking to know him. He ends up in a cave with his 2 virgin daughters and he sleeps with them. Or they lie with him anyway. Yeah, and have 2 kids at a certain point, and they become very important. Later on, they're the beginning of the Messianic line. So it's a very intricate tale. I think you can make some cool conversations between some of the main personages and they call the red tent. Can I ask you about the lot? Like how old was that story? Well, it's an explanation. I saw it in the morning, which is the around the Dead Sea. There was a conflagration of some sort. Smoking it back to the sun. What actually happened around the Dead Sea? It was quite catastrophic. Well, tell us. Well, the story of one, yeah, there was fire and sulfur pouring down the side of the Gomorrah. Yeah, it was the end of the plane. Yeah, so that's the southern part of the Dead Sea. You know, it is the Dead Sea because it was high salt concentrations. It was kind of closed off the coast. Yeah, so it's at least a description of what took place. What do you think it's describing? Well, I mean, you know, my perspective is volcanoes actually happen. Yeah, but people think of volcano. Some kind of volcano.
But totally saying, it sounds like a volcano, right? We know that there's been a bunch of those that have almost wiped people out entirely at certain points. The Togo volcano, that one, got down to, I think we looked this up before, but I want to say, I think we might have gotten down to just a few thousand people
On the whole planet.
like 70,000 years ago. 70,000 years ago, there was a massive super volcano that went off, and it, plunged the Earth probably into nuclear winter. And they think that our genetic line entirely of the human race on Earth came from this few thousand survivors.
Joe, can we take a
Yes, let it be.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll be right back.
No, seriously. We're back. Yeah, so we were talking about the alternative.
Yes, explain what you mean by that. Like these things are happening in an alternative dimension.
Right. Yeah, I think they're happening in an alternative dimension, like when you smoke DMT, you return to the same place each time. So there seems to be some reality, some DMT world that people return to. And one of my volunteers, one of the subjects in the DMT research, he goes one day and then a few months later he got another dose. And he said that it was very interesting. He said things have just continued apace since his first exposure, his first entrance into that state. So it had gone on in any time. And he re-entered. So in that way, there's in that same manner, world of the Hebrew Bible early on, Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, the Tower of Babel, all that took place at some different level of reality, which gradually made its way into ours. And once it made its way into ours, there's the archaeological evidence in the first temple, second temple, and so on. So there is a transition. Our was kind of merged. But in the beginning, it was an alternative dimension. The same God, I think, in different dimensions.
So, is this your own personal conclusion?
Yeah. Well, when I was on the show last time, you were asking if I believe those things took place. And my answer then was I take it as if it were true. And then I started to think, how I would do that. In what world would that be true? It'd be a different world.
Right. I feel like I've always believed that they're trying to record something. I just didn't always trust that human beings were completely honest with their recollection of events. So that there's something they were trying to write down, but was it really coming from God? Are these accurate events? What exactly happened with Noah and the ark? What really happened?
Well, you have three stories. 3 levels. Two of each. That's one pair or 7 pairs of birds. Well, of every living thing.
Yeah, well, it counts your feet. Animals eat other animals. The whole thing's nuts. You would need a lot more rabbits. You need so many animals to keep just the lions alive. Right? It doesn't make any sense. How's he getting them all from all over the world onto a stupid boat? Yeah. There's so many things that are wrong. Yeah. But the story of him being told that some shit is about to go down, and you probably should, restart your version of civilization somewhere. There's probably multiple, like the flood myth that we, whatever you want to call it, the stories of the flood that you get from Epic of Gilgamesh, that you get from Noah. There's not just those. There's many different cultures all throughout history have a flood story, right? So it's probably likely that some crazy shit went down.
That may have, there most likely was a flood. So what do you learn from it? Like how do you do better, or on what basis do you rebuild? So I think there's different orders. The biblical one is interesting because it's lineage from Adam to Noah, to Abraham, to Isaac, and Jacob, the tribes.
So when you talk about things happening in an alternative dimension, like, is that what you like the birth of mankind is as well? Like Adam?
Well, I mean, okay, sorry.
Just has an impact.
Yeah. The creation story. Man was created on the 6th day.
Right.
Along with mammals. It's a cool story. It's stages. People say, well, 7 days, that's not likely. The creation took place 7 times 24, I don't know, 140, something like that. 148 hours, 168 hours, the whole world was created. But it's broken into stages, 7 stages, which was one of the translations of words that is usually translated. It could also mean stages, or it could mean either a day, a period of time, a stage. So that's the answer that makes sense to me about the 7-day story of creation. So man was created on the 6th day, and then was placed in the Garden of Eden. And those events took place. The stories themselves are just, they're written down. And so people have been studying them for thousands of years.
Who do you think Lilith was?
No mention of Lilith in the Bible.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's the story of Lilith emerge?
Well, it comes from what's called Midrash.
What's that?
It comes from a word, Darash. It means to explicate, to expand upon, to investigate. So what happened after Adam and Eve sin? Did they have sex again? And they do have Cain and Abel. And the ensuing stories. And then there's a third son, Shet, is the inheritor of Adam's of his traits, his good traits and bad traits. It's like God as well. So there's a distinct lineage that is spelled out. Lilith was a demon. She slept with Adam after the sin of eating from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So there's a story that that built up around the biblical story that they were separated before they were separated for a long period. And yes, it was absolutely. Well, it was expanded in the Midrash that there was a demoness who slept with him for a couple hundred years. And then reconciled. Yeah. So Lilith she doesn't appear in the text of the Hebrew book as such. So nobody knows. There's a mythology that's run around Lilith as well. Well, isn't there some festival, some music festival called the
Lilith Fair.
Yeah. That's named after the spirit that the demon has.
You sure it wasn't like a lady named Lilith? She came up with
Are we sure? It was her neighbor. Lilith,
so what was the reason why the Book of Enoch, so it was not included in all the versions of the Bible by a decision of how many people? It was a few rabbis, right?
Well, the canon you're talking about, there's 22 books.
Right. Yeah. There's certain versions of it that they found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, that's identical, verbatim, which is really amazing, right?
Yeah. And there's Aramaic translations. Aramaic was the spoken language back there.
But the Book of Enoch was a part of all that, the stuff they found in Qumran too, right?
I'm just not. Well, I tried learning about the Book of Enoch. Yeah. There's only an Ethiopic version, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, have you looked into the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, well, I told you I've been listening to it on audio. But Ethiopia is a fascinating place.
Yeah.
Right? Because, that's the place where Graham Hancock started getting interested in the possibility that they have the Ark of the Covenant.
Right, there's supposed to be a tribe in Ethiopia.
They all get cataracts, and the people that are predicting it, they only live a certain amount of time, and then they die.
Yeah.
That's true, if any of that's true. If somehow or another there's people on Earth today that have an Ark of the Covenant, how can you keep that a secret? That's the craziest thing to be even allowed to keep a secret.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't even imagine.
I mean, can you imagine if they open up a door and there it is? Oh, like from Raiders of the Lost Ark, melts your face off.
Well, it would contain the Ten Commandments.
Yeah,
the original the original Ten Commandments.
Well, what do you think these guys are guarding in Ethiopia where they're getting cataracts? Because when Graham describes it, if you're telling me the truth, and I think you are, because you've never lied to me yet, if you're telling me the truth, these people that are guarding this place that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant are all getting radiation sickness?
Yeah. The Ark is hidden. That's what was said in the Bible, is that it's hidden. So we just don't know it. At least according to the Hebrew Bible, it still has been discovered yet. So it might be
it's just the craziest story ever. Because if it is true, if this one church has the Ark of the Covenant, hey guys, let us get a look at it.
Yeah. I hope they got it right.
Yeah, they should definitely make sure someone doesn't steal it.
Yeah. Well, the Ten Commandments, that's appearing in public schools now.
Yeah, I had a guy, James Tallarico, on to talk about that actually, but very staunch Christian, and thinks it's a terrible idea to have the Ten Commandments in classrooms. Because you're indoctrinating children, because it's a way to drive them away from Christianity. You're forcing it on them. He's like, we shouldn't do it that way, and certainly not do it in a way where you're only going to have the Ten Commandments, and you're not going to have anything about Buddhism, and you're not going to have anything about Islam, you're not going to have anything about baptism, or fill in the blank. Mormons, fill in the blank. Scientologists,
You'd have to have everything. You'd have to just keep going forever and ever and ever.
And then some lecture.
Yes. So he's got a good argument. I mean, I think he's right. I think they should stop doing that. If you want to teach it in a classroom that someone applies for, that's great. But like putting it on the wall of every class seems kind of insane. Apparently he was saying that it's just a couple of different gentlemen in Texas that are like super wealthy and super Christian, and they want this to be like a theocracy. Where have we heard that before?
In the Middle Ages.
Yeah, baby. But I just think it's what happens when people get a shit ton of money, a shit ton of power, and they start getting older. They need a sport. Take up a game that fascinates them instead of trying to global world dominate. You know, it's just people get to positions of extreme wealth and power, and they just want to manipulate things and make more money. And they want to do it forever and ever and ever, and they can't. You only live to be 120. If everything goes perfect, maybe today you might be able to. If you can make it to if you make it to 90 today, I bet you can live a lot longer.
If you live to 90.
Yeah. Like if you can.
I've lived way older than my father had. So I think, I think I'll live a lot longer. I married a young woman.
That helps.
I need to stay fit.
You know, that actually does help.
Live a longer time. Yeah.
There's been studies that show that men that date younger women, they have more active lives, they feel healthier.
I'm more active.
Yeah. But it could be those are the kind of women that are interested in dating that kind of guy.
I just don't know. Is it weird? Yeah. I don't know how it works.
The kind of guys that are more active and healthy, but also be the kind of guys that would want to date younger women, so as by a sample group, right?
Yeah, one of my analysts said it was a mystery. She had no idea. She hadn't seen patients for like 50 years. She said, I have no idea. It's a mystery.
Interesting.
And I think they're good together.
Yeah. Well, I think whatever makes you happy.
Well, that's it. That's the book of Ecclesiastes. It's about, emptiness. It's all emptiness. But at the end, you should make your wife happy and eat and drink and be married while you're alive. What do you think of that?
It's good advice. Solid advice. If I was living 2,000 years ago, I'd probably say the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
There's no medicine. You have no antibiotics. There's no orthopedic surgeons that are going to put your knee back together again. Yeah, I'd say that too.
It is bad when you have one doctor for every organ system.
Yeah, they didn't know anything. It's nuts. I mean, how many people died of infections back then? We're just not alone. That's extended life, like just antibiotics alone. It's extended lifespan so much because so many people that would have probably died got healthy again. So many people, and those people can maybe figure out some new way to bridge this gap and stop these viruses and stop this and stop that, and then we just keep getting better at it until we eventually get to the point where we're living as long as Noah.
600 years for Noah.
And that's probably when God gets fed up. He's like, enough. Well, you fucking animals. Maybe we're gonna repeat that process. Maybe we're gonna figure out some awesome new peptides, keep you alive for 500 years, and everyone's gonna be a dick to everybody else. And then eventually God will just have to drown us again.
I'm in college. We had to read a book about the funeral home industry in Southern California. I read this little novel by Aldous Huxley. Many a summer dies a swan. It's about these people who live forever by eating the intestinal microbiome of carp.
Oh, wow.
And they become like carp in a lot of ways. And I tried to get into one of these funeral homes. I asked to see
when people, did after death, and never heard back. One of those crazy college stories about looking into the funeral home industry, which is it's pretty big.
It's a weird business. You have the business of taking care of bodies, and you don't really have a lot of options, right? Like you're not like if someone dies, I don't think are you just allowed to let them fertilize some plants? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah,
Like you have to put them in formaldehyde. You have to do all that stuff.
I did an autopsy on a cadaver.
Look at this. That's what it's just.
Well, there's the surgery, which you go through as well.
Right. That was a lot of pause. Where we going with this conversation?
I know. Well, I love the Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
I spent all my time in it. Just the weirdest thing there is. Like,
Do you have any idea why the Book of Enoch was supposedly excluded from being included in the Bible? Seems to be some debate about that, right?
Yeah, I know. So there was I think the Dead Sea Scroll community used the Book of Enoch. It was like their Bible.
Right.
Yeah, very strange. Well, the thing about the Book of Enoch is really, very psychedelic. But there's not much, I don't think there's much in it as far as, Judaism itself. I mean, there's a discussion of the righteous being rewarded and the evil being punished, but you don't really learn what it means to be righteous. And you don't really learn from the Book of Enoch what's meant to be evil. You don't know how. There isn't all that much information in there. It's just a story, and it's really weird astronomical stuff too. But I think it may not have been included in the Bible because there weren't any ethical teachings. That could be had by reading.
No ethical teachings that could be had by reading. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the essences of Judaism, I think, is ethical monotheism. That's where, there's the golden rule, and there's one God. So it's ethical monotheism. So where were we?
Where were we?
Yeah, just
we were talking about the Hebrew Bible, and we were talking about, what else were we talking about? We were talking why the Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, but it wasn't accepted later. But some parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, right, that was the one that was found to be the oldest version of it. That was for real.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just, it was too psychedelic. It was too psychedelic. At least in Ezekiel, let's say, which is comparable. Daniel, too, is quite psychedelic.
6 technology with special forces device turns men into beasts. It emulates 54,000 crunches in 20. Making that call, how long ago?
Right, a long time ago.
To take that story out. I'm not buying this one, guys. Leave it out. Meanwhile, that's the one that's the most compelling to me.
So what do you like about it?
It's just so bizarre because it makes the whole thing. It's like, oh, okay, now I get the big story. The whole story's crazy, and the origin story, the Book of Enoch, like as it starts, like in the very first chapter, you're like, wait, what's going on? Fornication with humans and a race of giants? Like, what? What are you guys describing? Things coming down and watchers. What are you guys talking about? Like, what was this? This is so left field of the rest of the Bible, but it was included in the same, like those clay
pots that they found in Cuba. It was in there too. Just, you don't know what to believe. Like, what happened there? Well, yeah, you might not know what to believe. Like, you can also believe in one way of doing it as well. One way of doing it? As long as you don't get doctrinaire. Right. Yeah. You just do it yourself. Well, when I think about it, I just go blank. I just try to imagine, like, what are they even describing? Like, what does any of that stuff mean? It just seems so alien. There's watchers, and they mate with humans, and they create the Nephilim giants that consume and destroy the earth. Just imagine if that was left into the Bible, and they taught that in school. You'd go, what happened? Yeah, it sounds completely crazy. Yeah, it was a mistake. Yeah, that's why there's the flood. Yes, the earth was filled with violence. I believe that the reason is the flood. I mean, look, if we're this size, we have so many problems with each other. Imagine something that's like triple the size of us, that's running around with us, just picking us up and beating us over the head with each other. Yeah, one of the figures in the text is Og and Sihon, who are the kings of the Amorites in the land before the Hebrews take over. And they were giants. They were believed to be giants. Then talk about how the bed of one of the kings over Sihon was 9 feet long, 13 feet long. Yeah, so there were a couple still alive back then. So do you think those are real humans? They were giants. So you think they were real giants for sure? Are you 100% convinced the giants roamed the earth? Like there was 15-foot tall humans, monstrous humans? It may not have occurred. Well, that's the reason I think there's some alternative universe that's as real as this one, which was the site of a lot of stories. So when you say there's an alternative universe that's as real as this one, do you think we dance back and forth between possible universes? Do you think we're always in the constant same universe, or do you think like this concept of parallel universes or alternative universes, that these, you go back and forth between these? No, I think they're pretty well separated. So you think that the world was a different place back then, and that the doorway to go back and forth was easier to traverse? It was one direction. So do you think these things involved psychedelics while they were doing this? While they were writing all this stuff down? No, I think it involves the which would be down here whether it's possible too, if you're living in a world, like you can't imagine living in a world where how violent, like we're constantly surrounded by Wi-Fi and 5G, and we're eating microplastics, and glyphosate is on every vegetable, and we're like we're in a super constant. We can't imagine what it's like to not have that and to not be burdened down by electronics and all the different things people see. Like they're probably very different. Just human beings in general. I bet they're probably very different. And they're a lot of ways. That's why there was Symbol's good for you. Sometimes cities are fun. Yeah. Why are you living there? You're telling me there's nothing around you. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with going through phases, but I think ultimately people like to create around people just But it's, this point where there's too many people, and then people become like a nuisance to you.
Mr. Meaty.
Like, oh my God,
What up, pimp?
where all these people going? Then people become a burden. There's a nice balance to be had somewhere in there. I don't think it's like.
How's that light going?
That's the dream.
The motion detector light.
Well, yeah, it was inspired.
I know. How is it?
The problem is, if you're in the woods by yourself, there's things out there that want to eat you. And if you're by yourself, they're gonna know where you are all the time. Yeah, well, what's that cross country?
Dog. I just asked you a question. How is that light treating you? Okay, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, because if you look like you're out of breath, if you're tired, they think you're limping or something like that. They can't help themselves.
Any way that light can help your mic not suck? Okay.
And people have this romantic idea of what a mountain lion is. You say that until it kills your dog in front of you. Listen to me.
What's your... What are you watching on YouTube Shorts?
Some shit about this guy.
All right, that's baller. Oh.
Dangerous predator. California is the most ridiculous way. And when they find mountain lions, and when they do, they find that 50% of their diet is pets. You get something that 100% eats your dogs and cats, and you're allowing it to live in the woods near your house. Like, this is cookie. Yeah. There's plenty of them in the mountains, kids, okay? Yeah, coyotes are into this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If a cat was lost for a few days around your neighborhood, that's pretty much it. If you just let your cat out, you're basically like saying, yeah, I know it. You probably don't know it because they're everywhere now, too. Coyotes are in every single city in the United States. You've seen coyotes. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, they live across the road. Yeah. I've had coyote problems where they broke into my chicken coop and killed all the chickens. Yeah, coyotes do that. They're smart, too, man. They're fascinating. Yeah. They trick dogs into chasing after them, and then they all ambush them. Yeah. They're very clever. Yeah. Yeah. Wild coyote. I know, dude. Crazy. Get in the road where I'd be smarter than coyote. Coyotes are so clever. Have you ever read Dan Blair's book, Coyote America? It's really good. It's about the origin of the coyote and why the coyote is everywhere now. And part of it is because of the persecution by the gray wolf. So the gray wolves don't mate with the coyotes, but the red wolves do. The gray wolves, so they're from a totally different line. So they just kill the coyotes. Because the coyote is just a small wolf. And so what they figured out is that when a coyote dies, like when they yell out, hello, and it's like roll call. And if someone's on pups, so they have extra pups, and then they spread. So they extra pups, and then they move to a new place. And by doing, just because they were persecuted by the gray wolves, when they started getting persecuted by humans, like some human beings and extradited wolves, they killed them all off, except for a few in the upper northern parts of the United States, with strychnine. But they couldn't do it with coyotes. The coyotes just kept moving around, and suddenly they just went to different spots. They're very smart. They're super smart. They're in New York City right now. Right now, there's coyotes in Central Park in New York City. Little wild wolves running around Central Park, coexisting. Just big enough where they don't look threatening. They're just a clever little player of nature's game. It's a really good book, though. It's also about like what's called Coyote America. I could have sworn John McPhee wrote about coyotes. Remember John McPhee? Out in the Country, it's Alaska book. Well, I'm sure he probably wrote those about coyotes too. This is just different. This is about the origins of, coyote mythology amongst Native Americans. There's thought to be a trickster, and it is a uniquely American animal. It adapts. Yeah, well, it's too bad it's eating your chickens. Yeah, shit happens. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Well, it happened. They killed them all. My chickens in California, they got into a chicken coop. They killed like 9 of them. So the chicken coop got damaged because of the fire. So we had to get another chicken coop set up. And so when we set up the other chicken coop, it was one that you just buy from like the pet store, and it wasn't that durable. And the coyotes figured out how to open it. And they just fucked up these chickens. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, yeah, just all feathers. Feathers and blood. Yeah, it was horrible. They just wanted to, they just killed them all. They killed them all. They killed like 9 of them. But, that's the fucking game they play. And I love that they exist. I'm a fan of coyotes. I like hearing them at night. I think they're cool. I don't want them to eat my dog, though. Yeah, it's like... And they're not going to listen. They're like, hey, don't eat my dog, we're cool. No, they're playing a game. It's like, wait till you turn your back and they'll attack your toddler. I think besides, movie trailers, the things I watch on YouTube list are animals killing other animals. Yeah, bear. Why do you do that? Musker. Yeah, tree stories. It's pretty primal. It is? Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. These people were in India, and they were on some sort of a park drive in one of the wildlife parks, and they watched a tiger take out an animal right in front of them. A tiger took out a deer right in front of them. And they filmed it. Like, what's cool? Well, the ones I like are the warthogs. Oh, they're so weird looking, aren't they? Yeah. They're huge. They look like a Star Wars character. They look like a real animal. Yeah. It's like kosher pork. Interesting. It's unkosher. Unkosher pigs, yeah. And the things which are kosher that you cut and have completely split and separate. Right. Those are the main criteria for mammals. Do you think that's because of ancient diseases? Because it just makes sense that we know that trichinosis, a lot of that comes from pork, right? It all seems to be pigs are dirty animals. I had a friend who was insistent that, given the choice, pigs are very clean animals. So it's hard to say about the filth aspect. That's domestic pigs. Wild pigs are filthy animals. Wild pigs? Yeah, all of them. 100% of them. There's a difference between like a domestic pig. This is where it gets really weird. You take a domestic pig and you let it loose in the wild, and 6 weeks later it starts to morph.
Yo.
It starts to extend at the snout, its tusks grow longer, its fur gets thicker, it becomes like a wild pig. That's good. Yeah.
Yo, dog.
The early stages are really strong. Yeah, it quick. It happens quickly, like in a month or two. It's really weird. Yeah. I don't know how that works. Must be some intergroup thing. Must be their gonads and their pituitary and their hypothalamus. It's a really good question because, like, what would let them hit that switch and realize, okay, I'm on my own now. They're not just bringing me my food every day. Fuck. Time to get hard. Yeah. Well, it isn't a conscious decision on their part. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't take some. But I was thinking, like, if that animal is not, like, the Muslims don't eat it, and the Jews don't eat it. And you would imagine at a time where food was really important, and if you can get pork, that was way better than not having any meat, and you can't eat it because of your religion. To me, it seems like I bet at least some of the origin of that was there was a disease that was going through these people that were eating pigs. it's hard to say. You know, the ones that are kosher are the ones which were burnt up in sacrifice as well. You know, there were sheep and cattle.
Well, that might be enough.
Sheep and cattle and goats.
Right?
Yeah. Those were the sacrificial animals, the ones that were burnt on the altar, and also the ones that were eaten.
Well, do you think why do you think pork was excluded from both Judaism and also from Islam? Consumption of pork.
Yeah, it didn't meet the criteria.
Didn't meet the criteria for what?
For a kosher meat. It's just cut and used to have a completely separated
Right.
completely split.
No, I get that, but I mean, why did they come up with that rule?
Oh,
I think it seems to be that those are the animals that have the most amount of trichinosis, unless you're eating bears. So I don't know if they're eating any bears back then. Probably not. They're probably eating a lot of deer. And if you tried to eat that kind of wild pork back then and you didn't cook it correctly, you probably get violently ill or die.
Well, you know, there are causes, you know, there are reasons for some of the precepts in the text.
Right?
Yeah, that are medically established.
Yeah, like shellfish probably has to do with red tide, right?
Well, bottom dwellers.
Bottom dwellers. Yeah, it's interesting. Try to decipher, like, why do they have that stuff in there? Well, kind of makes sense. Pork, pigs rather do carry a bunch of diseases that can wreck human beings.
Yeah, well, the person that making the dietary laws knew that. Do you think that's the reason they wrote those dietary laws?
Yeah, but they didn't have meat thermometers back then, right? So I bet a lot of people ate some medium rare pork, or rare pork even, and got violently ill. Violently ill. Like trichinosis apparently is brutal. And you have it for life. So that, like, if somebody eats you, they get trichinosis, unless they cook it.
Yeah, I had C. diff some years ago. I even wrote a book on
Not a C. diff.
Okay, now I can woke up and
Oh, no.
something and just got hurt and then man, what's it about? I feel a little bit better then. I'm like, come on, girl. And I can't hear nobody. I see somebody. Dang. There was a person in here. Then I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear nothing. Then I had to hang up. And then I came back. And now here I am.
Well, I'm glad you're here. That's where I like you to be, girl.
Alrighty. See, I'm here. I'm staying out your way. Ain't no trouble. See, well, I'm here.
That's what I like.
Okay, going back to sleep.
Sweet dreams, girl.
Sweet dreams.
I was worried about you. Yeah, because you rounded back. Look at you. You look great. But there was a time where I was worried about you because you didn't sound like you were doing well at all. Like you were really struggling. And so,
yeah, that's one of the things that pushed. Well, I began reading concentration camp literature during that phase.
really,
Like how bad people had it and what did they do?
wow.
It was pretty inspiring. I like to read Primo Levi. He's my favorite author. Ellen reads Hell too. Auschwitz and the end of Auschwitz, like the end, the last month or two. Seemed like it was really something. Typhus, cleaning up after them for weeks, things freezing and bursting. Just nuts. So Primo Levi was a chemist, very clinical, took notes, remembered things. Very kind of dispassionate, almost journalistic description. And the kinds of things people can go through. Yeah, just that cheered me up in a way. I mean, distracted me. They had it way worse, and they had faith in something. So I think that helps, strengthen my faith. Like God wasn't done with me.
So, did you feel like you had an obligation to get to work once you got healthy again? Like God gave you his chance? Just bounce back? Return to the Mac?
Thank God. Yeah, it's great to see you looking healthy because I really do.
Probably Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K. Kevin Hart. I would say Kevin Hart. I know Bill Burr tried to charge strength to do it. So, I mean, he's got to make so much money off of this. He goes full Philly on that on the Saudi crowd. But he goes, and I know you killed that journalist, and I'm still selling my merch. And they're like, I dare you. He goes, now, 7 minutes left in the set. And I'm doing every minute. You got a bunch of shiny curly swords out. I'm doing the set. 2 minutes, you f***ass. And you guys had to buy Ronaldo when he was washed up. Dude, he's like, you get it. It's a sequel to Philly on the O&A tour. It's so funny. And then they just lock this shit. And then they just hold it up. He goes, all right, remember, what's the special on Hulu? Just the boss gets in the basketball. Comedy Fest in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I guess.
People get paid money.
Yeah, lots of money.
Who's getting paid the most? Probably Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K. Kevin Hart. I would say Kevin Hart. I know Bill Burr tried to charge strength to do it. So, I mean, he's got to make so much money off of this. He goes full Philly on that on the Saudi crowd. He goes, and I know you killed that journalist, and I'm still selling my merch. And they're like, I dare you. He goes, now, 7 minutes left in the set. And I'm doing every minute. You got a bunch of shiny curly swords out. I'm doing the set. 6 minutes. 2 minutes, you f***ass. And you guys had to buy Ronaldo when he was washed up. Dude, he's like, you get it. It's a sequel to Philly on the O&A tour. It's so funny. And then they just lock this shit. And then they just hold it up.
The option to go out gracefully. I think you just be feeling great. Yeah, you be feeling very graceful. Yeah, just one burst. I had a morphine trip when I had my knee operated on once in the 90s, and it was incredible. It was incredible. And people tell me this is not true, but I swear I remember this being true. That you could press the button anytime you wanted more morphine. Yeah, I think it's called patient-controlled analgesia. Yeah. People are like, no, you're remembering it wrong. I'm like, I don't think I am, man. I really.
No, he's right.
I remember hitting that button a bunch of times and being Jesus. It was like the most one-loving hug by the universe. It was just like this thing in bed while my leg is on this continual motion machine. You know what those are?
Let me still spit off the rip of the one and only. Guys, you've been asking, you've been back, you've been care to check out Bill Burr in Philadelphia. I don't know why it's called Philadelphia. It should be the brand. Hopefully this is the right video. I'll know when we start listening, guys. Do me a favor, go like, go subscribe. Karen has no idea what she's walking into. I don't want to ruin it for you. Let's just say people got really mean while other comedians were on stage. Then it was Bill's turn. Oh. So go like, go subscribe. I could be, no, my mind could be thinking of a different situation, but if I remember correctly, that's how it played out. I don't know. Go like, go subscribe.
Jill, stop talking to me. Like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just cook this side for a while. Just. You know what's funny? I'm cooking my brain talking about nothing. I'm just walking around like, yeah, I just got a cheeseburger. Oh, fuck all you people. You know what? You're fucking losers. I hope you all fucking die. And I hope the fucking Eagles never win the Super Bowl.
Sorry.
Something you're all gonna fucking die of, and I'm gonna laugh at your fucking funeral. It's gonna be great. You're all gonna get fucking cancer, which is fantastic because all your fucking heads are shaved anyways. No one's even gonna notice. You're gonna get fired for coming to work too late. They're not gonna notice that you got fucking bone marrow cancer. The only thing's gonna give it away is me laughing at you in the fucking background. You fucking bunch of losers with your fucking cell phone pictures. Fucking sucking dick. Fucking asshole. 11 more minutes of this. I hope you all get your Ford Focuses. You fucking drive off the side of that faggot ass Ben Franklin bridge. You fucking one bridge having piece of shit city and no one gives a fuck about. The terrorists will never bomb you people because you're fucking worthless and no one cares about you. You're the best lying punk. You're worthless. No one gives a shit. Anyone would never show up to you fucking assholes. I hope your mother has herpes in the center of her asshole and you go home tonight and you lick it, you get it on your tongue. And some other horrific shit happens that involves cancer. So all of you, 11 minutes left. 11 minutes.
I'm being sad. Drink something. Take a sip of something. She's still sick, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get through the sickness. But it's still.
He has a lot to say. You didn't take a breather.
I mean, people are heckling you, giving you shit. This is the last
Funny
person.
because now they're laughing.
This is the last person you really want to go heckle.
They're laughing. All right, go for it.
I hope somebody takes a fucking beer stein and just slaps you on the back of your zit-infested fucking shoulders and your awful man-tank tops. I hope that happens to you. The glass fucking digs into your fucking shoulder blade. And then I see you afterwards. Hey, how's it going? Enjoy the fucking show, that's great. And I grab you by the fucking hair, but you don't have any. You really have to come to this, people. You really have to come to it. I really hope all of you run into all those black people that you love so much here in Camden. I really hope that happens. I hope there's a line of all you guys getting fucking carjacked and they take out their big black dicks and they just shove them right in your fucking mouths, each and every one of you. And somehow they just keep repeatedly coming right in your fucking eyeballs.
This video may be age restricted or all of the above, just to give you a heads up.
Up so much that your eyes they fucking crust over. You can't see shit. And somehow there's another dick in there for you to suck. 10 minutes left. I'll get you this swing you on. Bunch of fucking losers. Fucking Rocky is your hero. The whole pride of your city is built around a fucking guy who doesn't even exist. Fucking Joe Frazier is from there, but he's black, so you can't fucking deal with him. So you make a fucking statue for some 3-foot fucking Italian, you stupid. Really cheesy fucking jackasses. I hope that cheese melts your fucking faces off. All of you collectively suck. Oh, fucking dick. A fucking movie. 9 hours into a fucking show. You and your fucking Donovan McNabb shirt. I hope we snap both his fucking ankles. First goddamn game. I hope we go home at fucking 16. I said suck a dick. Shit, you gotta fucking tell me, huh? Go back to the dump and go unload some shit. Your fucking warehouse working, weed smoking, fucking disappointment for your mother. 7 minutes left. 7 motherfucking minutes left.
It's a disappointment to you. Sex in the public. Oh, I love you. Sorry.
And I'm doing all fucking 7. You fucking assholes. Fucking stand up backstage for 3 hours. To get through with his GED fucking stupid ass piece of shit fucking crap. Bunch of fucking losers. I hope your fucking radio's fall on your head tomorrow. The fucking antenna goes right in your fucking ears. Fall out of one of those piece of shit buildings. Fuck all of you and fuck the Liberty Bell. Shut up, Ben Franklin's ass. What do you think about that? All of you motherfuckers, I hope that bridge collapses onto your pathetic lives. Go fuck yourselves. 6 minutes left, and I will be selling my CD after this shit, you motherfuckers. And the only way you get one is if I throw it at your fucking stupid heads. You bunch of racist fucking morons. Look at this. What are you taking a picture of me, Ron? This is the most. I'm saying all the shit I wanted to say for 14 minutes. This right here is the theme of my set. A broken mic stand. 3 motherfucking minutes left. 3 fucking minutes left. What's left? The Phillies, that faggot ass team in there for a female horse. You bunch of pussies. You want one fucking World Series since 1880s. Suck a dick. Bring Tucker brought back from the dead, you fucking jackasses. Maybe you win another one. It ain't ever happening. It ain't ever fucking happening. With your red candy striped faggot fucking uniforms. Your team should be selling cotton candy in the fucking instructional list. The other soccer team? That's all I got. I got a fucking ping pong team. Some other shit ass fucking team that's never gonna win a championship. Guys that won a Super Bowl since they had face masks, you fucking jackass. Norman Gabriel running around a fucking leather helmet. You're sucking dick. See your dad or something? You don't know who the fuck he is. I had my fucking shirt for this shit. Went to the Banana Republic, picked a $20 shirt off the rack. Fucking ridiculous. Getting booed by people sitting in the fucking grass. Not in launch seats. I should get fucking paid right now, people. Getting paid on the shit all over you guys and your stupid fucking rock t-shirts of bands that no one gives a fuck about. 4 minutes left. Fucking Rush fucking t-shirts. I beat the shit out of my girlfriend. Thank you guys for having me. You guys were phenomenal. Each and every. Oh no, I got 4 minutes left. I got 4 fucking minutes left to fucking talk about you cunts. That's not bad. That's not bad. 12-minute rant. This is the first time I said cunt. That's a fucking record. I'm gonna finish my set by taking this mic stand base like a fucking disc. I hope I hit a baby in the fucking head. One fucking kid would actually go to Chatham College in this fucking drop. What's that, sir? Dave Chappelle, yes, he's not here. I wish I was on his fucking tour right now. Maybe I would have a bunch of cunts not fucking paying attention. 4 hours into a goddamn show. 3 fucking minutes left. 3 minutes left in this motherfucking tirade. What's that? Sir, why are you screaming into the front row, you dumb fuck? God, this whole product is so massive. AIDS, full on, like fucking get weak as you walk to your fucking car. You just pass out, and they just find you. And they see your 83 fucking Monte Carlo with gravel embedded into the side of your fucking old ass fucking heads. Yes. What about not fucking interrupting me, you jackass? That fucking ripping your son. I'm fucking trying to deal with this bullshit. We get to the jokes. I got a computer recently, people. Fucking motherfuckers. 2 minutes left. This is gonna be my rider for the rest of this fucking tour. I go on first. I do 3 minutes. That's it. I come out here with a fucking gun. I guess with a fucking gun. Hollow tip bullets. I just start fucking shooting people. Okay? Remember they're chained in their fucking chairs. Fucking brains on them. Just walk on it. Just fucking walk. To the back of the head. And they come out in a fucking Mexican with those 2 fucking crosses of bullets. I just blow all your fucking brains out. I really enjoy everybody's brains. Just the next day somebody warming up. 3 pounds of fucking brains that are actually in this goddamn tower.
I don't remember this one.
Oh my god.
Listen, this doesn't change anything you said. I still fucking hate you people. I hate this fucking city. It's where you eat your little shitty ass fucking Subway. And I wish you fucking built something for Joe Frazier and get that fucking idiot. You guys all can win. Listen, I'm on the time, you guys. You guys are here, man. Thank you very much. You repeated yourselves on your own assholes. Have a good night.
You guys were here. You was like, you guys were here. Because usually typically you'd be like, oh, thank you for being here.
Great crowd.
You guys were amazing. You were here.
You were present, I suppose.
Oh, so this one was strictly just to give Karen a good laugh and see what happens when Bill Burr snaps off. There's other ones too. Well, it sucks for a comedian when you gotta walk out to, like, he's been in the back for 3 hours and he's like, I gotta do this time slot where y'all are on acid at this point. Like, what am I gonna say that's gonna make you in? You're not gonna be in this shit. And they're already pulling everybody on stage, giving them a hard time. They were just gonna walk off stage. He's gonna fuck that. I'm going out there. I'm doing my entire fucking set. That's why I kept saying I'm counting down the minutes and everything.
11 minutes.
He's a savage.
Every minute.
Bill Burr's a savage. He has some good ones. I like to think about, like, yeah, why don't you have Joe Frazier? You're fucking praising Rocky, a fictional character. He's at 3'7".
Yeah.
I think he was like 5'10". It's funny. He's at 3'10". Oh man, yeah, this video is not going to be monetized. Don't worry, we'll probably have an age restriction and everything. So, we hope you enjoyed for our sake. How'd you like it, man?
That was intense. I felt bad for the crowd, but also kind of not because they were being rude.
They deserve it.
Yeah, and I think he was like, I'm getting paid for this. You paid for this.
He said, I hope I hit the one kid in the face that was going to make it out to go to college out of this fucking city. I was like, oh my God. I've only heard this, I think, once or twice before. And I now that I'm listening to it again with better quality, I was like, oh my God.
He said the terrorists would skip the fuck over.
Yeah, he was like, hey,
I didn't know you sit there and eat your fucking little sandwich.
it's in your Subway. You said you're one fucking bridge habit ass. She said he was one bridge. Oh, man.
I got really crazy.
I was afraid that was going to happen. We had to do it, guys. Thank you for watching. It means a lot. We hope you enjoyed it. As you can tell, this one's still a little sick, so we got to go take care of her. If you guys enjoyed this, you want more Bill Burr, you want more comedy, you know what to do. Hit that subscribe button, comment down below what you want to see. Yes, we are seeing the suggestions, hence this popping up right now. So let us know, and it's on to the next one, baby. What should they do?
And subscribe, please.
It would mean a lot if you did, and helps us out with YouTube. And
show up if you can, if you're close by, and cheer these people on and enjoy an evening with them and have some fun and ask some questions yourself that you've never been able to ask before. But we're going to be taking some phone calls later on. We'll see how everything works out, so that way you can ask Team Washington or Team Boswell yourself some of the questions and see if you can't get the answers that you've always wanted to get along the way. And we'll see which one's more popular with the questions, too. I guess we can take a look at that. Okay, Okay, so let's get back. We just did. Steve Edmondson is with me. He's going to be one of the heavy hitters later on in the debate. He's with me along the way as Mr. Howard goes south. And he is helping me to keep everybody introduced and keeping everything. It's the attorney in Steve that he can organize and dig the facts so well that I need his help to make sure we say these things correctly. Okay, so Steve, let's catch everybody up for those that have just joined us. We had Vince and Paul on, and they just gave kind of their opening arguments. And now we're going
Hey, welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Our last episode, it got taken down by the man. Yeah. You know, we tried to put up the video of it, and it was live. What does premiere mean again? Premiere just means that the episode is premiering. Premiering, yeah. Okay. I thought it was like live. I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
It's basically the same kind of component as live, but it knows it's not live.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it got taken down, but not a copyright strike.
Yeah.
Just a regular old strike.
Yeah, no, just a claim, just a claim.
Someone made a claim against us that it was not ours to use, but the audio episode is up, so you can listen to it on that. And you know, we came to an agreement. No more. Well, unless Shop does something really crazy.
Oh my God.
Episodes. Yeah. You know what? I take it back. That could very well be.
Oh my God.
So, in the future, I mean, who knows?
We came to an agreement before.
What if we are? Yeah, I know. Well, we're gonna do the agreement we came to is 10 minutes of Shop every episode.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you said that.
Oh my! I didn't. You said that, and I denied.
Yeah, well, overruled. 10 minutes of Shop up front, or we watch a clip or something like that of Shop. But what could he do next that would get? Like, he did a 25-minute YouTube special. What could possibly be the next thing? I'm fucking,
definitely like a racist tweet. That would be great.
Yeah, of course we covered that.
Yeah.
But how long can an IG video be? Like on TV, IGTV? It could be long, right?
I think it's like an hour you can make the video.
What if he did a special on IGTV next?
I would be proud.
Dicey. It's so fun to do that shit. I saw a shout out to Alistair Lawrence. I saw my chat box. The entire night he was like, that's my beautiful dog. He's like, Dicey. And like, what else you got, Jen? And Blockbuster, we're having a good time this year. And I'm supporting, look, I don't know, you probably can't see, but got the Gringo Coffee t-shirt. Thank you, friends for sharing. And Bush for saying a birthday gift.
I like how I didn't ask, but you sent me a picture of the shirt. Yeah, you should post me that for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of want to do that now that I didn't pay for it.
I brought it up, you make sure to
Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation. I don't know whether I'm more Thick Boy Squad or more Fighter of the Kid subreddit.
I think you're getting thick because you had some steak today, dude.
I know. I went on the firm's dollar. I went to Houston's. Got a wood grilled prime rib.
AKA Wined and Dine, dude.
Wined and Dine and paid for it. Got some shared a key lime pie. That was pretty good. It's been a good day for me. So my best day of my life.
I have an update, by the way.
What's up?
So I went to Tacos Apoyo the other day, and it was a different cook. If you remember the story. Do you remember the story? About Miguel fucking leaving the country.
Right, he didn't pay for his burrito or whatever.
Yeah. And why did the lady let us slide? because she said that it was a different cook that was there. This was the fucking cook, dude, because he treated us with a fucking attitude, dude. All right. Yeah. What did he do? So we ordered our stuff for here, whatever. And he put all our stuff in the to-go stuff. And you know Miguel, right? He walked over to the guy and he was like, but I ordered it for here. And so the guy grabbed his food with his hand, just like full on, like exposed mulita, whatever. Grabbed that shit and put it on a to-go or for here plate.
If I was a taco truck guy, I could see having fun disrespecting Miguel.
Yeah.
He's so soft-spoken. Respectfully, he's like, hey, dude, I ordered for here. And then you're just like, oh, I'm gonna fuck with this guy. Fuck this soft-spoken, nice guy. What are you gonna say about this? You're looking at him the whole time.
Yeah.
I put your shit on a plate. I don't know why I'm turning him into Sebastian Maniscalco. Aren't you embarrassed? I can't even do Sebastian. Look at this.
It's on a plate now.
It's on a plate. What are you gonna do, Miguel? Yeah, so it's 10 minutes to shop. We promised the people.
Right now, 10 minutes?
10 minutes, pull up a clip.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Once you pull up a clip, I will put it on my watch, 10 minutes to shop.
All right, you got.
What if, like, there was a study done and that's all people can take? Doctors say over 10 minutes of shop can cause migraine, headaches, and anal bleeding.
Trust me, less than that can. Here we go.
All right, I'm starting the timer now.
2 weeks ago, I was in New York doing press for my special that dropped, Gringo Poppy.
Really, dude?
So what's next? What's the next stop? I go, Philadelphia. Even freezing can go one way. Disgusting.
Wait, who said disgusting?
Cool, man.
I don't know. I think he's saying just like people like that he talks to.
Right after the South Street shooting, he's doing this.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Damn. There was a shooting there?
There was a shooting. It's so crazy. That shit is insane. 3 people started just shooting people randomly on South Street. I have no idea why. I don't think there's been any arrests or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because they were trying to prevent Shop from doing stand-up there.
Jesus Christ, Brendan. Leave it to you, dude.
I did not have that pre-written. That was just
Leave it to you.
came out of my head. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God.
Those people.
I love this place. I don't get the hate from Philadelphia from everybody. I don't get it, man. The unwarranted hate. You guys are like the Brennan Shaw of America.
He's leaning in. Not bad. Yeah, leaning in. Maybe he's taking my advice. Is he watching Raccoon Tweeties?
Maybe.
Is the Gringo Poppy watching Raccoon Tweeties?
I'll say one thing, dude. It's deal for.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You go.
To Dallas.
Dallas.
See, we get credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
We're not just haters.
Oh, cheesesteaks. My favorite.
God, why is he so hack immediately? God damn it. Moron. We're trying to... Like, he had the one joke that he's ever done where it's like, you know what? Self-deprecation, a little bit of self-realization there. Immediately hack steak and cheese jokes.
Yeah.
Brought Pats and Geno's. God. Moron. All right, put it back.
Right outside.
Dicey. Dicey.
Yeah, this is very dicey.
Right out the right hand, we're still up. Right outside. Get that. Oh, man.
Yo.
Failing father. You guys playing the scrum master. We got.
What's going on? How are you? Well, my friend, you're difficult to hear. You're really low.
What about now?
Oh, like 1,000 times better.
Yeah. So, how was your day?
So far, so good. I've got my bots going.
Nice.
I am excited for tomorrow. We got fantasy football. It'll be a big day. And had some friends come in. We played some games. And just relaxed. Now I'm watching some podcasts. What about you?
Like, just woke up. I just wanted to talk with you, like, a little bit after that I will go to the work, because when I talk with you, it is like make me relaxing, something like make me like hang on with the hope, like
Absolutely. Well, that's really sweet of you. I mean, all I can tell you, we have a thing in the United States. It's known as the Grand Canyon. You know what I mean by the Grand Canyon?
what does that mean?
The Colorado River dug a canyon into the ground, and it's like one of the biggest. You know what a canyon is?
Wait, let me
Yeah, look up Grand Canyon. It's GRAND.
how can I type it?
Okay, so GRAND.
GREN.
No, AND.
Okay.
And then canyon is CANYON. No, CANYON.
CAN.
Okay, look at pictures. Go to images and just look at it. Okay, so all of that started with one water drop. Basically, at one time, it just rained, and that created a little stream, and that stream eventually created a river, and that river eventually created that canyon. And it's a lesson to me as a streamer that the more that I stream, the larger my canyon grows. And if I do something enough, basically, if I stream every single day for 100 years, people will find out about it. It's just a matter of time. And so I just need to be patient. It took millions of years, basically, for that canyon to be dug, or thousands of years at least. And eventually it became this massive, massive project, but it all started with just one drop of water. And in the same way, my stream started with me just doing one live stream, basically. And here I am closing in on 4 years of streaming. And when I started this Discord, it was like, wasn't it was like just like a year ago. It wasn't that long ago. And I have over 2,000 people in here now, which is just a huge, massive amount of people. And I get people from all over the world: Australia, Iraq, Israel, France, United Kingdom, Africa, Canada, absolutely, South America, United States, big time. And so we basically created this beautiful community. And what I have to say is the most interesting things in the world to people. People are sick and tired of divisiveness, basically, like just complaining about people. What people want to talk about is future technology and things that we can do to improve the world. And these are very exciting aspects of my life and what I've been able to discuss. Thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of years ago, people wrote diaries just every day. The sky was blue today and it rained and I ate a chicken, and that was my day. And, you know, they would write journals and diaries. Well, essentially, this is just a video journal or video diary, but it's really the most powerful way to communicate in the world. And it will allow me, the fact that my data is archived, I'm creating like a new Bible or a new Epic of Gilgamesh or a new Talmud. I mean, it's so much data that it's going to take years for people to be able to digest. Like right now, if you just watched one of my streams, it would take you 4 years to see everything that I've done. And you haven't seen in the upper left corner, you're going to that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that link into Google and look how many live streams I have going simultaneously. Exactly. And that's what makes me different than any other streamer. No other streamer gives you a view of their life in 360 degrees. and so that you can literally watch every aspect of my day. And I do it for multiple reasons. I like the redundancy of the streams because sometimes apps crash or disconnects happen or just things happen with the internet that you can't control. So the more streams that I have going simultaneously, the better of it. Additionally, sometimes I get copyright strikes. Like I was telling you, like the reason why I couldn't watch the Silk Road with you on my stream is because I'll get a copyright strike. In order to avoid that, is play multiple types of media so that it tricks the algorithm into not knowing that something that I'm watching is copyrighted. So a lot of times, if I watch like live sports or something, I'll just put on a podcast that I'm not paying to which I'm not paying attention, but it just tricks the algorithm so that it saves my data. But essentially, this is uh, the story of a human life. It is an incredible amount. So just to watch one of my streams, it would take 4 years. Now you saw it right there. I've got like 20 different streams going. So that means it would take like 80 years just to watch my YouTube content. Now that doesn't include my other social media. So I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. I have more social media than that person ever. Exactly. So people, exactly, when they find out about me, it's going to be like a treasure hunt, and they're going to do everything. We're in the wild, wild west of the internet. I don't know if you are familiar with that term. I'll elaborate. So when Americans were starting to move westward towards California, there was like there were like native tribes and there was wilderness, and so it was called the wild wild west. Like anything could happen. It was basically a lawless land, and that's what the internet is right now. We don't currently, at least in the United States, have an internet ID, but you will in the future. The United Kingdom has already said that they are creating this and that it's going to be implemented very soon. So once once that happens, you won't be able to create 20 different YouTube accounts. You will have one account, and if you mess it up, you're done. That's it. But basically, my archive will still be there. So there are people who, I don't know if you know what graffiti is, but it's like when people take spray paint and they just spray paint on the walls of things and just leave it, and it's their art. Okay. Well, basically, I've made the entire internet my graffiti. Basically, like I just put myself out there, and generations of people will study what I've done. And when I talk life extension technology, I really mean this. I don't think I'm going to die. And that may sound loony to some people, but I'm a realist. And I know how science has advanced. And we're already having people with brain computer interfaces successfully implanted in their brain where they can use a computer without a mouse. They're quadriplegic. They can't use their arms, they can't use their legs, but they can control a computer. We already have that. The first successful Neuralink implant brain computer interface is a man named Nolan Aspro. And basically, this man lost the ability to use his arms and legs in a diving accident, but he can play video games better than you or I can or anyone else on earth. He basically has an auto aimer in his head, and it allows him to be able to use a computer faster than a regular person. And there have been other implants of that. Now, 10 years ago, that would have seemed like science fiction. Like, that would have seemed like that's impossible to do. But we already have that. That person lives with that on a daily basis, and they've already implanted it in another half dozen people. And then they've created a cap that allows you to have essentially a wireless brain computer interface. This is already this has already been done. So for me to think that the ability to have life extension technology, I mean, scientists already calculate that the first person to live to be 200 years old is already alive. And the idea that from there we can have mind uploading technology where we scan someone's brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what they able to do is live a digital immortality. That's that's not that far away. And when people are like, "Well, that just seems like future talk," so did the brain computer interface that they already implemented. So would AI. And especially with the gift of AI that we have, we're going to be advancing through society so much faster. I don't know if you've seen the advancements that we have in robots already, but these robots are able to fight people and like they get thrown down and they automatically just get right back up. They're able to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and never need a break. That's going to replace the human in every aspect of society very, very quickly. So, with those things being said, you're on the cusp of something very exciting, and I'm here to be a positive individual. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future, and I'm here to give people hope. And so, if that's something that you need, I'm definitely here. I can only control what I can control. I have streamed my life IRL outside, as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, in at Disneyland. I've already have like this huge archive of data of me outside, and now it's about me focusing my life on people, finding out about what I do. And I know if I just stayed in Discord all day and didn't even promote myself, I would eventually, if I didn't get my Discord ban, be very successful with what I do. However, I know I'm going to be much more successful because I create robots. And what these robots do is they essentially promote me on Twitter and other platforms as well. And then I get random people in here and they find out about what I do, and they're a lot of people are skeptical. They're like, "Wait, so you stream your whole life online?" Yeah, I do, but what I do is different than other people who just quote unquote stream their life. I archive it. So, like what you're doing right now, you can go back to my old video files and watch what I was doing. Not everybody not everybody does that. In fact, I don't know another person who does that where they want to give you the gift. Watch 12 hours of my life. You watch all of my videos. They're all like 12 hours long with 0 views because I'm putting out so much content. But what people are going to be able to do in the future, and is already being done, is AI is able to parse what I do on camera and then create summaries. So you'll just be able to go through and be like, oh, this is when Rabbi has this discussion. This is when Rabbi talks to this person. This is when Rabbi did this. It just basically gives you a breakdown of everything that I do, which will make it a lot easier for people to be able to digest all the content that I have. And it's going to be extremely exciting. I mean, when I say, um, like I'm sure you're aware of the importance of petroleum. Petroleum is a natural gift that your country has and that area of the world, but also other areas of the world, and how valuable it is. It has built Riyadh, and it's built Dubai, and it's built Abu Dhabi. And when I say to you, in 2018, The Economist magazine, basically the most influential magazine in um, economics, stated that data overtook petroleum as the number one resource. And I have more data of myself archived than any person ever. That will make me a very influential person. I don't know if you know who John D. Rockefeller is or was, but he's basically the person who started Standard Oil. And that became the largest oil company in the world. And that's what I basically am, except I do it with data. So these things should make you very excited.
Yeah. So, like when I finished my work yesterday, like I got a weird idea, so fucking weird idea, you know. I said, this guy, he's so much good, man. Like, if I told him, I think like maybe 15 gonna be like inviting me to the United States to work at your home. So that's gonna be like make me leave my country like and go to the United States.
Yeah, if you want to know how that's going to work, somebody's going to see what I do on Twitter, and they're going to say, "This is really wild. I'm going to repost what this person sent me." And then that's going to gain traction. Then the whole world is eventually going to be like, wow, there's one person who you can watch at any given time. And there are going to be people who want me to do endorsements for them. So cryptocurrencies and products and cars and uh, data companies and science companies, all kinds of things. And I'll be able to make a lot of money with that. And what I'll do is basically have like a trust, basically a for lack of a better term, a bank account. And I'll say, just if you like what I do, send donations to this bank account. Every single person who has helped me along my stream, I'm going to write them a check. And so I will write you a check or make a deposit into your bank account. And it'll be like $1 million or $100 million. And you won't have to work in the United States. You'll be able to help people in Iraq, but you'll be able to move here if you want. Or anywhere you want. You'll be able to have multiple houses.
Well, actually, I am like I don't like my country anymore because the weather is so hot. By the way, like it is, man, you can feel your ass cooking alive actually when you are live here. So when I go through like this idea, like when I work with you, I don't want money from you. I just want something like just for like when I get work, okay. I don't want money from you like when I do a home service for you. I just like sleep all what I want. Like just invited me and I go work and do the homework service and all that's what I want. Like just move to America because it is gonna be better for me and that's all my dream. And I've told you before.
Yeah, I mean that's not hard to do. You could do that now. I know it's more difficult, but yeah. Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the money that you need to be able to pay for a visa or citizenship or whatever it takes, and you'll be able to take your mom and your sister and anyone else you want and buy a house anywhere you want in the world. But specifically, if you want to live in the United States, you'll be able to do so. And then you do whatever you want. You start your own business. You start your own charity. You invest whatever you want. Ideally, I'd want you to help other Iraqis. Look, I am someone who lived through multiple Iraq wars, and I know how unjust it was of what the United States did in many ways. And the people there deserve better. And I want you to be able to start educational charities and philanthropic organizations to help young people like yourself who don't have to get beaten in school, that they have excellent schools, places where they learn about computers and technology that are air conditioned, places where they learn about social justice and how to treat people well, and they don't have to worry about perhaps a regime that's going to hurt them. Those kind of things are important to me.
Yeah. Well, if I want to make the technology on my country on the school on Iraq, like they gonna kill the idea when I get like when I like get service to my country. Like I am want to teach the kids the technology and the youngs. They will never accept me. Why? Because like
This isn't just a game, it's a once in a generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high flying dunks, 100 years of show stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
If your kid is sitting in a savings account, it's a risk. Old school advice says save more, but today the strategy is broken. When inflation spikes, print money, cut rates.
like there is fish. I'm gonna see this word. I'm gonna send it to you. Okay. because I don't know how to say it.
Spell it for me.
I send it to you on the chat, the private chat.
Okay, I don't use those accounts. So if you, I don't use those accounts for chatting. So I'll send you a message.
Okay, here we go.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM. Hello there, Connie Ellis, and a shout out.
Okay, so what you wrote. Okay, no, I do see this. There are phobic configurations that prevent the thing and do not support it. Dog. They've only been around for like 20 years. They haven't been around that long. When I say to them that I want to rebuild Babylon, that's going to be very interesting to them. When I say to them that I want to create air conditioning outside like they have in Dubai, that'll be very interesting to them. All of the oil that they possess, they didn't possess 20 years ago with Saddam Hussein. He's gone. And unless they want the same type of result that he had, they're going to listen to me. I'm going to make them recognize that it doesn't matter if you're Sunni or you're Shiite Muslim or you're Catholic or Protestant Christian or you're Orthodox or another type of denomination of Judaism, that we all don't differ that much, that we all basically have the same traditions. We all come from Abraham. As Jews, we've come from Jacob and Isaac and Abraham. As Muslims, your or their story comes from Ishmael, and basically we all have the same father, at least from a patriarchy standpoint. And if I had this conversation with someone, was it from Qatar? No, somebody from. They actually had an Iraqi wife, and they came in not recently and recently, like within the last week, and they're like, okay, so like most people are gonna like what you do, but what about the people who are like, women need to wear hijab? Okay, that's fine. If you want that, that's cool. We're gonna create a biodome, basically a place where they can live if they want to wear hijabs and things like that, but at any point those women don't want to wear a hijab, they can leave. And eventually those people who have these really strict customs will die out. And we won't have to worry about them anymore. We won't have to go to war with them. We don't have to kill them. They'll just basically die out. And there are ways.
And I ask it, I'm sorry, like, and I ask it myself when they killed and torturing the people, like, if they said that God tell us we have to kill the people, then why did God create the heaven and the hell? So what is the point of this part? Like why the God create the heaven and the hell, and you are killing the people?
Well, I don't.
Like, yeah.
They would have to understand that I don't want anyone to die, and they shouldn't either. And also, they should understand that they don't know that if I'm human enough to say, as a rabbi and Orthodox Jew, that at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know if there's a God. We don't know if our religion is right. We don't know even if the sky is blue. These are just things that we interpret, but nobody really knows anything. And I could say the same thing to them, that you may have a story that's relatively new in the big scheme of things. At a religion standpoint, my religion, we take the beginning of the world 5,786 years ago. And Islam is like 1,400 years. It's not that long. Like, that's not long at all. It's relatively new. So we explained to them, look, maybe Muhammad was right. Maybe Moses was right. Who knows? We don't know. You're just doing what your parents told you to do, and what their parents told them to do, and what their grandparents told them, et cetera, et cetera. But basically, if you recognize that you don't have a boss until, and I'm also going to be live streaming this. So that's a huge power. This isn't going to be behind closed doors. Basically, I'll put pressure on them to say, look, you need to stop torturing people and executing people. You should. Now, that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be justice, but you don't have to have torture and punishment to the point where people die. If somebody does something incorrectly, well, there are scientific ways to punish them. Uh, there Scientists are experimenting with a way that you could essentially do an entire prison sentence in a minute. So it feels like you were in jail for like 10 years, but only a minute really goes by. It's like something that's implanted in your head. So I say to them, look, you've got to recognize that there are new ways. If you guys like to torture people, there are new ways to do it. Now, do you want me to use these types of devices on you? Because we're much more advanced than you are. And,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Just my mother.
You do what you need to do, big dog.
You guys claim it, that's fine. That's fine, I get it. I claim it too. Was here long enough to claim it as a Philadelphia. I get that. You know what works about Ben Franklin? I don't know how long it's gonna be before that dude gets canceled. I won't be canceled. I don't want that at all. But dude, get some George history, man. Dude, you cancel culture canceled Dr. Seuss. You don't think they're gonna come for our boy Benny Franklin soon? Have you really think who? Dude, I toured his house. I'm like, dude, I gotta check out where the house.
Really, dude? What's cancelable about
I know he got with a lot of chicks.
Okay.
He was like, I think he's well known for getting with prostitutes.
Well, he was also openly racist.
Oh, well, he wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the time, that probably makes sense. They all were. You know, I mean, they're in the time of slavery.
Well, he was more openly racist than the founding fathers.
Than others, so he's more racist than the others.
Like Thomas Jefferson was having sex with his slave, but he was also trying to abolish slavery.
And Ben Franklin wasn't trying to abolish
Ben
slavery.
Franklin was like straight up just saying like that black people are inferior and stuff.
What scares me about this clip is Shaw may know more about Benjamin Franklin than I do, but only because he just read Wikipedia recently.
And you graduated college, dude.
Yeah, I did, but I don't remember every fact about Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
You know. So, but I'm skeptical that Schaub is going to come up with a good joke or point about this because he talked about Benjamin Franklin, but said nothing that he's done, and then brought up Dr. Seuss. So, you know,
His favorite author.
That's a 1 out of 3 has read.
Really, dude?
All the places you'll go, the place you'll see, and it's just him going to Dallas. I'm a Dallas. It's different.
It's a subreddit. Way more content than mine. Dude, it is.
See? That's too inside. I don't like that one as much. It also doesn't make sense. It does because
I got very good
Benjamin
news.
Franklin does not have a subreddit.
What is your good news?
I get very good news. Wait, just let me charge my phone first. Alright. You got it. Yes. So my mother, when I go to her, she asked me about get for her a water. When I give her the water, she said, "Your uncle, like your brother, he is gonna take care of her." So yeah, finally, it's so she just said that because like for I have better life or she know I'm gonna like travel, and she said like you have to don't worry when you travel, you have to don't care about me because my brother, he will take care of me and of your sister.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you could move to the United States
so
now.
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, that's wonderful.
Thanks God.
That's wonderful. Okay, so then what you've got to do is start saving your money.
Yes, I'm gonna saving my money for moving. So maybe I will come to you and like maybe we do work together. You know,
Oh, I
if you
understand.
accept that, like if you accept that, actually, if you don't, I will never come to you and will like you will never see me.
No. That's fine. I want to see you. I just want to go viral first. I've had fans come visit me from like 8 hours away, and it's fine. But the the people with whom I live don't want random visitors from across the world coming to visit, uh, because it's happened in the past, and they're just like normal people. They don't want like a celebrity living in their house or whatever. They don't want people just randomly coming in and stuff. But I can help you with everything that you need, and that doesn't mean in the future
Oh my god.
that we can't help
My
you.
dream. Oh my god. I can't believe that because I am going over my dream. I take the road of my dream. I select that road. Yes. Finally.
Okay, so then you basically have to save money, get a plane ticket to the United States, and you should also know that um like Donald Trump, who is the president right now, he can't be president.
First.
He can't be president again. He's uh, term limited. So the next president is probably going to be more liberal and let all the people who were deported back. So like it'll be like there won't be as much pressure on kicking people out, and so you just have to wait a little. I mean, like you don't even have to wait. You could come right now. Like I told you, there's a guy who I a year ago was talking to from Tunisia, and we were just talking, and I was like, all right, well, if you want to get here,
No. I'm not getting an airplane from Iraq to New York City. I will go to Las Vegas.
okay, why don't you just fly to Las Vegas?
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me see Google Map.
Why do you want to go to Las Vegas? Las Vegas isn't a good place for Iraqis. Come to Los Angeles.
Oh, sorry, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Apologize, my bad.
That's okay.
The happiness, like, it has controlled me now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so you just have to fly from Baghdad to LAX.
Yeah. Let me see. Where is LA? All right. So here we go. No, this is Australia. All right. Oh, here we go. Mexico. All right. Search. LA. Here we go. Oh, it's so closer from Baja, Mexico. Like if I take this road, and yeah, it is. No, it is not here. Where is LA? Oh, there is Los Angeles City. Oh, there it is. Here we go. So I will become Los Angeles. Yep. So come from Mexico, Baja, and
Yeah, but you don't even want to do that. It's just easier. It's easier to just fly to Los Angeles.
but like you don't know where is like how can I tell you that like it's not easy to give me like the visa for traveling. America not giving the visa to Iraqis.
Yeah, you're right about that. Okay,
Yeah.
so then
Yeah.
just go to Mexico, and then
Yeah.
travel north.
So So I have to like walk from Baja, Mexico to the United States.
No.
Not
Look at Tijuana. I'll spell it for you.
Right, Tijuana. Let me see. Where is Tijuana? Tijuana. Where is it? Tijuana.
Let me spell it for you.
All right, spell it for me.
TIJ
TIJ.
UANA.
Oh, I found it. Oh, there it is. the same place.
Same place.
Same place I'm talking about.
Same
yeah,
place.
same place I'm talking about.
Okay, fine. So you just fly there, and then you walk up.
Yeah, there's the airport. Yeah, and I'm gonna walk.
Well,
And,
so here's the thing. You can watch videos of people doing this. There are like holes in or like open doors, and you can just walk in. Or if you want, you can seek asylum.
Wait, hold on.
Like the
Just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
It's just not a funny, like,
Yeah.
it doesn't really land for me.
Also, Brendan Schaub did not invent anything.
You're comparing inventing electricity to.
Well, also, Benjamin Franklin also paid somebody off to invent electricity, apparently. Like, he saw some dude doing a trick with the kite, and he was like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then,
okay.
Think,
So
Yes, sir.
so basically, like you have multiple opportunities. I want you to do this the legal way, and if that fails, then you do it the illegal way. But you basically just need to walk to the border, which is like a few miles from Tijuana. It borders it, and you say, "Hey, I'm from Iraq, and I need to seek asylum." And they'll be like, "Okay, why are you seeking asylum?" And you'll be like, "Look, they killed my dad, and there's like they're gonna kill me, and so I had to leave the country." And they can either let you in as an asylum seeker, and then you get a court date, and then you eventually it's like 5 years in advance. So you get to work here and live here and get a driver's license and get food stamps and everything that you need to start your life here. And then you have a court date like way into the future, like 10, 15 years into the future. Like you'll already be established by then. You could already have a child in the United States. I mean, and then that child is American, like by default, basically, according to current law. They may change that, but
Well, the first thing I have to do now, I have to like make a passport, Iraqi passport. After that, so I have to get $800. Right? Yeah, $800. So that's gonna be take a few months from me. Oh fuck.
it'll take 50 days.
Yeah, something like that. But this 50 days I wanna eat and I wanna like.
I understand that. You've got rent to pay. Yeah, okay. Well, look, I'm telling you, you will not be the first person who went this route. I told you this yesterday, but there was a guy in Tunisia, and he and I really connected with the idea of desalination technology because he's like, look, I live in Tunisia, and we have the Mediterranean Sea, but none of the water is drinkable. And I explained to him how desalination technology works, and he's like, oh, that's great. And he took a boat, I believe, to South America, and then just walked up, and then like this is within the last 2 months he came in here, and he's like, yeah, do you remember me? And I'm like, no, who are you? And he's like, we talked I'm from Tunisia. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember you. And he's like, yeah, I did what we talked about, and I'm working as a security guard now, and in California. And I'm like, oh well, that's great. And I was like, well, where in California? Like, and he's like, well, I don't really want to say because I don't want to get in trouble. I'm like, okay, that's totally fine, but that's wonderful. You could be my neighbor, and I don't even know it. And it's just a really beautiful story. And so okay, but let's look at what's the worst thing that can happen to you. You come to the United States and you get caught, and they deport you. Okay, you tried, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't come back again. It's not like if you fail, then you just try again. You make it your life goal. There are people here who have made it their life goal. Look, I know a lot of Iranian people, and they had the revolution, and they became very, very successful in Southern California. Extremely successful. Some of the most successful people in Southern California are Iranian. And many of them tried the first time and failed, and then tried again and tried again and tried, and then they had children here, and then they eventually were able to create the American dream. And if that's what you want, then I'll do everything I can to help you with that.
I just wanted to ask you about something with it. Like, when I be in America, I swear to God, I'm gonna like return the money for you. Like, can you help me with like just for my passport and my travel ticket
No,
to travel?
no, I don't give out money to people. If I did, I would have no money myself because I'd be giving it all away. So you have to do all that on your own, but I'll advise you in any way that I can. And you have a major advantage of most people who are immigrating to the United States. You speak very good English. And
Yeah.
that's like a huge advantage. If you look at the migrant caravans that come to the United States, none of those people speak English, and they're coming from like Guatemala and Peru, and that none of them speak any English. So you'll be able to come here, and literally on your first day, you just go to a construction site and you say, I want to work. And they'll be like, all right, we pay $20 an hour and you get paid at the end of each day and we'll pay you cash. And you'd be like, all right. And so long as you can take care of your body, which you already do, you'll just be building like a house or a building of some sort.
Like, see, I'm actually a bodybuilder. Like, that's become from construction worker, this muscle.
Excellent. Excellent. And then you'll get paid, and then they'll have a new construction project, and if you did well on the first one, you do it on the second. But see, you speak English, and so you'll be like pretty well.
I have a weird question. Have you gone to New York City before?
Yeah, I've been to New York City.
Oh, I love New York City so much.
Excellent. I mean, I would say that New York City's nice, but it's cold. You're from the desert. You're not gonna do well there.
True, bro, true. That is true. That is true. That is not gonna. I'm not gonna control myself with that because it's so cool.
Right, and the construction industry isn't 12 months out of the year there, and it is in the United States, or it is in Southern California. So, and then there are other things that you'll be able to do that you don't really recognize, but you'd be able to work as an interpreter. For, I mean, what's your primary language?
What?
What's your primary language?
What is the primary? I don't know. What is primary.
What was your first language?
Arabic, actually.
Okay, great. So you could work as an Arabic to English interpreter.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now, if I were you, that's how I'd be making my money, because you make a lot more. You make $16 an hour doing that. So you can work construction all you want.
Wait, that's no way. That's not gonna happen.
Why?
$16 per what for hour?
Oh yeah, like $25 an hour. Yeah, so there are a lot of ways to do this. So like I know like you're very focused on construction, and that's cool, but that doesn't pay very well. So you could work as an Arabic to English interpreter right now, and look, I'll give you what the going rate of that is. What is the going rate of an Arabic to English translator in Los Angeles? So there are.
I'm still in Iraq, and I'm still in Iraq, and I don't do anything for now. But I'm still happy. I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Happiness come from where? I don't know.
Sure. So it's about $30 to $100 an hour.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Now, what you can also do, and like, this is what I would do if I were you, is I would do translation for videos in Arabic. So basically, you watch a YouTube video and you translate it to Arabic or to English on YouTube, and they'll pay you between 10 and 16 cents a word. So that's like something like probably $25 an hour.
But first, when I become in
Wait,
LA,
wait,
first I have to focus.
you can do that in Iraq. Like right now,
My English is not very, 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 very good.
it's fine.
there
It's
are some
fine.
words I don't know it.
It's fine, and you'll learn them very quickly. So like if I were you, would like, do you have a resume?
Like, don't worry. If I be in LA, I like maybe. I hope you accept that. Like, I'm gonna be with your home. Like, if you want for just like be like I can get a home and I get a car. Like, just be at your home like for a few months.
Yeah.
If you want, actually.
Yeah,
If you want, that's
you can't do that. I can't just have random people living with me. The place where I live won't allow it. I'm only the only person allowed. It's like I have like a contract, and so I can't have other people live with me, or I would do that. What you can do though, and what you should do, is you need a resume, and it's very easy to create. You just go to ChatGPT and say that I need a resume for an Arabic English translator, and I want to be able to market myself on different websites. Okay, and it'll populate. It'll give you all the information that you need. And then you just take that information and you start applying for Arabic interpreter jobs. And they work remote. And so you just sit at home and you translate and you'll make like $25 an hour. You'll make in 1 hour what you make in a day in construction. And then you make enough money so that when you move to the United States, you just get a place of your own. If I could, I would let you sleep on my floor, but I can't do that.
So, wait, I got an idea. When I be on LA, I get a car without home. I can sleep on my car.
Yeah, so that's the police will basically impound your car for that. They don't like people doing that. There are people who do that. There are people who.
It's gonna be like big problem. It's gonna be for me.
No, it won't. It won't. You just need to save enough money to be able to pay for your first month's rent. So
that's gonna take many months from me. Like, it is not gonna be 50 days.
No, you're not listening. You need to work as an Arabic to English translator. You'll make a month doing that. You'll make like probably $1,000 to $2,000 a month. You do that for 6 months.
That's on America, not on Iraq, actually.
No, you work for an American company.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're American company.
How can I get that? How can I get that?
So, you create a profile on Indeed.com and ZipRecruiter.com, and you look for remote work, which means you can work anywhere in the world, and you put in Arabic translator. And then what will happen is you'll put in your resume. Someone may call you or email you regarding your skills, and then you have an interview with them. And if they want to hire you, then they hire you. You can also just work freelance, where you just translate words per minute, and you get paid to do that. There are other.
So, can you give me what is name in English? Like, that work?
Yeah, so just go to Indeed, IN.com.
I found that Indeed. So I just wanna, like, what the name of work, like, from Arabic to English.
Okay, so you want Arabic translator.
Translator. How can I type that first?
ARABIC space BIC.
AR space.
No. ARABIC.
Wait, hold on.
BIC.
IC.
Okay, I'm going to spell it again. ARABIC.
ARABIC.
Correct. And then space.
All right.
And then translator. TRANS
TRANS.
LAT.
I found it.
Okay. Now where it says location, put remote.
Cool. We don't have Iraq here. Nice. There is no Iraq. I can't use Indeed.
Yes, you can. You just need to get.
I can.
Yes, you can. Look.
I don't have.
Look, there are ways around this.
Add and verify your phone number to connect you.
Okay, so then just go to a new tab.
All right.
And type in SMS verify, like short messaging service. SMS verify.
Verify.
SMS and then space verify. VERIFY.
All right, I found it. So there it is. But that's gonna work.
You might have to try a few different ones, but eventually it will.
Alright, let's see if that works. Copy. Text. Alright. Oh? Oh my god. Yo. I just work to sneak the dog. Oh, there's the card. Wait. It's work. That can't be possible at his work. Well, actually, it is work. So, ARA.
BIC.
All right.
Listen, Mustafa. We got to get something straight right now. Anything is possible. Okay? Anything. I talk about bringing back your father. I talk about having you live in the United States. These are all possible things. Okay? It just takes time and effort. But with enough time and effort, anything is possible. Okay? Even perhaps time travel.
Like, what do you mean?
I mean, like, you could go back in time and witness events that happened in the past with enough energy.
So yeah.
Okay, so you're showing me your screen.
So Italian, Russian,
No, you want Arabic.
Arabic, and Korean.
All right, do you see Arabic?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, click on it.
Arabic.
What's it say?
Wait now. It is say. Okay, hold on, let me read it for you. Back. So it is say. It is for hour $20 per hour, $21 per hour, and work time, full time. Yeah, yeah. Here we go. So now, right. Right. So country, Iraq. Postal code.
Okay, so you might not want to put Iraq. Um,
Yeah.
okay, so they shouldn't necessarily need this information. Type in uh, Arabic translator into Indeed. No, Indeed.
Arabic translator. All right. All right.
And then where it says location, put remote.
All right.
R-E,
Location.
R-E-M-O-T-E.
Oh, that one. Remote search. Here we go. Same.
Okay, that's fine. So here's the thing. Most Western countries don't want to hire people from Iraq. It's just it makes things more complicated. But those are opportunities. I mean, you can apply, and if it where it says postal code, you could just put in 00000, or you just make up a postal code. I mean, or just use one of the United States's. Okay, but here's something. So that's a way. I'm not saying that's the way. Go to ChatGPT.
This job is.
Go to ChatGPT.
What? There is ChatGPT.
There you go. Okay. Now, please provide me a list of Arabic to English translation companies with links where I can translate per word remotely. All right, I'm going to just send you the prompt.
Okay. You go.
All right, just put what I just sent you into ChatGPT. Go to Discord. Look at the message I just sent you. There you go.
Ah! Wait, I will be right back.
Benjamin Franklin's Brian Callen is. Who is his chin?
Who's that one guy? Alexander Hamilton was not the same time.
Alexander Hamilton. Yeah, it was.
Oh, he was, yeah. Oh no, I was thinking of the badass, the president.
John Adams.
No, John Adams was at the same time.
John Adams. He was thinking Andrew.
Andrew
Jackson.
Yes, Andrew Jackson.
And I don't really know. I'm bad at the time frame, but Andrew Jackson was what, like the 16th president or something?
That's Abraham Lincoln. I think Andrew Jackson was the 10th.
Man, I'm tired, dude.
I'm tired. I didn't shop.
I'm like shopping out. Oh, that was such a shop moment. Oh well, judge not lest ye be judged.
You're acting different.
Different.
Get to the Norgards, man. Why boy Ben Franklin had hose. This is real, dude. Dude, I don't like a fling here and there. He's married for 4 years. He had string up several girlfriends every fucking year in France. This dude was slanging dick, Philly.
How long did it take for him to mention dick, dude?
You're doing well. You're slanging dick. We know that from the subreddit. Benjamin Franklin getting slandered by shop here.
Surprising? He discovered electricity.
Electricity?
Eyeglasses.
Oh, really, dude? That's what like historians are saying that right now. It's so unfactual.
This is on the history teacher subreddit. They're like, oh, really, dude?
Yeah. Shop.
Yeah. Okay, so just go to ChatGPT, and did it give you a list of places that do that?
So it says we sorry we cannot on this.
Okay, well, that's fine. Just a broken link. Go back to it. No, go back to it. There you go. Apply. All right, so you know what to do.
I don't know how to get work from this.
Is there a sign up button? What do the green buttons say?
segment. So if you could say some closing words, each of you about 30 seconds. Go ahead, Steve.
Well,
here's its strength, here's its weakness. Let's face those weaknesses head on. Let's look at whether evidence might exist to help us with those, or be honest and say, those kind of underlying things, we don't have much to say for it. We have to be intellectually honest as we pursue these things. And
There you go. Okay, Steve, Team Washington and Team Roswell. We're going to take your phone calls next hour, so we're going to choose someone from each one of the teams to be able to answer your questions. Stay with us, still enjoying the music and the debate here. Connie Willis, Coast to Coast AM.
Philadelphia, it's fucking 17-18. She loads it up. He just waits there for a girl to walk in with glasses on. Like,
I will say, Brendan Schaub would be a whole lot funnier if he didn't laugh at his own jokes all the time.
Yeah, he definitely shouldn't be laughing at stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not funny. But it is interesting that he talk about Benjamin Franklin sort of being a creeper.
Yeah.
Because he has the whole thing about making Annie Letterman walk to his car, and she's like, I'm not going to suck your half-penny dick.
Yeah.
Wonder what Benjamin Franklin, they're like, I'm not going to suck your fucking guy who invented electricity dick.
Okay, so you don't think it's funny that Benjamin Franklin goes up to a girl with glasses on, and he's like, how's your vision? That's pretty funny. Because he's going to hit on the girl by saying that he invented eyeglasses.
I guess. I don't know. I mean,
if I have to explain it to you, it's not funny still.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's not as good as any other jokes I've heard today,
Yeah. What's the best joke you heard today?
I've been at work all day. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything that stood out today. No. The work, I was just, basically work was just eating steak.
Do you ever try to make the servers laugh?
Sir, we still have a minute left to shop.
Fuck.
Of shop.
You hear me?
That's the end of the clip. What else do you want to say?
What'd you say?
I mean, is there been any controversy?
Yeah, what's up?
So I found that one. I don't know how to get work with this.
Okay, what's the blue button say?
On ChatGPT.
No, go back.
All right. So
What
is it saying?
There's a blue button there. What does it say?
Which one?
Either one of them. What does that say?
Where I click, that is Arabic trade facility service. Get your denomination. So from Arabic to English, or like a $40 beer bag.
Here, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna send you another prompt. Yo, what up? How are you? Zoot.
Hello, Zoot.
What's up?
Well, how are you doing?
Not too bad.
Zoot, are you ready
How's
to?
your day?
Yeah, answer his questions. There you go.
Rabbi,
Yo, baby. What's up, big dog?
Yes.
how are you?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How about you?
Good.
Are you ready to lose?
What are you
I'm
talking
not
about, right? Ready to lose for what?
He and I are gonna play a game.
Oh, what kind of game you play?
Oh, we play all kinds of games. Chess, checkers, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
I'd invite you, but you've got to do this. All right. Look at the prompt I just sent, and just put that into ChatGPT. You ready for your invitation, son?
yes, I'm ready.
No.
I'm ready.
No. Zoot. 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 Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, yeah.
Okay. Quit acting like a jackass. You have an invitation, Zoot. Are you ready? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
Rabbi, you know, fucking frustrating a lot.
Zoot, I'm not frustrating at all. You're the asshole who doesn't accept invitations.
You're so impatient.
Get your shit together, dog.
Oh, fuck.
What is this place?
I've never seen this before.
Same. Matching tiles will trigger a bomb? Beware of bomb tiles. Matching tiles can trigger bomb explosions, clearing row and column.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Well,
Dude, Zoot, you just did really well.
done. Up on the work.
All right, now apply for
Oh
it.
my god. I don't know. How can I thank you? How can I say it?
Big dog, no need. Just apply. That's all I want you to do. Don't thank me, just apply.
Really
Fuck. hell.
Zoot, what the fuck, man? Zoot, you just...
So I don't have enough energy in my mind. I gotta go.
All right, you do whatever.
Okay.
You do whatever you want to do. Zoot, dude, I still haven't gone yet.
So I have go. Don't forget to see Silk Road movie, okay?
I know, I will.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Your
Dude.
turn.
Look at all that shit I just blew up.
Oh, no. Rabbi.
What up, baby?
One. I get to heal.
That was a good move. You're at max hit points, dog.
If I do that, then... Oh, wait. This is good for me.
Dude. This is wild, Zoot.
Rabbi, did I win?
Maybe. Dude, you already evolved?
I won. Rabbi?
Yo, big dog. Dude, do you
Can
like
I get an explosion?
Dude, do you like this level?
Yep. I don't think that was a good match for you.
All right, well, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
I won. You're
Are you sure about that?
because I hit.
What are you gonna do, Zoo?
You get an explosion on the next one.
It is Michael Jackson, 18 Queen here on Coast to Coast AM. Connie Willis here with you. This is actually, though, the Jacksons in here.
Okay, this is not good for you. I mean, you heal. Your best option is to heal.
Where do I heal?
Top left corner.
That's the Jacksons' highest charting single of the year, which is like, I think they made number 3 in the US.
Okay, I have brain damage.
You say that, but I don't think so.
Good news is,
Zoo, did you play a lot of Australian rules football or rugby or soccer when you were a kid?
not really.
Okay.
Why?
Well, maybe you have CTE.
What's that?
It's like something that football players get from too many concussions.
No, I definitely don't know that.
Dude, I might just straight up lose.
Yep. I see your best option. That was your best option. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at the bomb.
Does the bomb hurt you?
Yeah, but look at this. I think I won.
The bomb hurt you?
I won.
Dog, that was brilliant, Zoot. You played brilliantly.
Rabbi, have you thought about changing your team? Because, like, I got the fuck. I beat you 2 in a row with this team.
You got fortunate, dude. I have the best team ever.
I don't think so.
Zoot, your team sucks.
Depends on the background. Oh, yeah.
Let me go first. Come on, baby. There we go.
Fuck. Oh no, you got an extra move to start with?
Yeah, big dog.
And you can match. Oh, you can match the tiles again.
Where?
Rabbi, you got the bomb.
What does the bomb do?
The bomb explodes. So. Wow. Rabbi, you got the most obvious move ever. And you still fucked it up. Do you know why you fucked it up?
Dude, just go. How about that?
Argos, Argos. You ever had
Calm down, Zoot. You just fucked me, Zoot. Oh, I just fucked myself.
Striking from the record. Okay, so we're having this debate here, but you actually have the debate in person coming up in the Truth and Consequences of Mexico. That is right. October 10th, 7 p.m. Their consequences which I sent to you. I was very partial location scouted. It's going to be a one location.
kitty, kitty, kitty. Just hook it up. If you roll one load.
Dude, how about you just go? How about you quit sucking your own dick and go? You fucked me. Yeah, that was not cool, dog.
Stop the bomb. You're trying to slow the bomb down. You just gave me the easiest move ever. Rebel, you fucked up.
All right, well, just go. How about you just go?
Last game, 5 in a row. 5 minutes in a row. Like every.
Zoot, how about you just go?
Oh,
Zoot, how about you just go?
look at this.
I see.
Frank that move.
5.
Have you ever thought about dying?
Zoot, calm down with these questions. Focus. Zoot, have you ever thought about calling that fucking place with Tourette's?
Have you ever thought about...
Zoot, answer my question.
Have you ever thought about going viral online?
Zoot, Zoot. I'm working on that. You're not working on your thing.
How long do you think before you go viral?
Zoot, how long do you think to call that place?
10 minutes.
You're not going to call them.
Maybe I don't want to cure Tourette's.
I know. And then you're not going to have a normal life.
You're saying you can't have a normal life with Tourette's. That's like most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard.
Dude, I'm telling you that at times your Tourette's makes you annoying, and it makes like I'm very patient with you, but other people aren't going to be.
You just said you can't have a normal life with Tourette's. Like, that is, like, not true.
No. I think that is
You
true.
wanted me to take medication where we don't know the fucking side effects. It could make everything worse.
Zoo, you want to take medication for things that you don't have.
You don't listen to a word I fucking say because I've been anti-medication this whole fucking strain you go back to.
No, you're not. You take Ritalin and all kinds of other shit you talk about, so you're not anti that medication. I know you're not.
I tried Ritalin.
All right, well then you're not so anti-medication, are you?
You didn't listen to the part where I said I'm not going to get I didn't pay to take it. I got given it.
Okay, that still makes you pro that medication. You took it. No one forced it down your throat.
It doesn't.
Good move, Zoot.
Thank you for calling in, Sean. Well, there you go. For Team Washington is right there in the area, and he's right there behind you. So we've got Vince with us here, right? Vince, you're here with us. Okay, and also Paul, you're still with us too, right? Okay, and so Paul, remember when you find out the last pieces of evidence or something you were talking about, I think you said you had to get the last pieces of evidence before.
Are you guys ready?
The next story. You gotta
Go.
do that with me, right?
I'm going to evolve.
Okay, great. I'm looking forward to whatever it was you were talking about earlier. That sounds pretty interesting.
I don't like how it takes so long for you to evolve.
Okay.
Well, we'll definitely have you back on and talk about those things because I think that's interesting that you're still finding things.
Rabbi, you walk.
I think that's amazing.
I don't know about that, son.
Should I go to the beach tomorrow?
You should call that place.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Dude,
Are you doing stand-up on Monday?
yeah, that's tomorrow night.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What joke are you going to say?
I'm not telling you.
Why not?
Because I'm saving it for fucking Monday night.
Well, it's not like the people on Monday night are watching this fucking stream. So just tell me what your joke is.
I think your taste in comedy is fucking dog shit, by the way.
I think I have the best taste in comedy of all time. I don't think that you're a funny comedian. How about that?
No, I just think you're dog shit.
Zoot? If you were such a good comedian, then the open mic guy would want you to do stand-up every week.
That's good. Good to know. So that when we do something, we'll have some good content. I'm looking forward to that. Let's go east of the Rockies, up to George, Pennsylvania. Hey, George, welcome to Coast to Coast. How are you?
Or maybe you're scared because you know they're better than him.
Dude, do you know, let's see here. There's something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Have you heard of this?
No.
It's where people who are who they overestimate their abilities, and so basically, like if they do it in comedy a lot. So basically, people who think they're really funny are blind to the fact that they're not, and that may be what you have. I'm not saying that you're not funny at all, but I think your stand-up is not funny. But I don't know. You don't share it with me. You're like the most secretive comedian of all time. I'm sitting here. I'm waiting for your jokes, and you're like not telling them. I know. I stopped your streak.
I'm going to take a break from it.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
So I think a very skeptical eye claims they're talking about how the radar the flying saucers and stuff like that. As for the bodies, I have to admit, I mean, I've gone through phases very recently. I started
See with them lately, or is the Bobby Lee shit over?
Guess what, dude? Not keeping up.
Not keeping up at all?
No.
I want more shop content. I'm like, I'm enjoying the shop shit.
Yeah. Well, you want to see if there's another video?
Yeah, well, we can see how long it takes you because we have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm right here. Let's see the first video. Boom. Let's go. Of course, the videos.
I heard something.
Tap over day. A lot of bad white basketball team. The worst basketball team you've ever seen. What's that, dude?
He cannot do anything but stereotypes.
Someone?
He's obsessed with stereotypes.
Yeah.
A white guy is bad at basketball. A guy that has a lot of women is getting hosed.
Philly cheesesteak.
Philadelphia's cheesesteak. Philadelphia's Benjamin Franklin. He owns nothing original. Shop never notices anything that hasn't already been done. It's like he has some sort of disorder where he's like, if he were to come here, he'd be like, Gerardo's Alhambra, Chinese food, right? Chinese food is here. He would talk about tacos El Pollo nonstop, probably.
He's slinging hacky dick, dude.
He is slanging dick to Shab is actually a good thing. That's what I learned that from the shop Reddit. If you're slanging dick, that means you're very cool.
Oh, okay.
9 seconds left or Shab.
All right, say something very funny about shopping right now.
Shab, I don't have anything to say for 3 seconds. Boom, done.
All right.
We did it.
I'm in hell. I feel like you're gonna be like, now the next segment, 20 minutes on Shop.
Yeah, now the next 30 minutes. A full hour on Brian Callen with Shop. All right, pull up that article about that we're going to talk about.
All right, here you go.
All right, so today, I don't know if it's today But there's a Washington Post writer, Dave Weigel. You ever heard of Dave Weigel?
Never.
He's like, I don't really know who he is, but I remember seeing him on Twitter because he's one of these like news journalists that has like a Twitter following. So every once in a while I'll see like a retweet. I think he has a cartoon profile. I don't trust people with cartoon profiles.
Yeah.
But so he apparently retweeted, I have a picture of it on my phone, so I'll just read it off. He retweeted somebody named Cam Harless, who said, every girl is bi, you just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual.
Yeah.
And another person, another journalist at the Washington Post retweeted that, and does it in the article what she said? Felicia Sunmez.
I'll tell you what, though, his name is Weigel. Weigel retweeting that. You know what I'm saying?
Good point. So she said something like, "Oh, it's great to work at a publication that allows retweets like this," or something like that. But
I'll try to find it.
Some sarcastic wrote on Twitter. Oh, there it is. Fantastic to work at a new fantastic.
Yeah.
So just right off the bat, the phrasing lets you know that this is sort of an annoying person. If we can be honest, when you tweet. When you write like that or talk like that, whatever your side is that you're on, even if you're right, when you're like fantastic to work, it's like it's grating. Fantastic to work at a news outlet where retweets like this are allowed. Allowed. The Washington Post allowed David Weigel to hit the retweet button. So my problem, my views. This is going to shock you, Racket-Tweeties listeners, but my views on this are nuanced, and I believe they're nuanced. My real problem with this,
gets canceled.
Yeah, for saying nuanced. My real problem with this is that the tweet itself, every girl you just have to figure out polar or sexual, is not funny.
Yeah.
It's not funny. So if you retweet something like that, you're a moron.
Yeah.
Because you're tweeting something that's just not good. I'll break it down as to why I don't think it's funny, just like I would Shop. So every girl is bi. First of like that in of itself is like, no, that's not true. That sounds like something like a weird lefty person would tweet. You just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual. What's funny about that? And I guess he's saying that like every woman is crazy. Hilarious. It's no different than the lefty Twitter, like the viral tweets about like men are trash or are men okay or men suck or that's all not funny. It doesn't make it should be canceled. They're just hacks. It's hacky shit, right? Like you should just because some viral, and it can be man or woman because both men or women do the whole like men suck or women are dumb. Just because one of the men suck tweets, they do that does not mean that they should get fired from their 15-hour-a-week work from home barista job.
Yeah.
They're just like whatever it is that they do for a living shouldn't be affected by their tweets. The only reason you should get fired for tweets or something like that is if you tweet some horribly racist thing or say something like if somebody was like that shooting was great, I really liked that what happened there, then yeah, fire them from their job. But
there's this other tweet that says, I'm not mad at the every girl is bi because it's sexist. I'm mad because it doesn't include biracial and I feel left out.
I guess, yeah. I don't understand that at all.
Oh, she's making a joke.
I don't think that's funny either.
I didn't laugh. I was laughing because of
I don't know, but and so this shit blew up like crazy.
Yeah.
This guy, the guy who retweeted it, has been suspended from his job, and then this woman Felicia, what's her face or whatever, is going off saying that she's being attacked or whatever. And then nothing is happening to this guy Cam Harless, who's
the one that tweeted it.
The one who's tweeting it. He's the one who's not funny. So in my opinion, he's the most guilty out of all of them.
Yeah.
Again, if you find this tweet offensive, should it not be the? Still don't think that you should be that angry with it because it's like so dumb that it's like it should be below what you like. When I hear like a really bad joke from a comic that I don't respect, I'm not. It doesn't. I don't think about it for like all day. I'm not. I cannot believe this comedian who's not funny said something unfunny. Yeah. I can't believe that this person who I've never seen do anything good, who I dread seeing at open mics, who always says something offensive. It's shocking to me that they would again say something offensive and unfunny. And that's why I look at this guy's profile picture. He's a big fat guy, big beard, cowboy hat. His name is Cam. What do you think is going to come out of his mouth?
Dude, David Weigel has a tweet.
Yeah. Is he replying to somebody or what?
Yeah, but you know how back
he's replying to Maya Angelou. He's
replying to Jesse Birdie.
Who's Jesse Birdie?
Probably a woman.
But is it like a joke?
It was in the old days of Twitter where there was no reply, it was just you're adding people. You know what I mean?
See, because that sounds like a joke. You know how you joke with your friends? You say you shut your whore mouth.
Yeah, you know how you say that to your friends. Yeah.
You do though.
Well, yeah, I call you a bitch all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But he does though, and I think it's funny. Sometimes with your friends, you say you shut your whore mouth. You're not. That's what I don't like about today's world. Is like you read when people get in trouble, they read text messages and tweets, and they're like, I can't believe you said that you would sever them in half. Well, they're not really gonna do that. They don't literally mean. It's just shit you say. It's locker room talk. It's
Oh, look at this athleticism. Look at this move. This.
Listen and follow this podcast for free. Music, radio, and podcast all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch me riding 30? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Talk to Connie Lewis. Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. Rockies. Call 800-825-5033. From West of Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Lewis.
Do you remember the time Michael Jackson on Coast to Coast AM from the Dangerous album 1992? I think this was about a 9-minute short film. You couldn't call music videos, they had to be called short films. And this thing were that long. Who was in there besides Michael? Eddie Murphy, Magic Johnson, and I remember too, boy, I gotta look this up, but I do remember his entertainment weekly was like a gorgeous ancient Egyptian extravaganza. It was good. There's no doubt about it. So those of you that have never seen the videos, go back and watch all these different videos with these songs. Just amazing, amazing stuff. So don't forget, if you are single and you're looking for someone that will talk about the things we talk about tonight and all the other nights, well, Paranormal Date is where you want to go. That's you've been like trying everywhere, and they don't like you talking about these things. They run as soon as they hear you mention something that we discuss here on the coast. Well, you know what? There's millions of us, so this is where you can find it. Paranormal Date. George Norrie put this together, and it has been completely successful. Over 100,000 members. You can go check it out. It's free to sign up. You can talk about all these wonderful things. In fact, it's got categories. So you can, if you're into ghosts, you can talk to people that are into ghosts. If you're into abductions, you can talk to people into abductions. So it's I think it's something interesting for you. So if you want to go into it further, use code word George for a really nice discount. We also have conspiracy date that because you guys are a little separate. You sit at your own picnic table over in the corner. I know you're over at top of the way. And we also have senior paranormal day. To learn more, go to coasttocoastam.com.
Identity theft can cost more than you think. Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, and expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $3 million for the most comprehensive plan. So if your money is stolen due to identity theft, we've got your back. If you have personal expenses while resulting in identity theft, like paying for travel or extra child care, LifeLock has your back. Coverage for lost wages because work has to take a backseat throughout all of this? Yes, no. LifeLock has your back. Plus, there's coverage if you need to pay fees for lawyers and experts to resolve your case. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. So join now and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock. That's 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 40% in terms of law.
Rising debt, stock market swings, and global shocks can affect your retirement. But even in this economy, there's still opportunity. Protect your retirement with a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA. Instead of leaving a 401k IRA in the mercy of markets, gold, physical gold or silver, real protection for your future. The Noble Gold makes it simple. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free, and the peace of mind is priceless. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Coast to Coast AM, Connie Lewis here. We are in the last segment. I can't believe it. Time is flying. We're having a good time here on Coast to Coast AM, talking with Team Roswell, Team Washington, the debate of 1947, all the different events happening. We had George on the line that was giving us some incredible information, but he is no longer there. So we have the information. So I'm going to be talking to him at one point. Don't worry, Paul. I'll take care of you there too if you're interested in that. Steve Edmondson standing by if anybody needs him along the way. But we're also talking. We got Paul that is standing in for Team Roswell and Team Washington and Vince ready to talk. So you guys ready? We're going to grab some more phone calls. All right. Let's rock and roll. I can't believe it's wrapping up here. Rock and roll. Okay. Aaron, west of the Rockies, Fountain Valley. Hey there, Aaron. Welcome back to Coast AM. What you got for us? Thank you.
I wanted to say my question for the Rock, do you know any nanomaterials that have been discovered and their isotopic data or whatever, and residual, and I just wanted to take this up general.
There you go, Paul.
Thank you. Well, hopefully you can come to our little debate on consequences here in a couple of weeks. So there's obviously in the history of the Roswell investigation been lots of claims of materials and things. As I sit here, I can real solid data come back from them indicating a non-terrestrial isotopic ratio. I'm pretty sure that has been included relating to some of the metamaterials recovered from the planes of San Augustine crash, which was a good couple hundred miles away from Roswell. For many years, people have tried to establish a connection with the crash of the planes of San Augustine and events closer to the Roswell vicinity. I'm a little neutral on all of that, but I do believe that Mark Campbell, the late Mark Campbell, who was a great researcher on the planes of San Augustine crash, he recovered materials, and I believe his conclusion was tested done that there were some interesting isotopic ratio results. I want to point people to in recent years, I believe it was 2 years ago, an exhibition that was actually captured on film by a guy by the name of the late Mark Sully, who had a camera crew on the last Greenfield site. It was with Chuck Yosley and Frank Kemper, and on camera they uncovered some interesting material which Chuck and Frank published their results. You can find Chuck's website, ufo.com, and he published over the last couple of years some of the results and some of the material that they had. And I went out with my research partner, Toby, to the very same site, got some additional material. And so stay tuned. There's more things to be found. And the bottom line is, I've defined in the past 2 years is that at the exact site where witnesses say you should find strange metallic foil-like fragments of metal, that's exactly what we, several research expeditions have found in the last couple of years. And the results of, at least the stuff that Chuck has published, is that the alloy components of these principally aluminum fragments match anything that's known Kevlar and made in the history of rubber. So that alone sort of tells us there is something quite mysterious out there. I do have to play devil's advocate myself, though. I mean, I talked to an old rancher out there, somebody who actually knew back for us once upon a time. And, he made the comment, well, 78 years is a lot of time for this information to go out to that spot. So we have to be cautious. Isotopic ratios would be very important to suggesting that this is not a reserve.
Okay. Good to hear that Chuck's still out there too. Let's go wild card line number 5. Donna, we're going to try to get as many people as we can here on phone calls as quickly as possible. Wild card
What's wrong, Sarah? It's what? Gosh, are you okay? Step inside my office. Can you get out of my line? Can you see that she's the victim of violence? Can you? Can you? It's all about you, kid. What, you want a fudge bar? Oh.
It'll be over ambition if you take hard.
Oh, that garbage.
There is some truth to the lock.
Hard, just hard to soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered visual because you softened it up. If you say, the word says it's possible to riddle, how do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on dirt, fire the dirt, miraculously sift out the dirt, flush, knead the dirt, the matzah, you smooth it all out, like the fire of the oven, and then you're mabashal it. Just like to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'll be over on one more, it's called making a package, whereas a barrel doesn't have making a package, so it has it by itself in the oven. So there's no brightness in Rashi, there's no opinion in the stiro when it comes to chaos. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you'll be over on 11 different averas. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesa, you put it, start it out in the 2 booths. You put the meats together and make it a package. And if you are to bend over the top and make a lid for it, you'll be over also on Pfeiffer, on sewing, and kosher, making a nut. If you were to spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to an animal, like it turns around with a honey, so you're over to make it. God says, you're not fit untangling it and spinning. The fan says it sits on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal.
This girl is
that's not
hot
the way to
as
do it,
fuck.
and therefore you're not over, and that's right. You know, in the Mishnah, you have women that they spotted on the animal while the animal was alive. That's just becoming a special chachma, but today it's considered classic. The one where to pluck a feather from a bird, over in places, cut it specifically on the top, you're over on the hot and pull off the feather, the small feather, off the stem, you're over on memachet, smoothing it out. There was their not the Mishnah. The folks who were catching, were trapping the chilazon to make chilas. They used nets, and they would add to the net, but they lost in the net, so they made shears, and they made knots, and they would plug it. Now, can't say what the shot is that we're doing knots to threads in the Mishnah, and you undid one because even for a regular king, you wouldn't do so. Certainly not for a sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
Objecting to a retweet of a sexist joke and a colleague's false accusation of bullying leads to this.
For instance, this tweet, bisexual or bipolar, it's like Rachel does things. Yeah. I don't know, she's not either one, but as far as I know.
Were you just thinking what to say while I was talking?
What's that? What? You're tripping me out.
I was reading this tweet right here, so like he said this is what bravery looks like, and he's retweeted Felicia's song that started this whole thing.
Oh, he retweeted her. Yeah. Oh, he's being sarcastic. She apparently lost, in the article that I clicked on, the first thing I read, she lost a court case against Washington Post for discrimination already for something else. I wonder what that's about. We should look that up too.
Oh my god, here we go.
So this Like what bothers me about this is that she seems like one of those people that just likes to search. Like your colleague retweeted it. If it really bothers you, why don't you just talk to somebody that? Or why don't you, like say, hey, why did you retweet that? If somebody like, I do think it's kind of weird to like follow and care what people tweet. Like, really, that's great. Or like mentally healthy, but if it's your friend or colleague and you're worried that they're doing something stupid, just mention it to them. If you know me, if you're the people who listen to the show, Jay Lai,
and the third thing he said is that if the person knows
Caitlin Jeffers, let me know if I'm saying something stupid. Instead of saying, oh, Remy Cooney on Raccoon Tweet said this. I can't believe I have to listen to podcasts like this.
Creations of the they don't see.
American,
not see other people. What they don't see is handiwork.
It's like,
and therefore,
and then the whole victim shit where you say something, you retweet this guy to get him fired or whatever, and to stand up for yourself, and then you're like, look at all the people who lied to me. And there is some truth to being like, but for the guy saying you're all women, he's not serious, I don't think, but he's saying all women are bipolar, and then you act kind of crazy, it's like it doesn't help.
Including that is trapping a fish. He loves a snail that you make the tails from.
Basically, what I'm getting from this, because the first article I tried to click on is you gotta pay one so I can read it. But she, I guess, alleged misconduct, sexual misconduct against Washington Post, the entire newspaper, against the executive. Oh, no. Yeah, against somebody at. But the judge ruled that the facts alleged by Ms. Sonmez do not support a plausible inference that the Post discriminated against her or created a hostile environment, wholly or partially because she is the victim of a sexual assault or a woman.
So she sounds like she was assaulted allegedly by somebody, and then she said because that happened, the newspaper did something that wasn't good around it. Yeah. The judge said that's bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Who knows, but it definitely, like, it leads you to, like, with that, and then this new thing where she's going crazy about some tweet. It's like, it paints a picture of the person, and then show
blood on the neck of the animal by the mother.
Show a picture of her.
Other people will see that it's fresh meat, and they'll come and they'll bite.
The images.
Says the Mishnah, two malachas. If you saw looks like behind and you can't die, don't say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away. Instead, insert the malacha, creating lines that we have in the Torah, creating lines into the height is also the rights. Rabbi Rothschild says, this is explained by Rashi.
You can kind of tell stuff about people sometimes by the pictures they pick, you know, for their online. Like her profile seems very intense. Just intensely choose picture. And that's the kind of person that tweets like this. But it could also be. And then look at this one. I mean, he's jolly, dude. He looks like Ian Carmel. But like, only Ian Carmel.
If you
I just thought that my main issue with this is like, don't retweet stuff that's not
this
stupid shit. I mean, he's gonna go back to work, right? He's just it's crazy that you can get suspended for a retweet, especially one like that. Who cares? The Washington Post.
I mean, if there was like a history of him having like crazy ass, retweeting things in the office with his voice.
Is there a history?
For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground,
This is his first cancellation.
make a prediction on a tweet.
I mean,
Below glass, or you have a garment that small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you pick it out. That's
because I'm on Twitter all the time. He's like a Twitter person now.
It had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a single panel writing.
He's suspended for a month.
1, 2, north, south.
Yeah, that to me is crazy. Can we just let people tweet stuff? I hate the things where it's like my tweets don't reflect my opinions of my own. Like, if someone else tweeting for you, then of course they're your opinions. You shouldn't have to say that. I don't think you should get in trouble for things that you retweet.
It would also be like a
by accident.
doesn't have to be racing.
I butt tweeted. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. I had my phone in my pocket, and it was was on like unlocked, you know.
He looks like he's mad.
And I cannot see because of the light. So I looked at my phone. I saw that I had from Lip Shorts, and it said, "Is this a butt tweet?" It was like an article from the New York Times, like about some charity. And it said he knew. Like retweeted. Man, he should straight up just go for a butt tweet defense, dude. I mean, you could, I guess. I mean, you can do that, but then no one believes you. No one believes anything men say anymore. If you're not on whatever side that's angry, even if you're telling the truth, it's like, fuck you. Fuck you for, whatever I think, whatever I'm mad about that day. Yeah. Also, if you want to retweet something racy, just go to Brendan's Twitter and get a couple flappers tweets. There we go. See? Yeah. Dave Weigel could have retweeted any number of flappers tweets, but instead he chose to retweet some juggalo who's like eating soup cans and is an anarchist apparently, who follows fucking Jack Podesek and whatever that. What's the guy? What's the rock star guy? Dave Navarro. I don't think Dave Navarro's true. I'm thinking of the guy who like tried to do it. He's like, I'm sure my AK-4s have a couple bottles there. The Dixie Chicks. These are the worst guesses. You know, I said, who's the Southern man that threatened a bomb with a gun, and he said the Dixie Chicks. I remember the Dixie Chicks were political. I'm not political, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that politically historical, dude. I want my history. Yeah, but you didn't know too much about Benjamin Franklin. I know that was weirdo. He knew less than shot. I knew he had a flu in his head, didn't he, from fucking syphilis? Damn. But that time, syphilis was a thing. That's the thing. Yeah, there are plenty of people retweeting syphilis. They're like, I can't believe I have to work in a place like this where people have syphilis. I just don't like that anybody at any time can cancel you for nothing. Yeah. I don't like that this guy's working with me and you already sued. Who sues when they work for and then stays working? The Washington Post sounds like a horrible place to work. You go to work, you work all day, writing whatever in the news. You see a tweet that you think is funny that's not, you retweet it, the next day you go to work and you're fired. Because somebody saw that you worked with. Yeah. Somebody at the other desk was like, you know what, I don't like Dave and I don't like this tweet, so I'm going to tweet about Dave. And then you're out of work for 2 weeks. They suspended. Who actually was they suspended with pay or without pay? Did they get caught benefits? I don't know if they articulated that. It's just messed up, man. All right, you want to go into that part of the straw, which I can talk about this. Then it all depends on the cap. The Washington Post, is a house working there. Just fucking listen. What are they gonna? What's it gonna be like? Is it just all gonna be annoying people? Are they also like super blue washed? So then. I don't know, I'm thinking like, so this guy gets fired, right? So then, but the other person who retweeted about him does not, like, not that they should face the consequences for that. They shouldn't. But is it going to be all people like her now? How are we supposed to trust the news? Yeah. How can we trust the news if it's a bunch of people that are just getting angry if your coworker likes a tweet or something? So you may not think that it's funny, but is it clever? It's not clever or funny. I wasn't asking that. Whatever the person thinks now. Yeah, definitely not. Why would he retweet it? Because he's stupid too. Because I think it's funny. I mean, obviously, I thought it was funny. So then he should lose his job if he's stupid. That I might be able to agree with, yes. I think he should lose his job because he's so upset. Like, if you think that joke is funny, I'm okay with you because writing a newspaper, you should have the ability to realize whether something is worth retweeting. So if you're retweeting that, like I bet if you go to Dave Weigel's thing, like he's retweeting like NBA games and other things that aren't for you. Yeah, like Paul was talking about he has other fun. Unless you're taking the more public, weird name. So you combine it with the less. For instance, if you're dealing with camels, he just got a new follower. And the shear is camel's mouth. It's a lot. But you're missing a half a dried fig.
Oh wow, 602,000 followers.
sheep food, which
He's
all you need is
retweeting
thing,
gangsters
you
of
take half of that
capitalism
and
for
add it to
sale.
camel food. That's
What
you
is
have
it?
a
Oh,
share.
so it's on rock or what?
You see, having
By
gregarious
Jonathan
for sheep,
and
and you try to take
Cats.
having
So he's
gregarious
just
camel
sworn
food
on me, dude.
of
Yeah, I don't
being
know that
strong,
one.
that's not going to work. The
He's
reason
been
is
tweeting some
because
GOP Senate
people would
race.
take and combine these foods to show as
He's
samples
retweeting
to
something
separate.
to Kanye
We have a
West.
similar halacha where it
So it's
comes
just
to
boring
different
shit, yeah.
garments,
He's a
different
boring guy
fabrics.
that retweeted something
What
and now
type
he's
of
out of a
goods
job.
of
He
fabric
retweeted something
you
from
found?
this
So a
one
regular
comic. What's
fabric
his
is
name?
312 by 312. Talking about a
Fucking
sack, it's
David
412 by
Smith.
412.
The
I
guy
talking
from
about
Legion of
5.
Seasons. Oh, you tweeted that
A
guy?
reed mat
Okay,
is
so
6 by
Waggle is
6.
somewhat of a libertarian
Each one
Yeah.
band, I
can
guess. I didn't
combine
know
with
that.
the one below.
I'm
So the
surprised
mat
he still has a
can
job.
combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why?
Turtle
Because it
names. He
can
retweeted a
combine
little
to
paper
the
and
tumah of
gave you a
Moshe.
turtle.
So since
So he's
there's a
awesome too.
situation where they can combine with each other, they combine
You
in
can't
all
spell
situations,
sucks
and
without
therefore,
SEO.
I
Which is just
also,
not factual,
since
I guess.
there's a situation where
I don't know why.
sample is
It's all
selling together,
retweets. All
they
he does
combine.
is
Let's go
Yeah.
see Felicia's profile. I want to see like what
The
she
shear
said
for
that she's gonna
itself
get tagged.
there is a drug thing, and
That's
that's
the
why
other thing is
all
like you can't not
showing
being
for the
attacked
whole
by
shear
millions of
the
people
same
either,
shear.
which is also annoying. So
When
why
it comes to
Why
gel,
the yin yang, dude?
the oikets,
I'm gonna look it
the
up.
little piece here, the little branch that sticks out,
She's
super
tweeting
emulsive, which is
about
fine
being
brand, coarse brand.
harassed online, which I'm not saying
Review
support
says
of, but also
that
just
the
stop
peel
tweeting.
of lentils and beans
Mexican
are the
president
styrofoam,
snaps Biden's invitation
but
to summit.
oat
I
beans
mean,
are
that's
not
kind
the
of
styrofoam
racist.
because they look like
I don't see French
fries
presidents
in your
snubbing
food.
anything.
The coarse
Long
and the
COVID is
fine
creating
brand
a mass.
are the start for the sheer of
these
why?
people
Because
every
it's
time
considered
that
lechem
you
haaretz.
see like
Poor
a
people
woke
eat it,
thing,
so
they
it's
have an
considered
article
bread.
about
But
long
in terms of
COVID, and now
shabbos,
it's like
you need something
gonna
kosher.
fucking ruin it.
That's not kosher. It's not considered
All
food,
of them are
and
very,
therefore
you know,
the
we
sheer
should
of
be
shabbos is
worried
not
about the
decided
people that have
of
long
this.
COVID. I feel
Finished. Eric,
bad for them, but it's
that's very
it
small.
can't be coincidental
But
that every like woke person is like super worried that
when it
they're
comes
never
to
going to be able to
liquid,
work again
what
because
is
of
the sheer?
COVID.
So
Yeah.
why
I know like
sheer
one
is
person with long
enough
COVID that they
to
seem
make
to be doing
kiddush,
okay.
which
But
is
if you read
a
the
quarter
news,
of a reveal
if you have
which
if
we
you
had
have long
quarters
COVID or if
of
you've had
of
COVID, you're
water.
going to have long COVID.
Comes to
Everyone's
milk,
going to die soon.
as much as you can swallow.
I saw this thing too.
Honey,
Oh my god, this is.
put on the
Oh
oil,
my god, dude.
and
Why?
the oil
Why the
enough
fuck
to
do people go
anoint
on
a
Twitter?
small
Why?
lip. Water in order to
They
make
had it
anointment for
this
your eye
is fun.
and other
This is
liquids,
not fun.
which
This is
is
ridiculous.
and other waste
Well, this
liquids
guy's not
is
having
a
fun.
reveal.
Last night I came
The
under an
truth says
unrelenting series of
all
attacks intended to tarnish
sure
my
the are
professional
one
and
that is
personal reputation. The cause?
now, if
Some
you
tweets I sent out
decided
calling for
to
compassion
and
within
hide,
our workplace.
put
Those
aside
attacks continue.
the smaller
You
shear
know, it's a bad tweet, dude.
that
When you see one of
created the
6
smaller shear
fucking bullshit. The next
however,
one
the
says,
alcohol.
the hopes of
The
de-escalating, I temporarily
decided
deactivated
something
my account.
is
I'm in a
valuable.
barrage of
They
online
don't need
abuse
to
directed by one person, but carried
less
out by
than
an eager mob.
Also,
The one-sided attacks continued even after I stopped engaging. I know the old adage, hurt people, but what then? 2 questions already, no answers. In such a situation, it is difficult to find a line between sympathizing and challenging with compassion.
What up?
To defend myself, but I'd say
I'm Tatri. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog, nobody wanted to fucking talk to you anyway. Worst person ever.
It's most liquids, the shear of itself. Take out liquids. Therefore, wine, the shear is quarter of it. Because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya that it's not the same that says Yaina Shironi is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayav on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is partial, and in order to be over on the has to be something that's partial. Since you put it in the water, even though you didn't, it's partial. The fact that you asked me from something still in Shironi is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing coloration red. It's 2 parts water, 1 part. Nothing says, please say, where wine needs a revius, or quarter revius, when it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kazayis, which equals to a full revius, not a quarter revius. And we have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Rothschild, when it comes to the tumah of the blood of an abela, where
Bishami says Sar is one of the places that Bishami is made. And they still say it's fine provided that it's a full revius, which in turn could turn into the Zayas of the Jil. Zayas. I want to ask two questions. When it comes to Tumah, the Shirs of Zayas, when it comes to Shabbos, the Shirs of revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the two aspects. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires gazayas, but wine needs a lot more than a revius to create a gazayas. And therefore, if you take out the Turkish Rabbin less than a gazayas congealed wine, maybe you're already over, maybe in that you have a revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this thing needs a revius to create a gazayas. The Mishnah uses the word gemia. The shear for milk is to swallow gemia. Says the Gemara, in our Mishnah, gemia is spelled with the aleph, not an aleph. But there are three other Mishnahs in such Shabbos that have words that could be spelled either way, aleph or ayin. And they're all spelled with the ayin. Gar'inim, oimemois, and ma'amtzim. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow, with both the milk of a woman and the white of an egg is enough to put into the anointment called keeler. And keeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear. The Gemara remains in the table. So Rashi explains talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The Gemara just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rav says an amazing, famous saying: created in this world is for a purpose. Even an annoying fly can serve a purpose to heal the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet. And the slug, which you think has no purpose, could heal a wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils that is pig. Black snake and white snake, you boil them up and shear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, the young I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. Elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose, and they're scared. And a scorpion is scared of a spider. An eagle is scared of a swallow. And the leviathan is scared of the pilbas. There are 3 animals that, as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. Zera bumped into Rabbi Huda when he looked like Rabbi Huda was in a very good mood. And he figured now is a great time for him to ask all the questions and Yonit Alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, he said, that's like Bris oil. Goats that are dark are like the fish, like the darkness, and then came the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their rear where goats don't? He tells them because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers itself. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because it eats thorns. What we're going to want is that they get stuck in the thorn. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? To swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If one wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, he can remove his antennas. Why do Akash Baruch Hu eat the eyelids of a chicken and they go for bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking. Have you noticed all these things in the Kriya? And he wanted to hear an answer. For 20 years, my best friend's going to go in for 20 years. If you were going for 20 years, I'm going to do the same thing. Why do you call your governor, call your tax guy. Listen, the only thing that matters in life is about being a good fucking person. My granddad used to tell me, be somebody that somebody wants to be stuck in an elevator with, because nobody wants to be stuck in an elevator with. You guys been good to say. What's the meaning of God? Go through there. And why is it called the Darga? Step Derek Glass, go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that Shem and oil, the shear is anoint a limb, says the Gemara, it's a small limb of a small child, says Rashi. One part of a child's finger, that's a small.
On the second night of this weekend should be a really good time. Tonight's going to be classic coast. So I hope you guys are ready. This should be a really good time. So you know, it's like we'll do that. Sign up for my newsletter. Wow, we got a lot going on. But I do want to shout out to some of our loyal affiliates, WGAN.
Shabbos Abayin Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out being over and inside Shabbos from one rishus to another rishus. So there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and the wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common, even though that means it's a kula. You have to take out a lot more in order to be over the survey itself. What if one item has two common uses? Well, one is a larger share, and one is a smaller share. We go with the smaller share, for instance, money. You can use it for eating, you can use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine, you're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common uses to drink, not so common uses to add to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says about it because we're talking about in Gola, they're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes, we're not just talking about Gola. And since most people use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water, therefore it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine is common, it's considered common things. And we go with the
footwork.
Blood is also obvious. Jim says it's using blood to heal an eye protrusion called a yurkis. They use wild chicken, also in Hebrew it's known as fat, in English a poopy, or something like that. You use it enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, will use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Yurkis is a protrusion in the eye. B'chifat is however which blood goes through. If a Rebbe tells a Talmud, I want you to make some room, pick some of these items out, and he takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into Rosh Hashanah, of course he's chai. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about but is red? He's chai. According to Rashi, because this goes according to Shimon Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Plus it says it can go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Shimon Elazar when it comes to wastewater, the shear is Rebbe's. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of the hole where you put the bellows in the oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. The shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a Rebbe's. When we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. It says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up, scratch the sifter. According to Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and the smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code. You don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Yehuda, according to Danakama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. So what could you do then? You could cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tan, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Clef, which we write fill in its players on, enough to write the smallest parsha of Tefillah, Shema Yisrael Shem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do 1 eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. Small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes dough. On Aramaic, Sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on 1 small joint.
Use your new door.
It says enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Nehemiah, enough to remove the hair in this area. Which are and you make, let's say, Hoshalat is enough to make.
What is this bullshit?
That's it. Susan or Sig are the things that go around the
Get up
country.
to 22 hours of battery life with Snapdragon.
There you go. That's good.
Oil. Enough to put on the back of bread. Inside of the oven, inside of the cellar, which is a gregaris. Cotton, enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. Take out a star fight. That says, I owe somebody owes me money. It has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're still chayav. According to Tanakam, you're about similar to the machlokes we had before. Rabbi Yehuda says, you're allowed to keep a star fight. There's no issue. So it has value for you. According to Tanakam,
There we
you're
go.
not allowed to keep a star fight without, because 3 fouls later on, so it has 0 value. According to Abaye, everybody wins.
The mojito.
Star was paid off. You're not allowed to keep it in your possession. My point is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a star? Does he have to be tying that star? Does he have to make the document stating that the original star is a good star? According to Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original star has value. And that's why if you take out the original star, you're a chayav. Rabbi says everybody commits, you have to be a chayav. Machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the malva produces the star. And he takes it out into Rosh Hashanah. Since that star has some value now, because you can use it to collect, and without it, you cannot. Therefore, he's chayav. Rashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower. And he pays off his debt. And therefore, it has Shabbos, it has Hashivos.
I talk a big game about kindness, and I'm going to try to practice some of that now by simply moving on and not engaging, dude.
See, but this guy, although he's talking like this because he has to, because this is how these people talk, he seems to make a lot of sense. He's the normal adult here. But the other people are insane. They're attacking this man for no reason. His thing was like, be kind to people. If that makes you mad, you need to get therapy.
Yeah.
How would that make you mad? It doesn't matter which side you're on. If someone's like, hey, let's all come down and talk about this, that person is the wrong person.
Leather,
right? But now that person is hit. How many people like responding with me saying you probably were, if it was World War II, you'd be with the Nazis. And that's all he's saying is like, just be kind to each other. It's crazy. And also he pointed out, I read their story and pointed out, he's like, well, I'm Latino, and I'm here to talk about this one.
What's the
As the only, there it is, as the only Mexican American around national, the only one. So what about that?
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Felicia?
Yeah, Felicia.
There's only one Mexican in the entire whatever the national desk is. You're over here whining about some tweet from a redneck loser that someone retweeted. But where's your concern for Mexicans on this thing?
Yeah, where's the love for Jose and Del Real, dude? He's keeping it real.
Instead, what you're doing
before the finished product versus after the
finished product.
People don't want to burn
arms crossed in their profile picture like fucking come at me, dog.
Yeah, that's a larger, for instance,
these journalists think they're like super duper, like important.
The comes to
I
herbs,
don't know. People really hate
they are
journalists.
dying.
You know what Nelson was an idiot though when they call journalists journalists.
The herbs,
If you're not from England and you call
just the
journalists
size of a
journalists,
walnut,
who
is
are
enough
you? You think you're a
to
great
die
trick
for
hooligan?
fuck
I
up
bet you're gonna be like,
a woman's
yes, talk to the
Once
Jedi's. Oh, I need Jedi's, right?
and
And
the
then like the
size
right is turning into like dumb English people. Oh,
Dogma is a sample
I like Jedi's
drug
cook. Say I'm not now smart about all these Jedi's are cook shit.
the size that you put on the device that holds the air.
Women are sexual, bisexual.
The end has a
Really,
red
Oh,
from
wow.
unraveled
This is Ricky
and then
Gervais.
that's because people don't want to
This is
bother
a crock of
with
shit. That's what this is,
undone,
dude.
so therefore
Oh,
the
this is
undone,
bullshit.
the
You
uncooked,
basically
and
said
the
that
one
in
that
all
went
of our
over
words.
here,
You agree with me.
unplanted
What's your
greater
opinion?
than planted
Everyone should get on Twitter. Twitter should fucking die. Eat a dick and die. Why do you say that? Because I don't dwell on it.
Gregarious, like less Gregarious,
No, I really just the humor base of Twitter
one seed for
does
a
not make fucking sense to me.
or a
In
cat,
my opinion, is
again,
killing
people don't want to
people
treat themselves.
slowly. So when I say flappers Europe, you don't think that's
Because
funny.
wastewater.
That's hilarious. I mean,
They
that's
say
how
that
Twitter
wastewater
is.
in the shear is
You
really
can say that shit on fucking
water.
Instagram. You can say that shit on Facebook. Yeah, but it's not the
Really?
same because Instagram has pictures.
needed.
Your caption doesn't even matter. You can no cap. That's where it came. So you're telling me Instagram has a third dimension now? You like text-based shit? I don't understand what you mean. What are you talking about? You can share a story post.
They found salt,
I'm there for
flour,
retweeting that shit. Can you share stories?
only salt.
Oh, yeah, you can't. I know you
That's
can. I do it all the time.
And the shear
I just
of
don't. The stories are like, I don't know. I don't want to film.
there's salt
I don't want to have to like
and
edit
flour and
whatever the fucking
no
thing is. I don't
more
understand
the
this.
shear
I like writing.
right main central parts of the
I
again.
like to.
Oh my God.
I know. I just yeah. It's people like you that create sexism in the fucking
Or
world.
flour or
dude.
donuts. That's
Yeah, I get because of my
like
retweets.
the size
I
is
put up in my phone and say 140 characters that I have.
That's a much
Actually,
larger
it's
shear,
more, right?
right?
It's more now.
And that's because it's
I don't know.
moist.
I don't know. You know.
The total
I treating you like that guy that has to look everything up, but you know, like so. Look at your briefcase only has 6 books. I have a fucking shit ton of books. There's like 3 books in there, and a lot of like
4x4
there's
sacks
on like
5x5 for
the history of
also
cookies.
now,
That's how you know you're losing an argument in my apartment is when you fucking attack my books, dude.
and that's the size
There's
of
more
the
of a pinata
The
than there
answer
is.
is
That's true. There's a lot of, it's a big pinata, so there's a lot of books.
it's leather, our tables, and things like that.
I had 2 shows this week.
Instead of the mission of
Nightcap,
clap
pretty good.
is enough.
Pretty good
Sheer
show.
clap is enough to write the smallest part of
Trying to
the
get anything crazy out of the nightcap.
The Bryce says
Nightcap's back inside.
is
It's
not
not
enough
outside
right
anymore.
of
Have
a
you ever been there, the Burger and Milner Roads?
The partridge
It's a good show. I need building a brand.
separate the two. You have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the sustus, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called the flap. According to Taisvis, and according to Taisvis, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on flap. Mezuzah, Maskan of the Gemara is written on flap, but also on the sustus. The same Torah is written on flap, the sustus, and on fill when they're still connected. The sustus, which is not row for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you can call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. It's the top of the yadayim, top of the hands for truma. Truma by itself, not. The Rishon says you have to touch the actual back to the tefillin. Zaki says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parish of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. Sustos is like flap. It's part of the Gemara. What he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That klaf is like the sustos. In other words, just like the mezuzah can be written on the sustos, it can also be written on klaf. The law is that the parent tefillin about to put in the shavings. You cannot cut out the parsha of mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah because malam b'kodesh v'lemer reading you don't go downwards and you should go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in a cloth, and therefore you could write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on cloth according to Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that you could write a mezuzah on cloth since it's better for the mezuzah. It'll last longer. It's better protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
A wonderful day. This move. Look at this athleticism.
I support. And then I did the brunch show, Josh Edelman. Josh Edelman's brunch show, Park Hotel. It's hard to do. The 1 p.m. show. Yeah, it's hard to do comedy early in the day. Yeah. But the audience was chill. I had like one giant beer, which creator maybe the rest of the day. Oh, that makes sense because you have beers in the morning. Yeah. I do that. Everybody was out. I had some brunch. I didn't buy and stuff. I had more beers than I had books in the morning. Well, that's not very easy to do. So seriously, I had 2 beers. I asked for like the Australian lager or something like that. They gave me some regular beer, and they gave me this like giant glass. I was like walking into the show, like, okay, that guy's a problem. Yeah, this giant thing. Oh yeah, it's just putting down walking just around. But did it okay. Also, you're forgetting a major plot point here, dude. You didn't fucking you did the potluck at Fort. And one weirdness, the second letter. However, by the time the second letter, I didn't potluck. That was funny because I was like, I was driving to record Doom Scroll. So yeah, you can also check me out Doom Scroll with Isaac Hirsch and Nick Ulrich. I filled in for Danger Brawl on that show. I was driving there, and Luke was like, hey, I'm posting that if you want to spot. I don't know if you're supposed to say that. Oh my god. But I'm just kidding. Luke was like, oh man, you made potluck. I thought he was kidding, or I didn't really understand. And I was like, on the way to this podcast. So I filmed the podcast, and then I went and did the potluck. I did okay. Really great. Yeah. It was cool to be here. Takes out half a shear. Another half a shear could be 7 years maybe since they already started as Stuart, who's working in this. Says if there's any shorts there in years. The last time you hosted one would be the last time I did it. I missed hosted. What about a carbon potluck? I did kill Tony right after and ate shit on Kill. That's considered. Let's watch that live on the podcast. Right. I hope they fucking burn that shit. Robin says street jokes. This is like street jokes. Yeah, so not it's more than 5 years ago. Street jokes. Yeah, you told us on the podcast. Robin says I told it something. It's hot. It's hot thing. It's hot shop. It's enough to think about it. It's my shop here. I was in a closing shop. So again, yeah, there's jokes about Ben Franklin's fucking Batman and shit. It's not considered like cookies. Salsa and cookies. How much dicey, bro. Even if we try to fight Chop, so you even went back to Chop. Chop is like that movie, The Thing, or It, or whatever, because of The Thing. It's like you don't know who the monster is. It could just be you or me. But then as soon as they're not expected, and you start talking about Chop because the monsters, you're like chasing it. You're way older. I'm straight to things. How old are you? Tells us wax. Yeah, right. Very small amount. 22. One small hole that wine. That sounds like they go on TikTok, they go viral. Not oil or your Uber Eats person. Like my Uber Eats person, I bet it was 22. Oh my god. Sulfur and hard. How could this happen? Have a flash. Shit. I don't know. Would you work in the Washington Post these days? Punch a hole in the card. I think I would do it if it was like, if I got paid like $35 an hour, dude. So that 4 hours is the amount of cards is a very small amount. Why are these your numbers? And they always take the smaller version. They don't get a lot of mail as big as the Wampo, dog. Yeah, I don't understand a word of what you just said. Because it's so old. I'm saying, if you're working in the Washington Post, what beat do you think you'd do? Oh, when it comes to our Mishnah, Carson. You know, I would love to be a sports writer. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would do too. How fucking old are you? What beat would you do, dude? Yeah, like the news, the beat. Is that Twitter speak or is that that's journalist speak? Okay. You make it go back to school. I'm sorry about it, okay? How much God. I think I'll do sports, but dude, we canceled so quickly, man. You can't even retweet
lie.
Can you imagine? I fucking like things that Kenny Ryan tweets. Somebody would be like, "Look, is this where I have to work with somebody who likes the tweets of Keith Johnson?"
If she's
Well,
young,
this
if
is
she's
how much
poor,
fucking Twitter sucks, dude. And yeah,
she's wealthy.
yeah, this is the pony I'm riding. The Twitter fucking blows.
But you have not said why you think this.
Because I don't even have a job, and I'm scared of retweeting things that I think it's funny.
So you are scared.
Yeah.
So when you see a tweet, sometimes they're like, "Oh, that's funny." But I'm retweeting because I'm worried.
Olive oil.
Yeah. And then even then too, whenever I like something, I fucking unlike it because I'm like, fucking shit. People can survey your whole fucking existence on Twitter, dude.
Keep talking. I want to.
You want to find things that I like?
No, I have this one tweet. I'm just gonna show it to you. If I can find it, that's so fucking funny. But I would never.
A great guy for his daughter. We actually gave him 400.
It's so
What
fucking
is
funny.
this? Let me do this for my daughter. I covered her with one
Life
shot.
on Instagram is so much simpler. There's no surveilling people's activity on Instagram.
My daughter,
Twitter, you can see everything I like, everything I
says her
fucking
not
look
to
at.
rap BB. It had to be so we
You
can
can see my fucking algorithm.
You can't see stuff on Instagram. You can definitely see celebrities all the time. They're like so much so like their posts are like, oh, these two celebrities haven't liked each other's posts in a month.
Yeah, but that's the people that have no fucking life that continue to like refresh pages and see if there's things that are being liked by fucking Cardi B or
right over
whatever.
here in this area.
Yeah. I'm
It
gonna
says,
write it out
and show you.
the barrel has
It's
to
like it's so inflammatory in today's
put some
world,
lime
and
in
it
it.
shouldn't be.
But that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the
You
lime.
know what? I
The
can't.
wine will come out.
I
It says we're
can't.
behind the home that are measuring.
It'll take too much to air. I'll show you.
In the measuring.
It just sucks that you can't. Stuff that's funny. It's funny because it's a joke. It's not serious.
Third was for the
You
eye,
know?
quarter was for the
Like,
chemist.
I understand we
One
shouldn't
shot
bully
is for
people,
forehead. Put on the
We
forehead.
shouldn't be
It says
overly
more
mean.
stories on the forehead.
but
It's
you know,
gullible.
I get made fun
They
of all the
asked,
time, and
they
it's
asked
fun.
the gullible.
Yeah.
Somebody came from
And
gullible.
Jordan gets made fun
The
of
gullible
too.
asked him to
For his thing, everybody has things he get made fun of for. And like they're
And he said,
saying,
no, I can't.
but or it's like it's such a
Because
double
one
standard.
side is
It's okay to like
Daniel, direction
one
went
thing,
from
but it's
above,
not
came
okay to
forward
shit
and
on
bit
something
him.
else. Not
For the
fair.
others, the side is
And
some
he's gonna
side
make it so that people
bit him on the forehead. It was very interesting. And the other says that it's kind of funny. You're supposed to wear a mask, not to say overall mask. No, but rather on the forehead,
if
it's
all of your reporters are
display
fallacious
that the
submissive
forehead
and
is
all
not
angry,
above the season.
then who's gonna do news?
Above the
Every
forehead,
thing I do is gonna be mad. The person reading the weather is like
How
it's
about
90
right
degrees
place
today,
that says enough
and that's
to
white
seal
people's fault.
arguments that shit comes down to see the
Global
letter.
warming is
Much
caused
less
by
fertilizer,
Russian
a very thin
fires.
sand,
I don't
for
know.
the Kiva, enough
Also, what
fertilizer.
is real fucking
One
news?
can have
There's
to
no
really
real
shoot
news, dude.
enough
We got people
fertilize
over at
a
Wawa
leak.
talking about fucking
You have
gender
a
and
read, a
sexism.
right?
There's no real news. You don't know what the fuck's happening
And
in
as
the
the
outside world. So many people
joints
are
the
fucking
finger,
dying in Nigeria right
shining
now.
water taking is it the joint that connects to the hand or is this joint over here?
People dying.
It's the
Dying in
read.
Nigeria.
Fucking mass shootings at churches and shit.
Broken
I saw that news article. I thought that was
Best
country.
is
Is that like an
the
Al-Shabaab
chicken
thing
egg,
or is it just a random
mix the
national?
oil
I don't know.
on the stove, the size of a spaghetti. Not an egg, the size of a
I don't know what
Al-Shabaab's like a terrorist group. They're popular in Africa.
In other words, it stands good for life.
And it's not, I don't think, I mean, Al-Shabaab does some really good ones. I don't think that we should be fired from
Sand is really catchy.
crazy.
The sand,
Although that's up to Dominic.
it's a
The
and
woke member of
by adding sand,
nowadays,
nowadays,
a woke member, an anti-woke member, and then a guy's completely checked out. Like Ryan's like, you two are arguing, and then if one of you says even one thing that's negative about a Rubik's Cube, you go, oh really, dude? You're gonna hear a fucking earful. You say one thing wrong about a Batman comic, and Ryan is gonna get an ass.
Yeah. In my opinion, dude, woke does not exist. It's just it's people seeing what they can do to other people. That's all.
Shabbos pay
shit
Allah.
is, in my opinion.
How much bone do you have to
One
take
thing
out
I've
for
heard
one
people
to
say, I don't know if it's true, you'll see
like I'm a
people say,
bold
like,
enough to make
woke
these
isn't really what you think it means. It was like
enough to make
bastardized and stolen from black people that came up with
Wait,
it. I have no idea what that
wow,
turned
they
out.
don't serve any purpose.
But whatever
So
it
they
is,
are
and
popular.
whatever it popularly means right now,
They are Megapolis.
I very rarely agree with it. It seems awful.
Simple pieces of bone
I mean, it usually leads to shit like
are
this.
not like wood. They are like metal that I would have. Once
No,
you
I'm
attach them to the gate,
I
want people to know what I think. And I can be wrong. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Don't get rid of me. I thought the 16th president was Andrew Jackson. I know that that's Abraham Lincoln, but it was a brain fart.
Some say
It was a Greco-Gothic moment.
two
And we're all gonna,
threads
it'll be,
from
somebody's telling us I know how long it takes
from
to
the
reprint it.
boom.
I mean, it's podcast
stone.
go, baby.
How large
It's
is a
just
stone?
hilarious. Give guys what they want.
That has enough
The
mass
guy's standing
throw
clips
it
are
and
always
burn.
bad. You keep putting them up. He doesn't
It's
stop.
like
Can you imagine if you had just bad clips? You're like,
animal
I mean, I'm doing that right now. You're putting a bag in it.
How much?
Really?
The
Yeah,
weight
I mean, I haven't seen angry clips. I put in a clip a couple days ago and it got like 4,000 views.
However,
But
when it
that
comes to
doesn't
put
sound
up
bad.
here,
But then again,
human dignity,
I'm not proud of it. I just did it because I
how
need to
about we
wear
relax that
action.
description?
It's not funny.
Soon we came to this break being asked, how big are stones is one permitted
We do it.
bring
There's a
into
delete
the
button.
bathroom to use as
Yeah,
toilet
delete
paper?
it. Yeah.
So they told him
Put that in
3.
there.
And
I want
the same
to get some of that tape. I got like one of my cats sent me that tape.
Mayor says the S has to be a minimum of a walnut that says a minimum of an egg. And the same thing applies here
Obviously, I
when
do
it
a
comes
podcast
to
that where we talk
the
about
stones. The mayor
things,
says
right? Whatever the fuck you think
3
woke is,
stones
we
that are
talk
the size
about
of a
that.
walnut will do the 6 stones that are the size of an egg.
And
However,
there's this, like,
100 research
it's funny to me because so there's this girl
that
that
is
comments
different
mostly
sizes.
every video
One
talking
is the
about how much
size
fucking
of an owl,
trash I
the other
get.
is the size of a walnut,
Gerard is a fucking
and the other one is the size of
stupid
an egg.
ass. Yeah,
And
it's kind of mean, lady.
it says, wait a minute. Does that mean I can carry around a stale exact measurement?
You know what's funny though, dude,
The
is
share is
that
whatever
I get
fits
the
in your hand.
messages
We don't
on
care.
my
5
YouTube
stones, 2
studio
stones, what size,
but
whatever
they
fits
don't
in your
show up
hand. That is
on YouTube. I didn't
Gavin
write it for the
says,
channel or
if
anything.
it's a permanent
It's just use so many curse
whatever
words in every single
whatever
one
you definitely
that
use
it's
now,
just
so it's later, it's not posted
She calls me a shitbag. She says
However,
I'm
it's
a
not a
dumbass, and
permanent
then like it has
bathroom.
a lot to do with like Joe Rogan.
That shear
Like
is
calls me a
straight
Joe
like
Rogan
a
all the time.
The middle two, yeah, outlet,
You
wall,
don't even like Rogan.
the middle one,
I
the
love
size of a
it.
wall.
Yeah.
Everything that says it's
People see
possible
when I say I
to
love Rogan,
use something
then
called
people fucking
heights,
put me in a fucking corner.
which
You know?
are pebbles that crumble.
Did you see the episode where
Brother
you're like,
says,
you didn't like Rogan? That's
do
the
not let
episode
him,
she said. That's the
in
episode where she's like,
order
it's
for
told
somebody
us
who's
it's
constipated to
Joe
massage
loves Joe
with
Rogan. When I
some sort of
wanted to do an
stone,
episode to talk shit
do
about
not let him
Joe
massage
Rogan.
the
You
Shabbos
said that Joe
with
Rogan should
stone
talk about
or
that next
sand,
Yeah,
cause
that in California,
the
the episode
here,
was California.
here.
That's so funny.
Well,
That
actually,
she's
yeah.
even when
Instead of
you're
going with the full
her
height,
side, she's still like that fucking
fingers,
shit. Yeah.
that's one thing. Take a mortar,
And then there's other people
designed
even
to
fucking
crush something.
essays,
So
dude,
it's
of
your weapon.
comments on my
We want
thoughts.
to
And
grab
I
for
totally
toilet
agree.
paper.
When I created that fake profile,
If it has revenue that somebody
I
else
didn't think
used
that
it
would hurt you
for,
as much, and that's
so nobody can use the same longer for visual activism. You're not going to use it for food.
no,
But it's
all I
what
do
you use
is
it for toilet
fly
paper.
back with the tongue
What if it got washed off with plain water? Some revenue.
I mean, that's
It's a
a
little
little
bit. What is it?
That reminds me of two things at one time, because keep in mind, I get constant comments on videos. And then so I went back trying to find a video where somebody commented
somebody else used it.
you drinking game every time Gerard in sobriety.
It's
Take
also
a shot,
used as
right?
something that's used
And
for
somebody
sport.
responded to that
Or
recently.
both
This is a
sides.
long time ago. Yeah. Somebody responded to it
Or
recently where it was like,
somebody
damn,
else
I would be
you
fucked up. I would probably die, right?
Yourself.
Joke. Funny, pretty funny.
What if the other
I'm
night
trying to find it because I
or it
on
says
YouTube Studio, somebody's replying to a comment that's already existed. It's hard to
or
go back to that reply.
or
So I like got
meat
back
like
out of the page
tongue,
way too fast and I
esophagus,
couldn't get back to it.
because
So I
without
was
salt,
starting to go through all these comments
spine
that
of
I
a
haven't
fish,
seen before. And I
herring
noticed this
that's
girl
not
was
completely
messaging,
cooked,
commenting every other fucking video about me.
sediment of wine,
That makes me think of two things.
if somebody uses
One is that
lime
hilarious
or
meme, which I
earthenware
probably
for
brought up on the
toilet
pod
paper.
before.
Some say even
It's like
somebody that feeds himself
fucking Lord of the
string out
Rings
his
or
neck in
that's
the
Harry
back.
Potter. And Harry Potter's in one
What
frame
about
and Ron Weasley's
Essentially,
on the
Jim
other.
Job is carrying
And
up
Harry
the
Potter's
stones
like,
for toilet
where
paper
were you
top
when
drawer.
I created my YouTube
What
thing and I
this
only
allows
got
us
5 views
to
and 5
repair the
comments?
was relaxed
And
when
Ron
it comes
Weasley's
to
like,
the beta,
I
somebody
was too busy
Zuckerberg,
making 5
what
views.
like
Fake
fucking
profile.
concern of the beta
That shit is so funny.
dignity.
The other
So
thing I was thinking of is
someone will be
these
relaxed and
fucking
talk to you.
commenters.
But
Yeah. The
it's
thing
not
that they
similar to
love
the
to
case
do
where it says, oh,
is
somebody
they're
got
almost, you know what they're like?
also
They're exactly like
once
this
you remove it and once you use
Washington
the
Post
that's
person.
supposed to
They
we don't
love to be like,
use it. Why? Because it should be prepared with
my comment
meal,
was
but when
deleted.
it comes to a bashing, people don't know where they're gonna have to
Like,
use
you
So
stop,
the
like,
occupier,
I'm
like,
getting
never matter.
buried by
Can't be
whatever.
prepared.
They have so many. This guy on
It's usher
YouTube,
to walk
I was like joking
a
around
cloud
and he was
field.
giving me shit, and I was just responding like,
cloud.
shut up.
On Shabbos is another issue. But using a bathroom in the plowed field because you might take a stone and cover a hole, and as we learned earlier, that consists of karusha. If it's in your house, that would be oida, smooth house.
It definitely was not me.
It's one to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, you can hide on top. But we're not concerned with doing the strategy of stopping, and it's certainly not a secret. You know what the irony in those days, it was plants that have over it. You know this because your whole life no one has thought anything you said was interesting. Go around the heads of the pines, just like fusses and fusses, throwing into the river full of passion, with the heart. You're not able to look up a Shabbos even if it has grass growing at the bottom. Based on this, I'm monthly, you got to put up a wrap. So you know what's the connection? Stone, I need to do what I need right now for you. They go to this pot.
Toronto is straight up just ignorant, bro.
A bite says I love it. Then if I have this pot with holes on it, and it's on top of the stand, and I lower it to the ground, now gets more moisture out of the ground. And if we reverse, it's on the ground, and I put it on a stand on top, that would be privilege. Both these surah would be only in the Rabbadah. The judgment says not only is it also used furthermore during the weekday because of even on Shabbos because you like to hear rather use a stone than furthermore, even though the furthermore is less muktzah than a stone. But the bishop well explains the difference that we're talking about. He's talking about the problem of choices, shearing here on Shabbos and stuff. It's also they shear kids. There are different passages like the Mishnah holds that another shampoo his head, even though he might clear out some hairs by mistake, but from his Shabbos, this is a muktzah. The Bible saying
quote. It's good to keep
but these the Rabbi Rothschild were they could invent something. And Goya wanted to go into the boat and he said no. So she said, you know, you want to stop the competition. She didn't. She didn't let go. They said something and started moving. She didn't realize she thought that her petition wouldn't work. And she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper and you don't still allow honey clothing and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle. Neither of us can probably fully articulate the definition of capitalism, socialism, communism, and that's why it didn't work. But she didn't realize it. What we think it is will probably be pretty accurate, but we're not scholars. But you, 100%, I know this for a fact, cannot tweet about flappers like I do. I know this. I'm going to be honest. This is being fully honest. I guarantee you that you cannot edit like Gerardo does. You cannot film like Gerardo does. You can't make Shabbos after podcast. The famous Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi his son. I don't understand. Why don't you take advantage of the stuff? He's extremely smart and sharp. Nobody cares. Because every time I go to Edinburgh, he just says, heading to the bathroom, once you quickly, don't strain yourself, your body has three genes attached to it. You might go out, you have a little sisters. So the one other you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. And a person has two options of toilet paper. One is a stone, and one is a shard of earthenware. Earthenware is dangerous. A stone is what says you're going to use a stone rather than put yourself in your body. So they're not. It's better to use a shard than just look to infect the right stuff. It says just like what Fizda, you should use the earthenware. People will say, you got rice but earthenware is not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has two options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second kind of Rashi, you're talking about a shop. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. My point is, Fizda, the big problem is, there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper. You're not allowed to use toilet paper. That's flammable. Why you use it today? It's different travel. Everyone talks about it. Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass? Because this grass is moist, and therefore it's not flammable. A person needs to go to that. He needs to relieve himself and he holds himself back. My point is what happened. Either will have bad breath, explain the will rise, or will simply have bad body odor from the breast is mashma that's bad body odor. The person physically carries constipated, number of trips. Further up his they can stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, he says, I saw my own eyes in Arabic and so, and he spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Khan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk away. Find another place. And therefore, This fits into the halacha that a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break. So before the meal, you either walk 4 times 10 amas or 10 times 4 amas, which is helpful. Mishnah tells us if a person has a piece of further wood, try to remember what is the shear that will tie it for himself, picking out from one rishus to another rishus. Agree with that. Jesus says, enough that you put between beams to stack up. Rabbi says, enough to hold a coal. Everybody says, enough to hold a revius of water.
I told you about that, right?
Rabbi says, I have a zayter and from the Pasuk. When the Navi talks about the Korban, the Balkan will destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. You see, earthenware, in order to be kosher, it has to hold a coal. It says in place, but it's just continue. In the end of the Pasuk, it says, and the Balkan will destroy to the point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rabbi will explain that he wasn't saying this. First, the Balkan will destroy everything that has value. So this means that whole fight. And then on the destroy things that don't have value.
They say they're straight, but then they look into Dominic's eyes.
From the Pasuk itself,
and you know what Dominic does?
You understand that Rabbi's shear of holy fire is greater than the shear of a because it just makes sense. The Pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the large item. Then I was wrong with the smaller item. That's how you have between the as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with small pieces of charred earthenware and pick up a coal. You'll get burned. We're dealing with a very large earthenware, so that from a distance we grab a coal. And with that we finish the parak. And we begin the parak. We're dealing with a bunch of Shnayis that just weird to learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos, but eventually we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos with meal. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. It says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmatcha, not in the first Shabbat, but some hints from a puzzle, Avodah Zarah is in common b'mas. Mago, is if you touch something, massive, if outside Avodah Zarah, you know you're not physically touching it, in a back, you become covenant, just like Avida. Avida picks something up, if you pick up Avida, you become covenant, as the Pasuk says, Tisrei, K'moi, Dava. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah, like Anida, say Toy Marlon, get out of here till Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall, and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall, made that wall that was built for Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down. The Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's opening Avodah Zarah. What does he do with broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 hours from that wall. What does he do with leftover stones? They are Milchama, according to the people, B'masa, just like Anida.
Like you'd be exhausted from work when you're back.
Rambam explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is Milchama B'masa. Where is the Machlokes? Machlokes is in a concept called Eben Misam. Eben Misam is a very large boulder that's suspended. And if there's a Zav and Nida on top, which is unbelievable condition, it travels right to the stone, which is the stone and common any cleave that's below the stone. Machlokes says, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? We learn that concept to Avodah Zarah. He says yes, and Chachamim say no because we learn from a sheret. The sheret does not have that token. What is it to do with that? That the Mishamshim Avodah Zarah, that whole Avodah Zarah is not Milchama. The Matzah is Milchama B'mago. What do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah? 2 Anida. That's Milchama B'matzah, but there is no Eben Misam. Why? Because the Chacham learn the hekesh of Anida, Avodah Zarah, without the concept of a bar. That is, if the limb, Rahman Islam, is cut off from Anida, that limb loses the Tumas Nida, gains in Tumas Abraham and Had, but not the Eben Misam. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Milchama, but Misama is not Milchama.
That's the real thing is that there are
the fact
black guys like Ali Siddiqui
who
should be getting
whether or not this declared it's a limb of Avodah Zarah. In fact, one of these attachable Avizaras pieces come on and off. Once piece came off, is that the Kama Beivar? Well, where you see it's not. Obviously, we have to say Rav was asking George Rabbi Kiva uses all the way through, even if it means that it will be a kula. By saying that there is no kula on that age.
I don't get it.
Laws are learned the
I
whole
guess what I'm
time.
saying, I should have said,
According to everybody,
I don't understand
there's no
what you're saying,
Evan
but
Misamu by
I
what
just want to know.
Even Rabbi Kiva holds there's no concept of Evan Misamu by
If you
what
were, if,
So
like,
where's the
let's
fucking
say
Kiva
you're
Kiva?
out, you see
Whether
one
or not
person,
this
like,
is
in their
masa
store, like, about to fall
by
off the bridge, right?
Abed
They have, like, one hand,
Kiva says, yes, I learned from these other
like,
things
on the
masa.
thing,
But once they
and,
know,
like,
I learned
one
from
hand's
Sheretz, that
reaching
is
out.
ultimate masa.
You just
Every
what
Kiva
you
learned the Hekesh, that
If it was
from
Ken
Sheretz, that the Mishamshim of the Sheretz,
be
the
like,
Kli
yo,
of
tell me you're
Abed
gonna say
Zara,
yes. And then
is
they
not a Hamid masa. And I'm going to learn the Hekesh Kalida, it's still,
that can't go fault to it. It's just the worst thing you didn't say this. Ken, where are you, man? I haven't seen you in a while. You're playing poker. I hear you're losing to women. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god. Cancel me now. All right, that's it. Bye. Bye.
Shabbos Daf Bevav, we're continuing with Mishnayos with a theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the second Shabbos? How do you know these halachas not based on a pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do we know that Shechazera, the name implies, it's a roila hazriya, it's viable? How do you know that it's a tama woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate from your wives for 3 days. And this is the reason, because we want the women to be with the higher during Matan Torah. How do you know you let them call Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after the Bris Milah? It says by Shtem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the Bris. When they were praying, you see that 3 days after the Bris, the baby's considered a Chayil Shesh V'Sakana, and you call Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Sawyer HaMishtaleach, the Lazazel, the one the goat you throw up a clip on your kipper, you wrap a band around its neck, a red band, and another band, like six colors,
we gotta do 10
because
minutes
the word stem in the water comes from
Alright, so I'll start the timer.
Athleticism.
Yeah, 10 minutes of show.
Alrighty then, dude, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Alright, here we go.
I love a nice face tattoo. I'm obsessed with that tattoos. I wish. Are you? I wish. Why? I look like a hell. Are you? So, I was saying, Lee, I was saying, there's a cowboy at my show. What's cowboy? Add it up. Add it up.
Cowboys at your show? That's a
I don't know how much I need, but if I ever do need that help, yeah, Van Diva is good. Well, last time I was there was during the
These guys are like melting away, and you can tell like they're it's like a much higher intensity version of what's going on with our lives. Cal's thinking about some like court case he has, or just repeating stuff that shop whispers. I think that we're having the tattoo today. I have to go FaceTime.
Proud Boys, really, dude?
Maximum pass.
This is the honor. 24 hour period. Riding outside my hotel.
And what about
They should have a picture of me, three of them like this. Yeah.
So even if a relationship of 2 hours to be the first time, you go 2 hours to the last time.
He's just lying. Those just lies.
B-Shop fans, dude.
What's a B-Shop? Oh, B-Shop. God, I have trouble understanding it.
Dude, B-Shop fans. Not
5
even
times
big
12.
boys.
Proud Boys?
Always
What are they all like? Dicey, dicey, bro.
You know what's funny, dude? My girlfriend told me yesterday that her son told her that he wants to be a thug boy.
Like in reference to shop or just like that saying, like being flavors.
Yeah, he was supposed to be heavier, but the first thing I thought was shop. So I have to use things for that.
Yeah. I'm working on a bit about like, do you get these ads on Instagram where it's like really, really hot, attractive women saying, "Oh, these shirts for thick men are so great. They work so well with thick guys." The fuck no. I get that, and it's not a good bit yet, but it's just like I think they'd be more effective if they had women selling the shirts that I have a chance with. Like when I go women without hope, I know where to go. That thing, so that I was saying like it's so comfortable. I like it so much. And my sister's about to evict me from my house. Had to ship me. But yeah, man, thick boy is really obnoxious. You say that. Just if I don't think there's anything wrong with being a little tricky or whatever, but you know, you don't need to come up with like a saying to make yourself feel better. The guys that are like, you know, that remember like oh, he's fat but he's fun. The guys that are like that never actually say I'm fat but I'm fun. They just work because they're confident. I mean, I'm fun. They're good eggs. We love a fat guy, don't we? Yeah, Travis, fat but funny. Dude, pancake shop for a shot. Yeah, that's much more about it's fucking Did you sing the second one? Yeah, I think so. Unless I sing the same one twice. We need to learn how to speak Japanese so we can do more of the show. Is it called Japanese? That's what I think so. Whatever you say, Papa. What do they call Brenda's? They call Brenda Corbin.
Don't take an elefante, because what happens is one day this wild elefante and he decided to stomp this bitch out, right? And then she died. And then the bear came back during her funeral and stomped out the corpus. Oh, just, oh my God, oh, so he's not done. Stomp. Oh my God, death. Then attacks her corpse at a funeral. This is a special kind of elephant. Oh my Lord. It smelled or something.
Wait, a corpus? Do you think, I don't know what that is. Do you think the CTE that Brennan has, like, made him like this? Was he really dumb before it? Or what he was just talking, I didn't understand what he was saying. Yeah, I was like, what? There's a lot of words, and it could be just a Vegas hangover, but I really was like, I don't understand how to read it. And the fun tape, I kind of want to hear what he goes. Play the rest of it. I'm trying to figure out the whole thing. That was it. Yeah. Damn, dude, the shop tuned into TFAK, dude. Yeah, the shop subreddit will shit on like anything he does. Yeah. It's like a 10-second clip, and they're like, "But play it back." They want shot clips like the people watch the Suburban film. You know, like when Kennedy, not a reference to this. But if you look at it from this angle, Shab is very stupid in this one. Play it back the tape. Okay, you'll see here that Shab is pulling out of his nose. Listen, you know, Fazoli, bro, like, when I get that, dude, I snort it right up my nose. Check this out, dude. Read this out loud. I get tacos, dude. I fucking shove a taco right up my butt, dude. Wait, where did it go? Sorry about that, read. Okay, so Dick Coughlin says, Brennan Schaub told The Atlantic that I'm his first 3 years doing, that in his first 3 years of doing stand-up, he performed 6,000 hours of comedy. In order for this to be possible, he would have to do an average of 5.5 hours of stand-up every day. What absolute... Yeah, dude, people are coming up with the math to figure out the Schaub is lying. The math of Schaub. We'll believe you, dog, if you just say he's lying. Yeah, you don't need it. But it is fun. I mean, this is what's entertaining about it is that people, people are watching it, looking at it. Sure, like Sherlock Holmes and Watson's elementary walks in. Mr. Shaw. Do you want to see this?
Now, let me ask you this. It just says, it's just two pictures of dice, and it's this clip. Dicey dice. Here we go.
Really,
bro? Portland. Now let me ask you this. They burned it down. That's what I said in my bit about Portland. Portland is I talk about all the things I've done. I like Portland. I'm sure you're downtown. Sure, I take me. I go. Dicey.
Thanks to like a great, it's very intelligent bit that he created. He's like, and you know what I did next? Dicey.
Sometimes he has to think about what he said. He's like, you know, and he's trying to say it correctly. I don't want Brian to get this wrong. I didn't just say dicey for anything.
There's like a shop board, and it has like dicey, a picture of a cookie with sauce on it. Fucking delete. There's no deal on. Yeah. He's like, okay. But what are people watching this because some of them have to be legitimate fans of him, right?
I know. I mean, that video was like shit. I'll talk to people that just hate it. Straight up, we laughed hard at that right now.
Yeah, that is true. We did. It was very funny.
That's hilarious.
You know what? Little Portland, will work every time. And whenever he says it, it'll be great. This was this restaurant, and they pulled out the guy comes out and he reads the specials. He read out the specials, and at the end of it was like, dice.
Look at that's the green part right there. He's like a great guy. Damn, dude, this group is so good, dude. If you want to see it, look at YouTube. It's a great picture.
We have 50 seconds left. Yeah, so that was a picture of the guy the black guy that went around like meeting secretly fans members and then making it like them, and then like they were like with the clan. That's essentially what Shab is doing with the Great Poppy, the Showtime special. Shab is confronting racism head on by working with Brian Callen.
That's a real 67 clip.
Then on the third day, and then it came out he was raping like 12-year-olds. He goes, I'm calling her raping underage girls. Never heard of that before. Oh, really? And it's a quote.
This thing is amazing. Dude, that whole really is one of the best punchlines in history. Yeah. We're done. There's a shot of
Some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu called him about the Sechar, about the award. But Yosef is Loshen of Hashemah. Then afterwards, he talked him about the Paynish, not the Hashemah. But Yaakov is Loshen Eden, says Rashi, vegetables. Rashi says on the sixth day of what? Machlokas, according to Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month, the sixth day of the week, on Friday. According to Rava, it's the sixth day for one day resting. According to Rabbi Yaakov, the same day that they rest is the day that they rest. So that's why it's Israel is Shabbos. What is the Shabbos before? It's one thing. All the halachas explains it to itself. But we wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they travel on Sunday evening, they travel for the rest of the week.
Hey, welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Our last episode, it got taken down by the man. We tried to put up the video of it. It was live. What does premiere mean again?
Premiere just means that the episode is premiering.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was like live. I don't know.
It's basically the same kind of component as live, but it knows it's not live.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it got taken down, but not a copyright strike.
Yeah.
Just a regular old.
That same day. Rice says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rish played was on
Guys, thank you for tuning in. This is the first ever 10 Minutes of Shop interview. We're so lucky and blessed to have on the CEO of Jang Shamaportal. Anything else I would say would if you want to support the podcast, try Patreon, subscribe, all that stuff. And we want to do more guests like we're doing. So if you have any ideas, Discord and let us know for other people that you want us to try and get on. But this was amazing. You really got to check it out. Sean McCorkle, thank you. Hope you enjoy.
You can look,
much do you know about the show? Have you ever watched the 10 minutes of shop thing that we do?
I watched about 10 minutes of it early. Check the views, because I get people sometimes that want to do a podcast, they have 7 views and 6 of them are watching it themselves, you know? I have a buddy from high school who sells a program to drive traffic to YouTube videos, and YouTube videos have 12 to 14 views each. And I'm like, that's what we're doing for a living, teaching people how to get 14 views on a YouTube video. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we did one episode where we watched the Gringo Poppy, and then it got so many views, and then we created the 10 minutes thing off that. People just love it. So, yeah,
there's a lot of people that don't like it. All you gotta do is put a shot review of any kind. They've been begging me to do one, but I feel like I'd be the 15th person at this point to pile on. So.
I guess, yeah, maybe, but I think you should do it. I'd watch it. You watch it a little bit yourself. So, yeah, with Shab, I had a question for you. The first question I had was, so he is always eating stuff while he talks to people. He always has something in his mouth. Do you think that that's like a disrespect thing, or is that CTE, or what is that? What do you think that is?
I don't know. He gets CTE. It's too much credit for sure. He was an idiot ever since I met him in 2010. Like, he's been an idiot. I think he just has no. I thought spelled Duraf. He just had no, probably one of the least self-aware people I've ever seen in my life. He actually really should stick your tongue out as you're eating before every bite, and then you shouldn't swallow with your mouth full of food falling out like he doesn't understand, like just standard human behavior. He doesn't get it.
So when you knew him back before all the controversy and all that, was he known as somebody who would misspell things or say words wrong and all that? Was that like that's always been shown?
No, if you look back at some videos, you can see that he was. I doubt it, but I don't think anybody. I think it took the homeless cats to figure that one out. I would notice. It was so funny when I found the whole Reddit page. It's kind of you're alone, like you know, like you think you're the only guy. I'm pretty sure Bill Cosby's or something like that. I always thought, man, like, should I say a lot of stuff like wrong? I noticed like he would say like mountains of Rushmore or like things that didn't make any sense. And then the more I've seen him, I think like, God, man, why did Rogan unleash this curse on the world? You know, like platform, you know, and he was always, he's just always annoying. And when I started reading the stuff on the Reddit page, I was like, I found my home. Like, it was like, I can't feel it. I'm all saying the exact things I always felt. Like, I can't believe these people noticed this too, you know. Like, there that many people I noticed it, not just me, you know, and no more famous than he is. So.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we had. I mean, I assumed he was bad at stand-up because everyone hated on him. But I wasn't like one of those people who's like, oh, am I the only people that think this? Because I had the opposite. I went on Reddit and I saw, like, that we do after watching the Gringo Poppy. What was your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy, would you say?
God, dude, man, I don't even know. It's hard. I actually, despite, I guess, my persona, I actually have like a soft heart. I'm empathetic toward people, so I find myself feeling sorry for him when I watch it. Like I get, it's like, we had a kid when I was in high school. One year I played basketball in high school and college stuff, so we had this dunk contest, but they lowered the goal to 9 feet because I was one of the only guys that could dunk, and what kind of dunk contest had been good with one guy dunking, right? So they lowered to 9 feet, and this kid and his name on the basketball team signs up for it, and he can't reach the rim, but he still attempts his dunks like every time. He's not great later. Like we were, and I was like, everybody's laughing because he'll toss the ball up and do like a 360 and then not even get it 6 inches within the rim or whatever. And he just kept trying, like he did all 6 rounds. And I felt like I don't know, it's really terrible when my brother brings it up in class reunions too. Like, I'm still bring it up to the kid when he sees him. But every do the dunk contest, like, that's kind of how I felt with Shab, you know, whatever. Like, I want to hate him because he's always ran his mouth about me before I ever said a word about him. He always had something to say about me, and I never said anything back. Like even I can tell you guys, we won at some point the first time we ever met each other. He almost got his ass kicked or at least punched in the face. Yeah, the first time I got flown out to, they were going to do this show. Spike TV had bought this pilot, and it was going to be, it would just kind of be a Tosh.0, except they were going to do a fighter and a comedian and have them comment on videos. Other than that, it was just Tosh.0 with fight videos. So they send me the videos, they send me the script, they want me to read with the jokes. And I was like, on the way out, I'm reading because I only had like a day or two's notice. I had known the guy that wanted to audition from the Strike Force days, and he's Jeremy Lamb, and he used to run a lot of Strike Force. I think it was Strike Force or Affliction. But I met him in a couple of events, and he knew I was kind of funny, so he wanted me to come out and audition for it. So I'm reading the jokes on the way out, and I'm like, I don't even want to be on camera saying this, because I wouldn't want someone to think I came up with this. This isn't funny. Like, the stuff they wrote isn't funny, you know? Like, not at all. So I'm watching they had like 4 or 5, you know, I want to be on camera saying what I think is funny. And I'm in the middle of doing my jokes, and they're cracking up. So like, wait, that's not the script. I'm like, what am I if I can do it? I'm really shit at it, you know? So they're like laughing. I'm with another comedian, a guy who, that's a whole other long story. I was trashing him the cable guy for 20 minutes, and after I trashed him for 20 minutes, he goes, he's my best friend, actually. And I was like, wow, awesome. But so I'm in the middle of my audition. All of a sudden, I hear a door slam like open, and I hear like somebody going like, "Oh, come to the door!" Like real loud, like that. Like it threw me off. And I look up, and it's Shaw and Callan walking in, and dude, you would think that they were Kim Jong-un walking before the citizens of North Korea when they walked in. Now they both were walking in, looking around like everybody was going to applaud for them or something. You know, there's only like 10 people there, and the guy at the door, I was like, "Guys, keep it quiet," you know. You look like they were like, oh, and Sean's like, oh, like, just being an idiot. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, when I hear him, I tell one of my jokes, I start laughing, I hear him say, oh, this guy, like, he realizes it's me, you know, and it's the first time we ever met. And so I stopped in the middle of the audition, I look up and said, you got something to say? Like, in the middle of the audition to him. And he was like looking around, so I'm talking to you, like, yeah, like maybe there was someone behind him I was, you know, talking to. And I said, you got something to say it. And he was like, he just started looking at his Gucci boots, you know, just looking down at North Star or whatever. I said, yeah, that's what I thought. So then, my audition was kind of ruined because I wasn't in a good mood anymore, you know, like it was as I kept thinking I wanted to smack it. Plus, Adam Carolla had made me and Stephen Bonner take boxing lessons for him right before the thing started. It was very awkward. Like, he was at Adam Carolla Studios, and he brought out mitts and gloves and wanted us to, like, get mitts with him, and I was like, I don't want to do that, man, I'm good, you know, whatever. Like, I'm in nice clothes. We all sweaty and stuff. And Bonner gets talked into it. They tell Bonner, you know, hey, well, find out what he's doing wrong. Adam Carolla. So, you know, I don't know that word down. So, but yeah, so Callan comes, then he rings with me, and then Callan starts like cracking up, saying like they're just starting saying how big I'm like, man, the size of your hands, I'm supposed to be your size. I bully everybody, and I can tell like Callan's getting jealous, like his girlfriend's talking to him. The guy, and some point I said one of my jokes, and Callan was like, man, you're really funny. Like, that Sean was just pure hatred all over his face. He can't believe it. And so we finished, and I get the whole time he's doing his thing. It's terrible, like he's you know, nervous or whatever, trying to do it because he thinks I'm like people. So they asked me instead of hosting the show, would I rather just write the jokes? It's like the day was like 4,000 an episode. I said, absolutely, you know, I don't write all your guys' jokes. I'd rather do that than fly to LA anyway. I would like get out there. And so I guess the whole thing, once they saw they picked Sean and Callan to do it, I guess the whole thing never got picked up then after they saw their audition or whatever with their joke. So they dropped the whole thing. But things like that would happen over here, like, hey, dude, your child was talking shit about you on Rogan's podcast. And I'm like, no. And somebody would send me a clip of Sean on there, like, Rogan was saying how funny I was, and Sean was like, yes, is he still alive? I already died, like, or something like that, like, trying to just, oh my God. The same thing when Rogan said was funny, but you could see it was like Sean, like someone's dad was telling their kid that they love another kid more than them, you know, whatever it is. It was like, oh, yeah, but you, I misunderstood it.
That's what he's saying. Sean's probably seeing, like, every time these people say that, he's seeing Greg, and he's like, ah. And of course, you don't like LA, because LA is North Korea with a beach.
It's the phoniest. I can't stand out there. I've been out there 100 times. All the times I had to be there for something. I never really had one to do. But I can't ever go out there so phony, man. The whole setup is crazy out there.
Yeah, it's hard to be authentic out here. What was I saying? So you mentioned that you kind of feel bad for Sean watching the Gringo Poppy. Like, the more I find myself watching the Gringo Poppy, I have some, like, reference for it, and it actually is, like, a good special to me, only because of how ridiculous it is. Do you see, like, the cult classic following of it, and do you fall in line with that?
A little bit. I like it. It's kind of like one of my favorite movies of all time is Harley Davidson and Marlboro Man because it's so bad, like it's awesome. It's like I went to Courthouse too. I went to Courthouse every single one of people like that. Just click out. Saturday Night Fever is the most unintentionally funny movie that was ever made. If you guys haven't seen Saturday Night Fever, watch that. It is meant to be serious, but it's the funniest thing. It's the funniest thing ever. So yeah, he can be. I mean, he can be unintentionally funny, but not funny just laughing at him, not with it. You know, like his. And the fact that he thinks, I always told people I don't dislike Shaw because they're like, oh, you're just jealous. I'm like, dude. Cain Velasquez would beat me in a fight easily. Luke Rockhold is better looking than me and richer than me. I can name 105 more successful people. I'm probably jealous of Shaw. Like, if I'm jealous of somebody, why is it only him? I don't like Shaw because he thinks he's Richard Pryor.
Yeah. It's impossible to be jealous of Shaw at this point. He's so embarrassing. Like he's failed. Like what he said, he's how did fighting go? How did the podcast go? He's failed at everything. I don't even mean that in a mean way. I feel kind of like you. I'm sympathetic to him. He's just so bad at everything.
But it's funny, every time you start to feel bad for him, then the whole like walk me to my truck thing came out. And then he's like, oh, he's cheating on his wife. Like I knew he was doing that. I even told my close friend is. He doesn't even know. Like people that know him very well will send me stuff like, hey, Shop's doing this now, like laughing, you know. They're like, dude, you're ugly what Shop said today. But they're like, hey, Shop's looking for a counselor. He's trying to beat an addiction to the jack off Asian. Sorry.
Big fingers on the butt, too. Digits in the butt. This way he prefers that.
He said what he says is true, and then he realized like, he was like, oh, there's some guys out there, what do you say, Rogan, he said he was slim and big, you know, I never, you see his face, it's like, I should have said that, but yeah, every now and then he tells on himself because he was too stupid not to, you know, so he's like, yeah, I got dropped off at a massage parlor once. I just did the guy. You're like, yeah, Brad Pitt. No, just kidding. You know, like he doesn't know, like, how to get himself out of it. But yeah, he just, every time you start to feel bad for him. After the whole Real Bobby thing came out, when I saw, like, mainstream people, just even Steve-O was trash. Like, dude, Bobby, like, when I started seeing everybody making fun of him, I thought, I don't even want to feel bad. And then he just does something else, like that much more ridiculous. He's going to sue everybody for the walk my truck thing, you know, or whatever. Like, he's just always got, he just tops himself over and over again.
What do you think about, there's this new thing where he keeps returning dogs. Like he gets, have you heard about that?
I knew of one dog he got his rope out of it, and you just never heard of it again. You're talking to a friend, I've got a guy that used to grow up with, and he's the most fake, successful person ever. Take a picture next to someone with a Rolls Royce and put it on Facebook, and I just got it today, been dreaming of it my whole life, and a bunch of idiots that don't really know him will be like, dude, that's awesome, it's amazing, you know, and they'll throw his nuts or whatever, and then he'll like a week later, he'll just quietly delete it and never bring it up again, never take another picture of the car, never anything, and then he'll take a picture from the house and be like, just closed today, you know, and like, but I always call him out on Facebook, I'm like, dude, how did you buy another car with your Rolls Royce? And I post, like, I'll screenshot stuff and post that, did you do this? And he'll delete the whole post real quick, you know, and I'll respond to it, but, yeah, that's, God, that's all what it reminds me of, you know, like he just, I don't know, he's too good to be true, man.
Yeah, I gotta shout out Rolls Royce there, because you said Rolls Royce, and shouts out Rolls Royce there. And like, Shab was getting dogs that were unsafe for his kids too. Like, is it called Cane Corso? Cane Corso. Cane Corso. Yeah. However you pronounce it. I mean, would you have kids, right? Would you get a Cane Corso and have them around when they were younger? Is it something like that?
No, I actually got American Bullies and Pit Bulls, but I would not even now. I don't let my kids around them unless I'm there. I get my kids are broke. I don't let anybody around them. The Cane Corsos are just bigger Pit Bulls. So they are. That's what that's a big. Yeah. They're I think Argentinian dog or something like that. South American, but it's just a bigger version of Pit Bulls. So those are dangerous dogs. But yeah, he doesn't shock me. He's the kind of guy like I have American Bullies because I've always had Pit Bulls growing up, but I don't. I'm not into dog fighting. I never was. I don't care about that. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need a dog to make me seem tougher. You know what I mean? Like if it's fun, that's exactly the kind of dog he would try to get.
That's the stuff that me and Gerardo need to seem tough. I I feel stupid about this because you are the CEO of PF Chang's, but do you know about the Chombies thing, or do you have a take on that?
I heard it now. So, I'm actually, recently I flipped my car on Christmas Eve. Like almost got hit by it on, like I had to go to Germany and had like a failed bad procedure. I've had over 3 or 4 weeks, man. Like I've had so I'm kind of out of the loop on everything shop. Whatever, just because of all the stuff that's happened. But no, I'd love to, not to put the spotlight on me and my problems, but I would love to hear about whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, first of all, glad it didn't turn out awful for you. Sorry to hear how you feel. Yeah. But my terrible way of saying, glad you're okay. But the Chombies thing is Shab got a tattoo on, I don't know if it was his arms or legs, but it's like his kids as zombies. So they look like they're dead.
Surely.
So people have been calling it Chombies. And I'm just like, what is that? I don't know.
True, because that sounds like, it must sound like some shop would do that.
Oh, yeah, there's video of it. He's like proud. He's at this tattoo shop. It's another thing, like you were saying. It's some cool tattoo guy. He's trying to look cool. He's like, I'm here with his demons. You see that?
Dude, that doesn't even look like his
Yeah, one of them looks like a girl. I thought they're both boys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had a daughter.
Jeez, that's even more intelligent than we thought.
It's right next to his little Boston Red Sox, whatever. It's not his little Red Sox or his little Sox tattoo the baseball, whatever it is he's got. He's such a creative jumps on every trend. So his favorite team is whoever won last night.
Exactly. We've talked about that, like not specifically that, but the hats. He has so many hats. Like his house must be just full of hats. You see the little brains on it? Why would you have brains coming out of your kid?
I've got portraits of my kids on my arms, but they're not zombies. It's just. I got to hang out with Theo Vaughn in San Diego. I think December, maybe I don't know, a couple months ago. I was out in San Diego for a wedding, and I saw Theo Vaughn was performing. So I had one of my buddies that knows him. I said, "Hey, you should go and meet Theo, take my buddy and his girlfriend and my girlfriend back and meet him backstage." And he's like, "Yeah, so you hooked this up." So I got back there, and Theo's just like he is on podcasts, like like same guy, you would imagine. And so we're talking to the first thing I said to him, I said, "Hey man, I want to hit you with a proposal. I know it's kind of inappropriate. Just me." I said, "I want to hit you with something." I could tell he was like, "Oh shit, man," you know what I mean? Like you just did a show, I tell you, like talk about a business proposal I have for him. I said, "That's what I figured. You've got a huge following, and you're like really funny." And like you got a huge audience or whatever, and you have a podcast. And what I thought is, I'll start a podcast with you. Like me and you'll be on it, and you can bring all the jokes, you can do all the work and do all the funny stuff. And I'll just sit there and repeat everything you say, like the punchline. I'll just repeat them right up here. And I said, I would call like the king and the parrot. And I realized you already did that with Shop, so it would be him and his manager-in-law that they went from how we're going to tell this giant dude who already asked if he could beat him. Now he's trying to hit him with doing a podcast. He thought it was dead serious. I realized you already did that with Shop. You already did one that you were the only reason I was watching. And he cracking up. He goes, he's got a tough road ahead of him. That's all I can say about Shop. And I started cracking up.
That's a great man.
He's like, it's a tough business. I said, especially when you're not funny. And then he started laughing, and his manager started laughing. You could tell they didn't know how I felt about Shop at first, and they didn't want to say anything because I was messing with him, but it was so funny. I told Lefty, even when we left, he was still kind of a little confused on whether I was serious or not. So I kept saying, hey, maybe we do a podcast together. And I just kept saying, because I made a video a long time ago. He got banned from, I'm sure I'll get sued or something, got banned on YouTube or whatever. I noticed that this before I even knew about the Reddit page. I noticed that, what do they officially call the Reddit page, by the way? Is it just Chang's or the Reddit page or what? Like, I don't know what the name is. I'm always asking people, do you know about the Reddit page? Like, about
the subreddit's called The Fighter and the Kid.
That's what they say, the Fighter Kid subreddit. I'm behind the times. I didn't know what Reddit was until I found that subreddit.
That's like me. I really didn't get it either. Gerardo knows more than I do. Yeah. What is the one that you're on?
Oh, I'm on a subreddit called Too Busty to Hide, where it's girls that are covered with clothing, but they have really large breasts.
So he can give you advice on that. So I don't know, because I went through your AM. But I don't. Did you ever talk about the roommate story where Shop throws him out the window? You know about that?
I know about that story, yeah, for sure. He was bullying the kid and eating his food, and the things that's funny that he told the kids. We got to keep in mind, Shop too. Almost every story's a lie, so even when he tries to tell a good bully story, he sounds like an a-hole. You know what I mean? Like he can't help but pull himself. Like he didn't stick cigarettes up his butt. Well, he's probably stuck cigarettes up his butt before, but not so his boss would smoke them. He's probably just did it. Like he always tells stories that you can tell are just stories that he heard someone tell. Joey Diaz is the same way. That comedian Joey Rogan's friend. Dude, he tells stories about his life that I heard when I was 5 years old from my uncle. No, that didn't happen. You didn't know a Joe gang guy, and the gay guy said there's two things I'm good at: sucking dick and fighting and beat you up. I heard that joke when I was 8 years old. Like that didn't. And I'll confirm that with Joe Diaz's friends are like, dude, nothing he says is true. Like his whole life story is a lie. Like everything's a lie. It's just a collage of things he's put together, stories he heard. But that's how Sean is. Like, I used to work with this kid who got Down syndrome, and I made people think he was the one running the magazines, you know, like laughs. And I'm like, dude, that's not funny, even if it were true. That's terrible. You know what I mean? It's not. He just doesn't know who he is. I swear, he looks in the mirror and wonders who he actually is. As his zombie tattooed children look back at him in the mirror, you know, like I don't even think he knows who he is. You know, I think he wants to be anyone he's around. He wanted to be Chris D'Elia for a little while. He wants to be Rogan more than anything in the whole world.
Yeah. It's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing that he's making these things up in Diaz is because, like, if they were true, it'd be so much worse.
Right, yeah, that's so bad. It's like, I don't know if you guys remember Matt Hughes' autobiography. I hate to shit on Hughes, but back in the day, before I was fighting at the time, I think I was like 1 or 2 and I would get on the underground forum, which was a little bit similar to the Reddit page, to the subreddit. And that was funny, but it was pretty funny underground forum. And I did a book review of Matt Hughes' autobiography because that book is so, you can't believe anyone would write the things he writes about himself. And like he admits to cheating on his wife and thinks it's funny. He admits to peeing at bars while he's waiting on a drink, just pulling his dick and pissing like at the bar, like while he's reaching over to get a drink. He admits to telling his wife to watch her mouth after years of them not going to church because he got saved at some Christian camp one night. He comes back and tells her she needs to quit disrespecting Jesus. Like, just out of nowhere, she's like, wait, what? Like, you know, it's just like, I read the book and I was like, I cannot believe that anyone would write this about themselves. Like, tell these stories about themselves. So I did a review chapter by chapter on the underground, and I got us admit, like, he said that one of his college friends couldn't read, and I said that he made fun of the fact that one of his college friends couldn't read. And then he said that he was cutting off the testicles of baby pigs on the farm to, I guess, sterilize them, you know what I mean? Like, taking off their buttons to their babies or whatever so they don't reproduce. And so I was saying that he was doing it for fun, you know, and things like that. So actually, this story's a lot of it. I came down the next morning, and like I said, this is before anyone knew who I was. I came down this morning, been read 750,000 times, and was linked to like Yahoo's MMA page, and linked to every shirt on everything. It's like crazy book review, and I was on like 5 chapters in, and I was like, dude, holy shit. And at that point, I didn't know. I knew Matt Hughes was an asshole, but I didn't know if I wanted to continue with it because I was like, I didn't know how to get in trouble for this because it, like, there were some embellishments here and there, twists of the stories, you know. I mean, it was pretty bad. Still, to this day, people still say Matt Hughes book review to me when they see me. Sometimes I got in public, if I almost never get recognized, but if I do, people say, dude, you're Matt Hughes book review, and that was like 2005, I want to say, or something, you know, like it was that long ago. But so that's the kind of thing like Sean reminds me of, like this dude. When he tells on himself, you're just like, dude, I would admit that is that word true, but it sounds made up. But then again, that's a guy that, like I said, he taught giraffes start with a D, so almost anything you're capable of believing, almost anything he said, because you can see, I can see Sean actually doing that.
Yeah. So, with Aaron Helwani shitting on him all the time and dropping these bombs on it, do you ever watch those or think those are?
Yeah, I loved it. I actually hit him at Helwani when I saw he was on there and did his video. I hit him up, just to talk to him from time to time. Ariel was one of the first ones I had to talk him into interviewing me. My first UFC interview ever was at my debut when I fought Mark Hunt, and he wouldn't interview me. He said, I'm here for the main event, guys. And I was like, dude, I'm the main event. If the camera's on, I kept trying to beg him to interview me. So he interviews me, and then that video gets like 40 or 50,000 views the first night. And Dana White's one got like 2,500. This one, no one knew who Ariel was. You know what I mean? Like, none of his other videos got like the main event guys. Frank there got maybe 5,000. And mine was just because I was making fun of my ex-wife and just saying ridiculous stuff. You know, like I smoke crack. my first one ever, but that was what we talked about. Completely lost my train of thought.
Hell Lonnie, you're talking about the
Yeah, so Lonnie. So yeah, I've known him forever. We kept in touch. So when I hit him up, I told him I'm really sad. I'm happy for you. You're the new CEO of Change, but I'm a little sad to see you took my place without, like inviting me to the inauguration or anything. You know what I mean? Like, he took my place and he was talking about it. He said, man, I've been holding my tongue for 5 years on shop, and so I just had, I said I'm not doing it anymore. And I can't believe it took you this long, because shop's been he don't have anybody behind the back, and then immediately I've never seen anybody. I don't know how he had the balls to fight because he's such a pussy. Like when any kind of confrontation comes, he immediately backs down. You know, he tried to tell Matt Trump he wanted to make peace with me. I was like, they're not making peace. He hasn't said anything, and he won't say anything else. You know what I mean? Like he asked me Trump, he was like, dude, he really goes hard at me. And Trump told me, dude, I wouldn't say anything back. He said, because if you actually try to get my whole thing, I start trashing him. I wanted to get into a battle with him, not like people call out Jake Paul so they can. Right, that'd be awesome. I would go back and forth with me, then I'll start a podcast just off that and still. If you, I've said stuff about his kid pooping his pants still. He's 4 years old. I've said anything and everything you say, I said, Trump's going to do. Dude, I would send him back. I would just leave it alone. He's like, Matt Hughes never said anything back. He just let it go. He was a UFC champ, but I was nobody. He said it just isn't worth it because I'm too witty, and that's what Shabs was saying about with Dana White. Like, oh, you don't want to play that game with me? I'll light you up. Right. And I hit him on Twitter, so I'll play it with you. Like I'm always trying to get him to say something, but he won't do it. He would probably hang himself if we actually ever got into any kind of thing. Because unfortunately, sadly, one of the things I'm best at is making fun of people. It's not anything to be proud of, I guess. But I came from a life of would trash me verbally 24 hours a day. So yeah, pretty good if you're what people's insecurities are and attacking them.
So speaking of him fighting, I'm just curious. Have you ever found yourself in the same gym as Brendan Schaub?
No, he was at our home gym one night, and didn't invite me. I was actually mad about it because Tim Tebow was there. I didn't hear about Tim Tebow. One way or another, my son would have liked to have met him. Like when Tim Tebow was, I think, working in the NFL. He was there for some reason, and Matt tells me Matt's like the worst best friend ever. He really would have he'll pay you to come out and trade with him in Vegas, and you'll go out to Las Vegas, and not only does he not pay you, he never shows up to pick you up and won't return your calls. And you're just in Las Vegas for 5 days. And he's done that to me before, and I'm like, dude, I thought we were trading. He won't return my calls. I go, I got him out there with Florida for the weekend. I'm like, well, you told me to come out here, so that's how it Matt. I was like, you came to the gym last night. I had Tim Tebow up there, but whatever your point, if I looked at the meeting, met him, I was like, well, I would have liked to have an invitation. I know you guys were doing that. And then he said, Shaw was there. I said, well, probably would have turned out well. Tribute UFC on the fight shop forever, and we were fighting. I told him, I just wanted to tell my agent. He was like, I don't know if that's the best matchup for you. And I was like, I just want to punch you in the face. Like, I lose Gary Jason these ones.
I don't blame you, man, because that thing you said about where he's like, is he still alive? That would really piss me off. That's like a real shot at you.
Sure. He's always, he told Mitrione and Josh Barnett were on that. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Mitrione and Barnett were on his little funny comedian. Yeah. There's a whole clip where Barnett says before he was the funniest guy ever. They're running it in. I know I'm friends with Barnett. So Charles Macy goes, well, why does he do something with it? Why does he do stand-up? And Mitrione's like, I just don't think he wants to do it. And I said, I don't think he likes it, wants to travel and do all that. He's like, so what do you like the funniest driver in Indiana? Like, he's always got something funny to say, or something that's just funny to say, but then he won't engage. He just like he does with the money, he just throws a little jab in there and it goes.
No one laughs. Like, smiling. He says the Uber driver thing, and they're like, they just like wanted to be on the show, to be on the show.
I told Matt too to make sure he told him. I said, make sure he knows I'm still punching him in the face when I see him too. I told him a long time ago when he runs his mouth, I was going to punch him when I see him. And whether he would be in a fight right now, I don't know. I've got that bad. But I don't think he'll fight me. Like, I think he's of me, like he is terrified of me for whatever reason. One of the guys, Brock Lesnar was always great. He was the bully. When people were afraid of him in a fight, like Frank was afraid of him in their second fight or whatever. But when a guy's not afraid of him, you can't do anything. I can't do anything with him. They're not afraid of him, And that's how Shaw gets a lot of confidence. If he thinks he's the alpha and he can bully somebody, but if you even wants to, he kisses up. This is all Hawaii fast now. He's always trying to. He's afraid to wear Hawaii now. You know, like it's.
Yeah, he's afraid he'll get caduced again by Hawaii. I'm sure you'd crush Shab in a fight, but we have a very strict no violence. We don't want to provoke violence on Tennis and Shab at all. Also, like your thing where you make fun of him is so funny. I think it would be great. You could just do that instead. You could caduce him that way. Like if you did a food truck diary show where you just eat like a normal human being does. I would watch the shit out of it. If they could build an empire, at least for me and Drawer and the rest of Chang's, just off like mimicking.
I hope he stays popular enough where I can steal some headlines by making fun of him, but also I don't have to get too famous for anything because they don't get canceled maybe because of stuff he's never said, you know. And then he'll kill himself, you know, because he couldn't take that many people alive. You can't take the Chinese guy. I swear to God, if I had 100,000 people who hated me and trashed me 24 hours a day, I would join the group and trash myself too. That would be so funny to me. I mean, you can't deny it. Some of the stuff, I had people online when I was in the UFC. Every now and then they would roast me and they would beat me like so much Twitter, like they would give me something better than me, you know? Like, and I would start cracking up. I'd be like, yeah, you got me. Okay, I get it. Like, sorry about that, you know? But it's, I can't respond to that, you win, you know, or whatever. But it's, he should have leaned into this thing to begin with the whole time, you know, whatever. And if he got on there posted and be like, yeah, I suck, and or even that, or go pro wrestling style heel and just antagonize him even more, you know, just sit and be like, it hurts my feelings, it's not nice, like, you know, whatever. After he talks about throwing his roommate through a glass window, you know, and they're like, making fun of a kid with Down syndrome, you know, saying he blamed everything on him, but then
you definitely get canceled for that. And then also, like, the recent bits we've been going over, what I was saying is that Shab is so stupid that these bits that would cancel a normal person, people just laugh at him because they're dumb. You know, like I don't know if you saw the Magic Johnson thing, where he's like talking about Magic Johnson having AIDS is the punchline. It's like a normal comic, they might be like, wow, I can't believe they said this, but Shab, people are just retweeting it like that. He's the stupidest guy I've ever seen do something. You know? He's
actually had potential with the mosquito thing he said, but he still fucked it up.
But we have a theory that there's no way he wrote that mosquito line.
Oh, yeah, well, there's no way someone else wrote that.
If he was smart, and this is what I don't get, if you're making the money he allegedly makes, I would hire a writer to actually told me, we tried to tell Shab, like, I have paid to do it and give him any kind of material, but I said, I will write a 30-minute bid for him if he wants, but I want $100,000 for it. If he can claim it's his, well, I want $100,000 for it, you know, whatever. And I said, it'll work, it'll be better than anything he's got. And I said, I can produce it in 24 hours because I can think of in 5 minutes, I can think of more funny stuff than he can think of in 5 years. Like, it's just not funny. It's not, it was like CM Punk in the UFC. I didn't want to pile on that guy because, I mean, he came in, he tried, but he was also humble and knew he didn't belong there. But he is really the CM Punk of comedy, except he doesn't know it. Like, CM Punk just did not have what it took to fight in the UFC. He wasn't athletic. He didn't have the background. He didn't have the toughness. He didn't have the athleticism. He just didn't have. He's too old. You know, he didn't have the body to do it. He just didn't have, and that's what Shab just does not have what it takes to be a comedian. He's riding Rogan's coattails. When you're on Rogan's podcast, what, 30 million viewers a week, he's been on there like 200 times or something like that. When you get that kind of exposure, I mean, that Lex Friedman guy was on Rogan twice, and then he got a podcast with 34,000 subscribers.
Shad's rubbing off and all because we do it all the time.
Don't watch the show, yeah. But no, it was a show. It was a mess up.
We do it all the time, yeah. It's part of podcasting.
Now just pretend like I am it. That's why Sean was always like, he says it doesn't even sound like him. So I was like, what's that Rogan? Me and Rogan went to dinner the other night. Like I was saying, but we actually bonded over the whole. First show to the summer, she was like, yeah, I don't get it. I was like, you gotta like actually give it some time. It was like a TV show Lost. Like I hated it episodes 1 through 5. And then by episode 7, I was like, why the DVD set? It was a good show, you know. But it was a weird big show. Like Sean used to say, I mean, Game of Sting is a full TV studio production. This is a TV show, not a podcast. I don't know if you guys ever said someone say that, but it was he would say that all the time. even saying that.
He has to say it to remember it. You know, he has to remind himself that it's that important. What do you think?
I love how he chooses to do his own outreach too. He can have anyone in the world on that show do it. You know what I mean? Like Chin can do it. Anybody can do the outreach, but he chooses the most alert person to do it.
So stupid. So stupid. Who do you think should be? Because you mentioned Rogan. Rogan said that Shop needs a handler. Do you have any idea who the handler should be if you could pick a handler?
God, at this point, man, I think like even like a War Machine would make better life decisions. If he was picking anybody, I mean anybody, just to ask. I mean, I think that's what happened a lot of times when he was in with Rogan. And I'm sure it's what's funny is I know too. When Rogan moved to Austin, Sean was moving too the same month. Like he told his wife, like, "Yeah, I mean, that's just what we gotta do." And she's like, "Listen, I'm not. I know this from inside source. She's like, I'm not moving because she wants to be famous too. She thinks she's like famous. Or one of the Kardashians. She wants to get out. Even though she alleges born in Mexico, but she wasn't. But that's a whole nother story. She dated some, I think, a professional baseball or some like she just weird. She just kept falling in love with people that were kind of famous. It's weird how that happened. Those are girls that totally date NBA players. It's like, wow, you just keep meeting NBA players. That's crazy. You know, like it's just you keep falling in love.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
He told you went to Austin, and I had heard through the very good source that Rogan told me that it was going to hold down the floor in LA. Like, I need somebody out here to fly away. Because like, dude, I'm not moving to Austin, had a child, staying living in my house 24 hours a day. You know what I mean? Like, when his son was born, I don't know if you guys know, his son was born 6 hours later. He's doing a flight debate with Rogan. Like, didn't you just have a kid? And he was like, oh, yeah, but she's in the hospital, but she's fine. So then, like, he went to do a flight debate right after his kid was born, within a few hours, you know, which I'm sure that's my girlfriend, like, what would possess a woman to put up with that kind of behavior? You know what I mean? Like, things like that. She said she probably knew what she was getting when she got into it, like, knew that that's just him. And, you know, like, some women do that. They know that's just part of the thing, you know, like, it's a how to think of it.
That would mean executing and
He's a well-documented good husband. I mean, there's that clip of him saying that he put his wife in front of the bullets. There's a new clip that's like, if someone's going to kill your kid, he's like, oh, I put my wife in front of the bullets.
Right, I saw that, yeah. He's serious. That's what's so funny. The funny thing was, too, his whole story about being a hero and getting, so the kid was fat, like, out of the thing, to rescuing thing. And then it just so happened some lady confirmed the story. Somebody that no one knows, no one can confirm. Oh, look, she's friends with other MMA people. The guy had several friends with her, mutual friends. I looked her up on Facebook because I didn't buy the story. That she confirmed that Shaw was there and this all happened. And so I was like, look, she's got like 10 friends in the MMA community. Isn't it crazy that she happened to be driving by the same accident as Shaw got out? It just so happens she knows other people in the MMA community who Shaw. And I guarantee you that story did not go anywhere near like it was told. And just because one lady confirmed it doesn't mean it's true. There's somebody who knows people in MMA probably go to Shaw.
It's such a lie. And that's if you're in an accident and you're a kid and you're being pulled out by Shop, he's like, hey, you like Moana, right? Are you redacted? Like, what's saying to me right now? Put me back in the car.
I can see that she was probably dangerous as hell. Like, I was trying, but I never had a nice life. Like, even I had money. I retired at 28. I was a millionaire. Like, sold my business, retired at 28. Got divorced, and all my money was gone. But even back when I had money, I never had a really nice car, right? So I finally, first time in my life, a few years back, I went, I want to buy a nice car. I'm tired of paying for repairs, fixing it every 2 months, you know, like doing this. Transmission one, I'm just sick of this family unexpected calls all the time, you know, and you got to rent a car while that was on, you know. So my mind Escalade is a couple years old. Paid too much for it, but long story short, they were putting over $10,000 into 2 years. I put a transmission on it, and the brakes on it, restarted it, things just keep going wrong with it. Somebody had hit it and left it in for a bumper, and then just we get that fixed up, but, you know, more than 10 grand in this car. tell you, that guy fixed it. I pick it up. This is a few weeks ago. I pick it up, and he was like, we have another paint for hood. If you want to bring it back, that's all that's left on this car. The done everything there is, and it's perfect right now, but the hood's a little faded. He said, y'all let me paint it. I have paint left over from doing that front bumper. So, when my girlfriend got that rig, a guy was hitting his head on this country road going like 50 in the snow down here, and so I swerved to dodge and come around this bend, and I just sent my car flying, and so it flipped, my car flipped, and I actually went into some woods in a ravine, and I was we're down in these woods, but my car tipped over almost, we're about midway between on its side on the roof, and I'm sitting there, all the airbags are deployed, and we're sitting there, and she's crying, freaked out, we finally stop, and everything's there, and the car's smoking and stuff, and so the first thing I said to her was, well, I guess it won't be getting as I'm sitting there, upside down, like, hey, that's something I think to say,
Yeah. Probably did way better than Shop did rescuing those people saying that. She probably laughed a little bit.
She goes, I was like, I was like, she ended up climbing out of the which was a disaster, trying to climb out the window of the car when you're my size, but then we had to jump down into these woods. It was this ravine, because we had to down shoulders, you could just jump into some bushes and the car's going to catch fire. But it's funny the stuff you think or say, because I actually was, as the car started to flip, I actually remember thinking, I guess I'm going to be paid to fix that, but to make this flip, I actually thought that as we're going to arrive, whatever Perez shop fix things like this kid's awfully fat. And therefore, his wife said he's a hero too, because he pulled the kid out, gave to some woman, is like, I'm getting out of here, I don't want to get a reservation for a restaurant, I don't want to get whatever, what a hero, like a guy.
Yeah, that probably never happened, but so you and your girl are okay. You and your girl are okay now, like no.
Yeah, she's got a couple broken fingers from she tried to open the door and it slammed it down on her, like fingers. I hurt my neck in it, but it's so like my insurance company. I pay my insurance a year ahead of time because I just don't feel like messing with the quarterly billing or the monthly billing, and I don't trust real skeptical people with direct withdrawals. So I call people that know me before I'm doing direct withdrawals on my bank account. So I'm not paranoid. So I pay a year ahead of time. So I find out my insurance agent right in the middle of doing the podcast. I get a text from him that says, "Hey, I tell you, you have coverage on that accident the other day," and I'm like, "Wait, why? Because I just destroyed my car." I still owe like $15,000 or something like that, let alone I'll lose what it's worth, never left it's worth, and like injured stuff. I was like, what are you talking about that coverage? You said last year you didn't pay your bills and you didn't send me a bill, so I tell Adam, I'm on a podcast, dude, sorry, I gotta go, whatever, like, I'm on a podcast, I call my agent, I'm gonna start going off on him, man, I'm gonna start basically threatening his life, whatever, like that, you're not gonna take this, this is gonna be like a $70,000 hit for me, you know what I mean, like, I'm not gonna take a $70,000 loss, and that's it for not even hurt, it's not medical bills and stuff, and I was able to prove to him, like, see, no, I knew address when I moved, and he goes, well, it's still kind of your responsibility to pay your thing. I was like, it's not, I told him, it's your responsibility to chase down the check. If I send one to the wrong address, you send the wrong address. So he goes, well, yeah, it would be nice. Okay, well, I sent it to the wrong address, so go chase it down. Yeah, I got coverage, whatever. I threatened him. I told him I was actually going on Rogan's Spot. I was going to make it a 3-hour commercial. Rogan's podcast. I just told him that. Just told him to make a 3-hour commercial for how much he sucks and how much Jerry sucks. It's a company I've been with since I was 16 years old. So 30 years I've been with him. No claims, no accidents, no anything. Never paid anything late, never paid anything on time. 30 years. They're going to tell me, oh, yeah, we're not covering you. Sorry. You're covered by 3 days. Whatever your bill was supposed to be made 3 days ago. Whatever. Never received it. But
Shop's dad on this company or something. Like Shop's dad's company.
I think his dad. I always wondered if his dad didn't go to opening the street. Comic book stores, because I heard the one in Mom's Closet was festival, like it's kind of stuff. When he told that story, it was saying that guy name was like Rick Glassman or something. I heard Glassman. I don't know. Where the guy is just flashing shops in his face for some reason. They're wearing like astronaut outfits. I don't know, like
For the COVID, it was COVID.
Yeah, the guy's like, even doing his like mouth on the like straws where he shop. It was like he was blatantly making fun of himself. So the guy was like completely clueless. When he tells that story, yeah, he's talking comic books. Store in my mom's closet, in my house, and he's like, well, who would come in and buy those? And instead of just saying, dude, I didn't really have a comic book store. Like you said, just saying, when you're all around a comic book store, when you start paying the line, he commits to it, goes with it. Just fighting the problem. It's just when they come in, yeah, we have to shut it down because just too many people showing up, you know. And I was just like,
This is what it's just.
This concept only has two meanings. The two words, nefesh achas, go together, it's one meaning. Ba'asai says it mean by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person doesn't appear and one person doesn't appear. In that case, you're bothered. But in the two other cases, Zeh Yachol, or Zeh Yachol, both cases were chayiv. And the second meaning of the concept is to exclude the case where Bez made a mistake, and a mistake, and you ate chayla because of that, you are bothered. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends one finger or he's physically too weak. The person who can carry all of it by himself is chayiv. The person that's helping out is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried someone. The answer is because the helper is as if he's a nobody. He doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on to prove it from three different places. Allah is that by a zok sits down on something, or lays down on a beged, he's been tamid that beged b'medrus, provided that he puts most of his weight on the beged. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a beged under each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. Bukhari is only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, we view each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight. All four begadim are tummy. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begadim are tummy. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a messiah? The answer is it's a messiah. And therefore, all tummy. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why they're all tummy. Because this is something. Maybe he lifted up his leg, the one that you think the beggar is coming, that leg he lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, we have a suffix, we say everything's coming. For instance, if the zav lays blue arrow, the table is coming. Because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables, they're all covered because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's fine. But let's say he fell asleep and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise. But perhaps, or he started out to the width, and perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are tummy. So we should say the same thing about the animal. The answer is because it's saying, even if the animal put the weight down, it's saying my mamish, it's just the helper, and that doesn't. Rabbi Yossi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on a beged, they're metamas, but his hind legs are not metamas beged. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be metamas because they are helping. They say, hey boy. The avoid on the base of Mikdash, the had him put wear shoes, their feet had to be flat on the surface of the base of Mikdash. What if he put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone or bench and the kohen can keep his balance, his avodah is question. The question is why? The bench was Messiah, helping out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is Messiah. Halacha is when the blood comes out of the base of the shvita, you have to catch it with a kli, you have to hold it with your right hand. And if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, Kabbalah said that. Now by this question, why? It's Messiah, it was helped by the left. The answer is Messiah, hey, by manage. This machlokes is in Rameir when he says, Zeyachal, Zeyachal. Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other carry it. According to Rameir, they are both to have two shiur, two dried figs worth, one fig for each person, or they share the field in one dried fig. The Gemara brings three rice to this as well. First right is because we have four when the zav is laying on a bed. You say that all four telesos that are under the legs are tummy, but we don't have four zavim. Perhaps we should need four shiurim of zav. We should have four rights of zav. You have one zav that provides two of all four. You see that one shiur is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. Two people close the door, they are potter. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv. The question is, when you only have one deer, you should need two deers for two people. The answer is, all you need is one sheep. Another right, if two people stole an animal, they shechted the animal, they are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have one shechita here. you should have to have two shittas in order to be mechayiv the two of them? The answer is one shear is enough. People, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya, the loom. If two people carry it, they are chayiv. The question is, perhaps I have a raya. There's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya. Says the Mishnah, if a person versus Rabbi, medically there's food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fixed work. So he's putter on the food. And he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he's putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called Chai Reisesansi. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight, you're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person because he assists the gravity or whatever you want to explain. And therefore, you're putter on him, and therefore you're also putter on the bed. However, if you carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. If you take out a kazais of that person, or kazais of an avela, or a kadash of a sheretz, you're also chayiv on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new, to do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shir. It's my privilege, as the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosbach from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy, sent to me 2 days ago. And he writes that he's had 24 surgeries to correct a rear syndrome that he has, yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shir, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara, and he writes, learning by myself. So we wish Aaron Mosbacher tremendous batzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shir. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me, a before and after. Such a zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have two lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Chanina says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the isser of oireg, weaving. If she paints her eyes blue, that's kaisab writing. And she does bekesa, she parts her hair, that's spinning the arches. But that's not how people spin and weave and write. Rather, Rabbi Bo, in the name of Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Chanina says braiding and bekesa parting the hair is binyan. As a Baruch Hu braided Chavos here, and the Torah calls Piyasa, which the translation is Piyasa, to build. And Koheles, painting one's eye, is not Siva, rather it's Svia, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dying. Reb Shimon Lozer says that when a woman does these three things, Midelos, Mekeses, and Koheles, when she does it to herself, since it's not a perfect job, she's sponsored. For a friend, that's what she's hiding. Milking an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the way the water come down, and megavin, which means to take the rolling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a gregaris. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb. And even according to Rebbe, that's a this is the rice you have chatos, as the Torah says, yaris bash, the fires of honey. In other words, it's like picking off a fruit from the fires. Yontif, you get not this because this is the rice. According to Rabbanon, it's only Shabbos, it's only this is the Rabbanon. One of those amazing story, Nachum Berkurio came to a certain city, and they asked him, what is the issue of chayla, of looking at what's the issue of Megav? He didn't know. So he said, what's going on here? Was your Rebbe a Hakatanya? Was your meat chopper? He didn't teach you. So he went around and he asked and he found out. Milking a cow is mafarid. It's the malacha of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is boirer. You're taking the milk, pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megavin is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces. That is boina. Amira says this is sort of sprinkling water on a dirt floor. Only the floor because that's mashvei kumais. That is boina according to Rashi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100% water. Moses, Rabbi Rothschild, told Ravina, I see you suffering from the dust. Why don't you do a trick? Pretend that you're washing your hands. The water will fall on the ground, and then you wash your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. Or it tells us that anxious down from the wife down, daughter down. They know this trick. They wash dishes in this corner, they go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, their floor is watered and the dust goes down. Or it tells us, since La halacha, we pass like Rav Shimon, the Davar She'ein Miskabed is over. If you don't intend to do that halacha, it's over here. You intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but it's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens, but it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah, there are two types of flower pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the preparation could have that hole on the side, the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground. Therefore, if you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, and it's separated from the ground, there's no Issur on Shabbos, with the Reisa, with the Rabbanan only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are potter. The only time Shimon makes a distinction is when it comes to the machshir food, the kavutum. That is, in order for fruit to be kavutum, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much liquid you pour in it, it's not kavutum. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, then it's not attached to the ground. So it's not attached to the ground, you can introduce water to it. It says Reb Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes someone from the ground, it won't be mikabel tuma even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a story from Abu Sab, and sometimes it means Eliyahu Hanavi. Ask from Zera, what if the hole has a root coming out of it? It's poking it, that it's directly by the hole. Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Reb Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Reb Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, however, if the hole is larger, and this is level 2, that water can go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mei chatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as we said before, you cannot be mashur fruit. If you pour water on them, then they are mikabel tumah because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out, a small root. Now, it is considered attached to the ground. It can no longer be mashur mikabel tumah because it's attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli. It's mikabel tumah because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that olives come out, then it's no longer for anything, unless you specifically designate that kli to hold pomegranates. Fifth shear is if it has a hole that large, if even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it. It's completely not mikabel tumah. And finally, the halacha is that it has something in it, and it's in a room with a dead body. Typically, the oil hametz will go into the kli and be metal with it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tumah. What if it has a hole on the side? A hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on top and edge. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then tumah will come in if it's a very large kli. And if it's a small kli, if that hole is as large as a pomegranate, then the tumah will come in even from the side. Have a wonderful day. It's Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Mishulam Weiss from Muncie. And he writes, my highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the Daf. Thank you, David Mishulam. Also, a quick shout out to our great friend, Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole does this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi bar Oven and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mikatzel katzel from side to side of two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line, Echad hamar b'echad hamamin, u'bilvachi chavelim l'shamayim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't care whether you buy an expensive karban or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. Eliezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer mekabel kum. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli, I want it to hold pomegranates. Unlike Rabbi yesterday, who says that typically the kli is bottle, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzniya. Unbelievable. One more Perek down, and many more to go. Perek Hazorik, dealing with throwing items, continuing with the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another Rishus. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, or from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid, you are free. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, and there's a Rishus HaRabin between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishnah, they never threw or passed from one side of Rishus HaYachid to the other. The way it worked is they would pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons were attached to each other, and the other 2 attached to each other, and they would pull up to the Mishnah. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. They would pass the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. You go from the front to the back, but never from the wagon on the northbound to the wagon to the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did it in the Mishnah. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishnah. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between a ton to 4 tons of Panther Evangeline Delinsky. Extremely heavy. And it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. And on Daf Dalet and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throwing going on. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's also to throw on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu commanded Israel to stop bringing items from their Rishus HaYachid, from their where they lived was Rishus HaYachid, to his camp, which was considered Rishus HaRabin. And his Exer Shabbat from what Moshe Rabbeinu said to Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is also to do Malacha, so too that day Shabbos was also to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was also to bring. And logically, we say, since it's also to go in this direction, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, it's also to go from Rishus HaRabin back to Rishus HaYachid. However, that's called a Torah. The Av, the main halacha, the main Isser, is going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin. So, if a person committed, he did, but saw went from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, he did Achnasa from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid, he only had 1 carbon, because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the Tolda, the subcategory. If you do an Av and a Tolda, you only do 1 carbon. If you were to do 2 separate malachas, like Beitzah, bringing wood in to Rishus HaRabin, and then Boirer, you would be chayiv 2 karbanos, even if it was in 1 awareness. However, according to Eliezer, who says, if you do an Av and a Tolda, you chayiv 2 karbanos. So if you do Beitzah and Achnasa, you chayiv 2 karbanos. The difference between an Av and a Tolda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the Tolda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called. If somebody throws an item in Rishus HaRabin and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rosh Hashanah. And it's not Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah has to have a place, it has to have square tefachim. And this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-ear, and he's spotted. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tefachim is considered part of Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, he is chai. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishnah? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishnah. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is halacha l'Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishnah. They threw the bukhir. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the area of thread, and it goes through the chassis back and forth. They would throw it, but you would hold on to the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread, so he threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered a makam k'tur, not Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, there's no rivalry. Perhaps we'll say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, "Hey, pass me the bukhir, or pass me a needle," and they would toss each other things. So you see, there was tossing. That can't be either, because everyone in the Mishnah had their own bukhir and needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the pasuk says. So machlekes, this week's parsha, we're going to be learning about the Mekoshish Eitzim. What exactly did the Mekoshish do? 3-way machlekes. One Mandamar says, Shmuel says, he was over an he walked in Rosh Hashanah for 4 hours with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood, Kodesh. And Ravada says he piled up the wood, used hammer. What is the difference? What he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillas Starim it says there's 1 out of 39 blocks, you don't get a punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the Mandamar, whatever you hold, let's say you hold the Mekoshish did Mahamar, you know for sure it's not Mahamar. Mahamar there is Einish. Kodesh is for sure, but not Einish. Who was the Mekoshish? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekoshish was Tzlachah. Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzera did not like that. He said, if a Baruch Hu didn't put it in the Torah, you wanted it hidden, why are you telling people about it? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get Einish for being Moitzi Laz on something. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam, it says in the pasuk, Bob, it says Rabbi Akiva, they both got Tzaras. It says Rabbi Sarah, you have no right telling Israel that Aaron and Miriam got Tzaras. And the Baruch Hu wanted it hidden. And if you were wrong, you're Moitzi Laz. So what does he do with the word Bob? He both gave him an Ezekiel, gave Aaron Musar. He never got Tzaras. Wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After getting his own Var Torah, he writes, just want to say how much I love the shir. It helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May you continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rosh Hashanah through Rosh Hashanah into the second Rosh Hashanah. The trick here in this price is that in the first Rosh Hashanah, it only traveled 2 amas. Traveled through the Rosh Hashanah, and finally the second Rosh Hashanah travels an additional 2 amas. According to this price, the 2 amas plus 2 amas, the 2 Rosh Hashanahs, combine together to make a shir of Israel. But we don't say that since they went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, it's chai right away on Achnasa, because this price does not hold of the concept called Pruta. We don't say that halachically it rested in the Rosh Hashanah. We're starting now a beautiful sugya of the Mishnah and how the Russian work. The Gemara tells us the concept. There is no Isser to carry the Rosh Hashanah that has a rooftop, because in the Mishnah there's no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes to see whether or not there's a rooftop in the Mishnah. We're talking about the beams, the Russian that built the Mishnah. When they transported these beams, they transported them on 4 wagons. The wagons were 2.5 amos wide, 5 amos long. And they would transport the length of the beams on the width of these wagons. Says the Gemara, if we can find ear gaps between the Russian, then you're right. There's no ceilings in the Mishnah. But if the wood was together, stacked together on these wagons, perhaps that should create a rooftop. So how are these Russians stacked? The simplest way and that's the first step. Perhaps they were stacked on their long side, 1.5 amma by 1 amma, so they put them on the 1.5 amma, so they should be more stable. We were 48 crushing, 12 crushing per wagon. That would give us 3 stacks. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. That leaves us a half an amma for the 2 gaps in the 3 stacks. 3 stacks of 4 high. A half an amma is 1.5 tefachim per gap. That's less than 2 tefachim, which is the same level. And that closes the gap, and now we have a roof. We have a ceiling. So let's say that they didn't stack them on the wide side, on the 1.5 amma side. Perhaps they stacked them on the amma side. An amma will give us the potential to put down 4 stacks. We have a 5 amma wagon with 4 stacks. You can put 5 stacks because you have rings. It's too much. We'll put 4 stacks of 3 high. That gives us 3 gaps. We have an extra amma from 4 ammas to 5 ammas. Extra amma for the 3 gaps. That's 2 tefachim per gap. 2 tefachim is within leather. Once again, we have a ceiling. Why does the Gemara say there were no ceilings in the Mishnah? According to the Manda that says that the crushing started out as an amma on the bottom, but tapered off all the way to nothing, to a finger on the top. If you stack them on the wagons like that, you will indeed have large gaps in here, no problem. But what would you do about the other Manda? Says the Gemara, they stacked them like clothespins, meaning they took 2 stacks and put them together, creating 1 stack, and then they took 2 stacks, putting them together, creating another stack, a second stack. The reason they did so is to give it more stability. When you have 2 stacks put together like a clothespin, they won't tumble. Therefore, the gap between the 2 major stacks is a full amma. And that ruins the growth of this always out. And we're dealing with a wagon that doesn't have a bottom. It's just a frame. At a bottom, once again, we have a roof whether or not Russian or even on the bottom and top, overhead went insane. So, we bring them to Boston. I had a fire after the first show. He showed up all fucked up. I got on the wall. He went on stage and he was doing like new material. And I said, Sam, is there any way you can arrange me? He goes, no problem. That's been done. And I go, well, I gotta let you go. I figured that. And I got him a gig at the Connection. Then he can find from there. And that place involved. And he can find. And he shows up in stitches at my gig. And he comes walking in. And I said, man, you can't lose this game. This is my big money. Do you trust me? Do you trust the beast? Do you trust the beast? Bring me on. So, ladies and gentlemen, you saw it's just HBO said it live. One of the best I've ever seen. Sam outside stumbled out, went half a mile away, shut it down, groups and says, someone's fucking me tonight. And from then on, he just followed the room down. And by the end of the night, they'd hide him, took him back to do the back room of the paradise. And it was off and running. But, oh my God, this is like 86. So, we're in New York. We're going to be discussing the first 3 episodes, and the second one comes out to see the show. The first one consisted of 10 sections. Section was 4 hours, and he's supposed to do today's show. So he flies in every girl that's ever broke up with him and puts them all up in the same hotel. And it's fucking genius. So to start off with the and I told the story. We have a 10-hour ceiling and 10-hour wall. It's exactly 30 hours. The fabric came all the way down and exposed the Adonai with the socket on the bottom. The actual wall takes up the full amma. Now we're missing an additional 2 hours. So the fabric came down and was hanging 2 hours above the ground, exposing the Adonai. Plus 1 more amma of the wall. Get him, you gotta do this. Your mother wants you to do it. This is great for your career. And we turn on the TV, and he's putting on his fucking money. He's putting on his coat. And this challenge takes on. And we all watch him. 3 hours explodes. I will dance. I fucking obviously went back to back. Went all the way. One arm of another. Second, oh my God. That consisted of 11 sessions times 4 hours. So we're doing it went all the way down to the fourth. I guess she was a teacher. By 1 hour. And the kids were in the classroom. The left side. They have 24 hours. Anyone wants a cookie in this cake? We went all the way down to the floor. Plus, I was on the back side, grabbing at the power of Atlas. Yeah, he was funny. I don't know if you know the story about him, but one arm on the floor. Wrote that book, Brother Sam. It was 2 hours and he talked about how Sam got hit by a car. He was a little kid. He was a normal kid. And he gets this horrible head injury. And then all of a sudden, he was fearless. Wonderful like that happened to Roseanne, and that happened to him. Same exact story. Hit by a car, one personality changes 100%, becomes a totally different personality, and becomes this wild, reckless person. Happened to both of them. Listen, all these documentaries about him, the stuff I see. Shabbos Naftali Test, but they emailed proof from managers. Then he gave us what the manager says. He works in a bakery, he's 19 years old. He hasn't been in the for years because he doesn't think learning all day is for him. He wasn't seeing shots, he had inspiration, his boss, Belver, he just think that was out. He tells him it's fun, it's fun. Give it a try. It's different, it's the big sins. My days feel different when learning the doctrine. I really enjoy it. I make me learn every day. Sometimes he watches the bakery with his boss, and then he goes home and watches this again with him tomorrow. I can't believe I still do the dot every day, he said. I can't wait to finish shots coming from a boy who says learning for him all day is not for him. All the way from Manchester, and he listened to that man. We learned the other day that the mission was covered with 3 reveals, 3 garments. The lower one was made out of purple wool, blue wool, red wool, and shade, which is linen. The second layer was made out of goat. Worked on the same lot. Goats here, you have to have a lot more buckle, like Claire says. But they call for just a buckle, but they're hard to buckle. What is different? The goats here, they would wash the goats here while it's still on the goat, and eat it while it's still on the goat. That took a lot of buckle. The Shia says that the wagons that carry the destruction, the wheels, all considered Sarab. The reason why the wagon was 2.5 ammo wide, although apparently it was only at most 1.5 ammo wide, and it could fit directly in the wagon. Because they put the crossing lengthways on the narrow wheel, and they were concerned that if it was only an ammo and a half wide, the crushing which was long would tip over. The plane, and he says, how much time do you have for this? The wagon is 5 hours, and the way we set up this crushing is either 3 stacks of 4 or 4 stacks of 3. But either way, the most it is 3 stacks of 4, and each stack is 1.5 ammo wide. 1.5 ammo times 3 is 4.5 ammo. Why was the wagon? Why is it that we say Rosh Rabbin has to be 16 hours? Again, that very interesting. When that goes for moving through the mid-version, when that goes, I'm the question. If you notice that a pair of top over, bent over in a half an hour area on the side of that goal. And then you rearrange the brush. That half an ammo on each side because the ammo, and that's why we have the 16 ammos for people who take the route. Which tells us that you have a pitch of a little and he has a big like 4 copper, that means we have universe, we have a small arm, so that's 4x4. Right? That's what it is. Take something to put it so take something to put it in imagine, I mean, if you have a says, why do you tell us I want to know what they like. That's what the people that 5 buckle, let's say, on a pit, 5 buckle with the bank, combine together to make
like dangerously trashed it. And God, it's still low level.
Walls surrounding it. It's a military
I don't know what happened that night. You know, Mark Barry
your head is over the
was hanging out with him
perhaps you
back
take
in
water
the day
out.
when Mark was a doorman at the
We'll
comics
collect
strip.
it.
He was
Our
a young
walls
kid,
are
dude.
and if not
He
know
did
what,
so
your
much
entire
coke
body,
against him.
most
He
of your
heard
body in your head. This
voices
is the
for
bit.
a
That is
year.
also
His
the
head
motorcycle has rubber.
He heard
What
voices in his head
happened?
for a fucking year, and that's when he
Thinking
sobered
now,
up.
we growing
Came
up
to
top of
Boston. Right after that, that's when I met him. I met Barry in '88. Just was trying to get his brain back online. Yeah, he was fried. They cooked his brain. It was just up for days.
Or perhaps it's a travel through what you know that a bucket bucket will
Take with your stitches and we closed. Let you come up with it. Lansdowne Street.
Yeah,
My guys was running that show. Now we're drinking bottles of champagne like it's going to because that's it.
our mission.
It's enough. We gotta go. So they say, where we going now? I don't know, man. There's no bars open. What's happening to you? He goes, you gotta know a place. I go, most of the places I know, they're full. They've been shut down. He goes,
And he told them,
wait a minute.
the same stitch. Why are you telling me the same exact
The internet had worse than these.
What about you? What do you think they're more?
So
I
I called
think
the limo and
when our mission, we're more than a deal.
never underestimate my power.
Let that landed
I get rid of it. Shut shit up.
Just
It's insane.
nevertheless,
Not
that
human.
is considered
These
part
are
of the
my
mission.
motherfuckers.
Push part of the
Change
rap.
comedy.
Or you
He
moving around.
changed what comedy
That's
was.
it. It
It became something like before him. It was
If you
people
have
telling
a
jokes,
very narrow
but he was so outrageous. And when he did that HBO special that one I did for Roxy on Sunset, I was there.
created
That fucking special changed comedy. It changed people's ideas. Like that joke about homosexual necrophilia. It had sexual offenses.
It's a very wide fence. Entire size. It says a third shot. He says, if this fence has a
Seven squad guys up front telling me something up. Said,
you have a
you're in the
power
room.
itself.
The one that steps in forward while watching. And he's bombing. You
You
know,
have had a beautiful question. What happens?
People don't seem to like me. I know it to be fair. When you call tonight, I'm here to take a piece of paper, napkin, something, anything. I want you to write on it.
Perhaps it
Someone
wasn't
in
a
your life
fit.
that's
So we looked
past,
it
you
up.
know, your
But it
brother or
happened together.
sister, the secret man.
You say that
You
there are
take
things
that,
that you're
and I want you to get home, and I want you to
You
wipe
say,
your
you
fucking
looked it up
ass.
and didn't have it.
Jesus.
Whatever you do, so grow certain about on the pit. And now the Lord the question. Are you ever? That is that you were in the place that was the cops are always showing. But by the time it landed, it just wasn't just became the same night. It wasn't that fun. But it had its own day. Right, or
I forget who the other guy
was
was.
it that group? They were good themselves. He said if you throw a very
Whacking it out right
stick
now.
up the wall,
I can't play
four
with
ounces
this. It's
around you,
insane.
why should you hide?
The cops come. He was letting dick in. So I go up and
Even in the case where
three, four guys in line to him. I go, what's on? He said, hey, you gotta cut it down. He said, well, maybe I could play
how much
Never
because
played
you
this
have
on
the
it.
thing.
Phil Collins and Jim Sam, can we be
Sam, you don't want to
Sam?
do the back of that
Coach
thing.
said, okay, you gotta go
But
take
dirt,
a picture
you
with
want the dirt to
him.
think about it.
I should say, I should see that.
The size of the bit.
So he goes up to there, pull over, definitely had to go again.
This was with like
And big dick
very
and
narrow
pull over, Sam, the cops.
they just created
I'd love to see those pictures.
there was just a young
You never know who's gonna
on top of the plane, let's say you had another item.
go.
As it landed,
He's
we
the
both landed
example I
together.
always give to
We say
comics.
that other item
guy
landed under
who was at one point in time
but it happened together with the
best
plane.
ever.
And that's the same thing as
Dropped
weapons
off
that
hard.
it happened
Like he
together.
dropped
Perhaps
off
it shouldn't be.
big. Just stop writing. Too much partying. His
Maybe
brother
as it landed, whatever item it was, jumped up
it's
to
what can happen.
the hard landing. It came down. That second landing to make it
And he was just
another
all about the ride. And then he also became very, very
Before
famous.
we made
Probably too
thank
famous.
you. Had a wonderful
We
day.
were doing the Outlaws of Comedy at the Dunes. That's how long we were at the Dunes. And he had driven out to my Asuki. And I got a call early in the morning. Lenny, come quick, Sam. So I walk to Caesar's Palace. And I can't wait to take the champagne thing, take it home, pour water on me, and smile. Sweet at me. And said, welcome to Japan, Mr. Boy. Sam, but I would say that you never say that.
And he writes,
She was so
if you
funny.
listen
You know,
to
she
the
was
days,
very charged. She was sweet.
landed here, right away was looking at the clock and saying, when is the dial?
I don't know what it is.
She wasn't someone very much having a Leo, our thoughts and our diving our wisdom.
In my country, you drop atomic bombs.
Water that there's no hot dog. You're not really putting it down, you're putting it down on a moving surface. Yet the Gemara says, water belongs on water, and that's why God it's enough. Looking around water, that's not enough. Water has something that needs to take a nut and put it in some sort of other vessel. Nut, relative to the vessel, or relative to water, it is oil that floats on top of wine. Just like this, whether or not if it's tuma, and the tuma, somebody who went to the big country tuma was waiting for hair to shut up, something goes down the part. That touches the hot oil. What comes from it? According to Deutschland, both are coming, and in Shabbos, we see with the halacha of water on top of water. According to Rabbanan, just the oil is possible, and on Shabbos, it's like the nut floating on top of water. A guy says an interesting halacha. You have a bar of pit that's 8 tefachim wide and 10 tefachim deep, wide enough to make 2 bayros, and you put a reed mat right down the middle, up a little bit from each bar, so now you don't have even a single bar that's 4 tefachim. Each one is 3.999. Therefore, you put something into one of those bayros, you are potter. Rabbi Rothschild, who had a suffix regarding if you take dirt and you put it on the bottom of a 10 tefachim pit, or you bottle that dirt to the bottom, certainly when it comes to a machzeles, a reed, it won't become bottled because a reed has value, says in halacha by a machzeles, by a reed, certainly by dirt, is mevatel. Says about it, if the pit is full of water and you throw something heavy that sinks to the bottom, or you throw water on it, the water is not mevatel the pit. Put in fruit into this pit. Fruit is no different than filling up a pit with dirt. And the fruit, it's like wheat that it's been stored for a long time. It's mevatel the whole pit. And if you throw something on top of the wheat, it's not as if you threw it into a pit and you are puzzled. According to Rabbi Rothschild, who says a very interesting halacha. If you're in the ocean, and on the bottom of the ocean bed is a carve out of 10 tefachim deep and 4 tefachim wide, that consists of Rishus Hayet, your Chayet. Although ocean is a carmelist, that pit is Rishus Hayet. So it's full of ocean water. So you see that water is not the battle. The famous mission that we had a number of times, if you take something and you throw it like a juicy fig and you throw it on a wall that's above that tefachim, you are butter because it's not a juicy rabbit, it's above that tefachim, and it's not a juicy up because it doesn't stick out or jot out. However, if you throw it below 10 tefachim, it says if you throw it on the ground, and you are high. As if you throw something above 10 tefachim and it lands in a small, according to Rameir, we say constantly, we'll carve out the wall halacha. We see the same halacha in Machlekes, by Mezuzah. A doorway has to have 10 tefachim height by 4 tefachim width. What if you have on the bottom 4 tefachim, and as it goes up, it gradually arches? Halachically, we pretend that there's no arch, that it's squared out, it's carved out. So too over here, Rameir says you carve it out, and going to Muhammad, you don't carve it out. There's a concept in English, the rise over the run. The Gemara tells us that if after 4 amos of an incline, you reach a height of 10 tefachim, that's as if you have a vertical create of a chitza, the same thing made by a mavui. If going into the mavui downwards, there's a incline 4 amos that reaches a 10 tefachim height, or going into Sarabim, they are both considered walls, and therefore in that mavui, it's not necessary to put a lechi or a kaira for a hectare. Very interesting thing, Allah. Let's say throw a frisbee 2 amos, and the wind takes it another 2 amos for a total of 4 amos, you are potter. What if you threw this frisbee 5 amos, and the wind stops it in mid-air and holds it there momentarily, and then 180s it right back to you, you are chayav. Because Rabbi says they're resting in mid-air. Rabbi says that although an object came within 3 tefachim to the ground, we don't invoke the concept of fluta. Even though we know the trajectory of this item and it's going to land very soon, there's no wind. It's not similar, says the Gemara, to what Rabbi Yochanan about this frisbee. They had to come on to Pshat that it rested in midair. Why did they just say that it's within 3 tefachim? And the answer is because we're talking about a wild wind. But Rav is talking about no wind at all. It says the Mishnah, if somebody throws in an ocean, which an ocean is a caramelist, and throws it down Amos, he's potter. There's something called a Rekat Mayim, like a giant puddle in the middle of Shusarab that people walk through it. It still has the halacha of a Rishus Harabim, as long as it doesn't have 10 tefachim. If it's 10 tefachim deep, then it turns into a caramelist, says Rashi. And the Mishnah repeats the same words twice, and the Gemara tells us to tell us a halacha that when people are inconvenienced by walking there, it's still considered Rishus Harabim, but if you're inconvenienced using a pit, let's say 9 tefachim, it's not considered Rishus Harabim. The reason why it says the word rekat twice is according to Rabbah. One is the summer that typically people would do off. But in the winter, people won't go through the water. For Mashmalan, they do. And if it just says the winter, I would say, well, people have dirty shoes anyway, so that's why they go through, but not in the summer. For Mashmalan. Abaye says that this rekat is a Dalet Amos. And I would think that people, if it's Dalet Amos, they would walk around it. And if they walk around it, it shouldn't be part of Shus Harabim. For Mashmalan, it is part of Shus Harabim. Rashi says it's only 4 tefachim, and I would think because people could jump right over it, but if it's larger, people won't jump over it. Well, yes, and similarly, Rashi says when you have a bridge, and you have one step in the bridge that people don't like to use, it looks a little bit weak, and it's by itself. Nevertheless, if you throw something onto that piece, onto that board on the bridge, it's considered throwing it in your eyes. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a caramel, so you throw it to the land, which is a Rishus Hayachid, or from the boat, which is a Rishus Hayachid, into the water, which is a caramelist, or the opposite. Or when you go from one boat to the other, Rishus Hayachid, all covered. The way to allow you to feel that to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make it Erev Chatzeros. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rav Huna, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a heger, but typically you're not allowed to. Or, according to a Chizda, or a Huna, you make a frame 4x4, and then you invoke the concept of Achis, and that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is, Rav Huna says that the caramelist starts in the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a muffin clear, therefore it's completely mutter. Rabbah and Rav Chizda hold that the caramelist begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger hecker or a good achis of chitzah, a wonderful day.
And enjoy the chocolate. Please swirl it in your mouth. Do not bite it and act like it's just something you just picked up at the convenience store. You get up for, a buck or whatever. No, enjoy and swirl this. Take advantage of that. But I also want to tell you about my shorts, Blue Rock Top, Honey After Dark Project, really hot spots. And if you're like, you got a lot going on, well, just go to my site and sign up for my newsletter. It's called Where's Willis? You'll know about
Shabbos Daf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Monsey. And he says, he's a 34-year-old Hasidic and he's never really started to have true Ahavas HaTorah, he says. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, what he's used to doing, he takes out a Gemara, the Chazer, all of that. It's crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on all that. But people can work, and a big schools in Shemayim, Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing, Aleva, and Slap. We're discussing if a person is on a with some sort of rod, we're making a frame, 4x4 tefachim, and it goes to the frame. The frame has a good achis, it's all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you'll be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall, and then it goes down. That's called koicha. It's an indirect force going down into the water. And when it comes to carbonless, we're not geyser on koicha, it's indirect, carrying on Shabbos. The Gemara brings a raya that says that the Gemara says not carry from a ship to the ocean, which is a careless, the ship is you don't go from the careless to Shusayach. Yudah says if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is therefore not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. But you could carry from the ship into the water. We have to explain that we just said you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, that's koicha. Rashi points out that if the ship was not talking above the water from the outside, they don't even muster to carry from the water into the ship because you're going through a mucking tour, over 10 tefachim mucking tour, and you let it go from a carmelist to Shusayach through a mucking tour. If you have a very, very small boat, like a canoe, kayak, that starts out on the top of that 4 tefachim, and then Shusayach needs 4 tefachim, by 10 tefachim. The problem is that it comes to a point. And by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 tefachim. So it says if the walls are hanging in midair, so that's not a good. Shusayach used to be a carmelist. However, if it comes, the walls come all the way down with 3 tefachim of where it becomes narrow, then we'll say lower and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, fill up the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. Nachman asks, why don't we invoke the concept of Achas Mitzvah? Let's pretend that the walls of the side go all the way down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the boat comes to? And Abaye explains that even though Chachams don't say the Achas Mitzvah when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to a very narrow pole, it's still wide. You do say good Achas. What's the difference? Because you don't say typically if a goat can go through or animals can go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a mechitza. But this wide hole, although it's not 4 tefachim at the bottom, but a boat is not going to go through, so it isn't effective. The same thing when it comes to a boat. It's an effective because boats cannot swim. What about fish? We don't care about fish because fish are not visible, and therefore it's an effective mechitza. Robin also says the same idea that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say, well, that's the all the way down to the water. We don't say, oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin the mechitza of fish, not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, as you heard, that you have 2 ships that are connected, tied together. You could carry from one to the other. The question is, what is the finish? So Rob explains one way that we're talking about that there's a 3rd ship here, a very small ship canoe between them, and you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down to the large ship. Or asked, but doesn't mention anything about it. You're talking about 2 ships. Therefore, Rav Safra uses a very strong language. He says it's Moshe. In other words, how do you say such a pshat? So he learns, Rav Safra, that we're dealing with 2 different owners. And the Hiddush is that you can make an Eruv Chatzeros on 2 ships. I don't think Eruv Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships. You can't do Eruv Chatzeros. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on 2 cars. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on 2 ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos. If one did it inadvertently, or somebody was forced to, made a mistake, he's misasik, he's making a mechitza for something else, then it's allowed. The same thing if you tie ships together, it goes back to the header. You had 2 kind of ships, so you let it carry with the other that came unattached. You can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. The mason, when it comes to the pizzas on Shabbos, for example, holds you can't use it, it's a penalty, you punish, we say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, it's like this, then you could use it even if you didn't with mason. Because you have the 2 rishis there, all you're doing is you're connecting them, it's this direction. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to a oil, you have a tent, you have a body there, and there's an oil. What happens is metal, this halal therapy, metal has the same halacha that touches the base, so it's As it makes it amazing is a voice to that chain touches the boat. It goes down one madriga, that boat touches the vessels in the boat, and the vessels become reshaped. However, if the boat was tied with a regular rope, a non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via voice it becomes abatum, it goes down one step. That rope in return is meant to cover the boat one step lower to a reshape. Reshape not even cover the vessels inside the ship as a shape. Rule says that's not lawful by us. You can use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. It could be a cloth rope as well. Have a wonderful day.
Okay. Yeah.
Shabbos Daf Base. Today's email comes to us from Calvin Milberg of Woodmere. He says he watches the Shear every day on Zoom. If he can, he watches it on YouTube. He loves the Shear so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat Hashem to be closer to the Shear. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Calvin. And now to the Mishnah, the Maskonas Sugya. The Mishnah is talking about a very big chiddush. The guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, he was a shuggy, he didn't realize the Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over the object, he's no longer considered a shuggy, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hanacha? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 or is consumed by a fire. No hanacha. So he's caught. Rav Ashi takes all these cases and he makes them into one. He says if a person threw an item, he didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth or another person came towards it, then he's caught. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos and it landed without a dog, without another person, then he's chayiv in a carbon. It goes back to the shogeg. As long as you start out the shogeg and you end the shogeg, you're chayiv in a carbon. The Gemara tells us we can't say that our Mishnah is talking about a case of lechta and mishnah. Lechta is the device that holds the saddlebags on the animal. A piece of wood, and it's tied to a string, and he tosses the piece of wood but holds onto the string. So I think, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-year that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only that case he's plucked from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense, because since he's holding onto a string, then the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand.
That's athleticism.
First is a very interesting case. Perhaps a person did a so 2 amos b'shayim, 2 amos b'bezin, and 2 amos b'shayim. Now we combine the 2 amos at the beginning and 2 amos at the end and make it one shaggy that's hybrid. Says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amos, then he carried 2 amos b'bezin. Then he's part of a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action amazing. Even according to the Mandahana that says, in other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am chayiv in carbon. Over here it's different, because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzah of shayim. What if he threw the item? Right? And traveled 2 amos b'shayim, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amos b'mezin, and then the final 2 amos b'shayim. Then he'd be chayiv in a carbon. Why? Because he couldn't stop it a minute here. And even according to the Hava that says, Yesh Yediyah, the Chatzi Shir, that the awareness in between breaks up the action, that's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he can stop writing the second letter. But over here, that's in here, he has no power over it. Says Rabbah, If a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not for tzvachim, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayim. Gemara tells us that if a person who's coming and he can't eat kosher, and he eats a piece of kosher, and that piece of kosher is also nicer, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayim 4 korbanos chadlas and 1 asham because he ate kosher. Like is whether you can add. Rabbi says, I have a case. One asked me a riddle how a person's chayim a lot of korbanos. He also, on his Shabbos, Yom Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. Say, well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now you're adding a Isra. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that now the issue is who carries items, they're not food, with their mouth. The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is the bottom function, then it's big.
He's one towards the end
Building, says the Mishnah, is B'kal Shul, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is clear, but indoors is vaina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's vaina. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. Says Abai, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles on the ground, so it would rust. Therefore, says Abai, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stove top. That's the shear. And the Beis would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Ravach argues. He says there's no aniyos, there's no people. There was such wealth in the Beis Hamikdash. It doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The word tells us when you build a stone wall, there's 3 parts of the wall. The first row, you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of a stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. Mesates means the chisel stone. That's basically part of the building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building because building is make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house, get the heat out. So there's a big chiddush in that. Then the shufta b'kufina demara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not similar to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all 3 of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all 3 of these things it's makim patish. You think maybe makim patish is in the last one in the axe, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that it's boina mashmalan. Not have a wonderful day.
What does that say overall? What does that say about how the FBI is treating this whole phenomenon? I don't know. But even I can decide.
Transform trillions of.
Today's email comes from Scroll Goldstein from Boulevard. You're right. But boy, Rabbi Rothschild. By the way, I think what's your live action people hold their teachers are destroyed with their exciting everything was out there. So as soon as they join sometimes get so until the last night, when you let your corner sit of perfect as young as the greatness of another
Look at this athleticism. Oh. Dog. West Side. All right, what is this asshole's name? 8-minute Duff. Worst stream ever. Is that the whole thing? No, it's fucking bullshit. That's what it is. Oh, look at this. Oh, the second. Thanks, sec. Hey, why don't you make a playlist of them all? Huh? Huh? I'm so fucking smart. I know the whole fucking Kabbalah and the fucking Zohar and the fucking Talmud and the Tanakh and fucking loser. Now I have to look up all the shit. Worst stream ever. There's Doug. Add multi playlist to a playlist. YouTube. Is that possible? Fucking loser. Is there a move? No. Why? We're gonna host this fucking question on our website, but not about it. Bet this is from 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Nearly 5. Like 4 years and 10 months. Worst stream ever. Make sure you can always sign in. Fuck you, dog. Dog, quit taking so fucking long. You've been blocked by network security. Dog, shut the fuck up. Oh, tight. Maybe you can do it. All right. Save? No, dog. Just like new playlist. Playlist. Is it playlist? Playlist. Okay, here we go. Why isn't there like a new playlist? Are you fucking serious? They don't have a thing? I mean, these guys are just. No wonder they lose their so much money. Seriously. They're terrible. Save playlist to library. No, that's not what I want to do. Dog. Save to playlist. New playlist. Talmud. Like a pimp. AKA Rabbi Rothschild. Learn Talmud. No. Talmud. Dude, it just went away. Save to playlist. New playlist. Rabbi Rothschild's pimp playlist. Rabbi Rothschild. Pimp. Talmud. Playlist. Visibility. Public. Create. Did it add it? But I actually don't want it on there. Save playlist library. Worst ever. What is this bullshit? View full playlist. Ugh, I hate this shit too. I don't care. Chulin, go fuck yourself. Unavailable videos are hidden. Show unavailable videos. They're like secrets. Stream. Share. No, dog, not that shit. Dog. Add to queue? No. How do you do it? You can add a playlist to another playlist. Find the playlist you want to merge with another. Tap it and add to playlist and select the one you want to add it to. First, dog, I'm to do that. Save playlist select. Bullshit. Save. Is that it? I just hit save. Oh yeah. No, this is save video. Worst stream ever. Playlist. Pissed on. Worst stream. This is worst. You've been blocked by network security. Well, how about you go fuck yourself, dog? Fucking loser. I hate the internet. It sucks. This whole internet sucks. Add to queue. Dog, how do you do it? There's not a fucking way. That's a lie. Product expert. Hey, Pete L. Pete underscore L. Does the L stand for liar? Because your shit sucks. You can add a playlist to another. Find the playlist you want to merge with another. Tap the three dots next to it. Then tap add to playlist and select the one you want to add it to. No, you can't. The answer is no. The answer is absolutely no. You cannot do that. How to add? Click on add playlist. Like, they shouldn't have this as a fucking question if it's so easy. I think you can use cards when you edit the video. What? Okay, start at the home section. Scroll down to add a section. Select multiple playlists. Click on add playlist. What? Start at your home section. What is this shit? I bet it doesn't even exist anymore. This is from 10 years ago. The shit, I bet you used to be able to do it, and now you can't. 10 years ago? Come on, give me. This is the worst. Is it possible to grow? No, no one gives a shit. How to create a YouTube playlist? Where's your AI shit? This better fucking work. Thinking. Okay. On YouTube, the best way to combine is to add all the videos from one playlist into another. This is best on a computer and will merge the videos into a new or existing playlist rather than nesting the playlist. What? Navigate to your playlist. What if it's somebody else's playlist? Choose the playlist from. No, dog. Add multiple videos from a search. No. This is the worst. There's no direct add to all button for public plays, maybe, but there are a few. Of course, there's not. Open the playlist. Find the ad. Save the playlist. Oh wait. Find the ad option. Why am I yelling? All right. Okay. Change the URL. Change the URL. In the address bar, replace the www with music. What? Add to queue. The method slightly more manual, but works for any. Okay. Choose your playlist. Use an online tool. Copy the playlist URL. This is fucking ridiculous that this is so fucking ass backwards. These fuckers at Google, we should bring back the fucking that gallery. Fucking stupid. This is the worst. Copy and oh yeah. Well, you could use this fucking Puerto Rican website to do it, but you can't fucking do it this way. Shout out to Puerto Rico. YouTube, please sign in. Copy YouTube playlist. What is YouTube? The YouTube lets you create a copy of any YouTube playlist into your own YouTube account. You can duplicate your own playlist or clone the videos of someone else's. Okay, what? Just fucking work. Why doesn't it just work? Why isn't this a fucking option of YouTube itself? It's like they were just like, you know what? Let's start charging for something that's free. And then they were just like, okay, manage your YouTube account. Dude, I don't fucking give a shit. Do your shit. Do you trust digital inspiration? No, I don't trust anybody. Worst stream ever. All right. This better fucking work, or I'm going to be so pissed I won't be able to see straight. Remove from playlist. If it gets rid of my fucking playlist, I'm throwing fists. 255 views 5 years ago. 240 of those views are from this motherfucker 2 weeks ago. All right, are you fucking done though? This is the fucking worst. Oy. All right. Shabbos sucks. Oh, I wanted actually brachos first. Sucks. Worst. That's not it. That's not it. What is this bullshit? Worst. Share. Copy. Do I paste it in here? This better fucking work. Fetch YouTube playlist. Sorry, this is not a valid YouTube playlist. What the absolute fuck? Why does it give me these short fucking links? Thinking like, oh, well, let's just give them the short link. No, give me the fucking link that everybody's gonna know. This is the worst. No, I don't want YouTube Premium. Assholes use that. Are you fucking serious? Dog, this is the worst. They make fucking studying so diffy. Link address. This shit doesn't work. I'm throwing fists. Fetch YouTube playlist. Fetching videos. Harlem Globetrotters would be. Sorry, there are no videos in the selected playlist. What the fuck? Dude, the Harlem Globetrotters would think this is such a shit system. Worst 8-minute Dov Brachas. Okay, play all. But that's not really what I want. I want the fucking link. Playlist. No, are you fucking serious? This is assholes. Assholes designed this. Okay, maybe this is it. Finally, I got this asshole who's not fucking whispering to me. Worst stream ever. Fetch these fucking videos, dog. Are you fucking serious? Sorry, there are no videos in the selected playlist. Are you fucking serious? Oh, the worst. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? All right, this is the worst. We're not so fucking chosen right now, kids. Dog. All I fucking want is for this shit to work. 8-minute Dov. Oh, you wanted an 8-minute Dov. Oh, okay. Here you go. Here are the playlists. Oh, you wanted that playlist? Well, go fuck yourself. Dude, where's the link for this? Fetch YouTube playlist. If this fucking thing says there are no videos, I'm throwing fists. This is the please sample. What? The absolute fuck. This is the worst. Dog, I'm already tired. I got this fucking stupid ass shit. The copier channel. Looking for a copier? No, I don't. I've used them though. They're okay. Come on, you ass. Shuffle report playlist. No. Embed. Okay, copy. Fetch YouTube playlist. Fetching video. This is the worst. This is the worst. What in the fuck is this shit? Just the worst. Dog. Dog. Are you serious? I don't think this website works. Try. Share. Create post? No. Terrible. Sorry, there are no videos. Dude, this website sucks. Worst stream ever. YouTube. Oh fuck. This shit doesn't work. Where does the YouTube copy let you copy any other YouTube like in two steps? You can duplicate your own the videos. How to copy video plays. So deciding whether YouTube account. We did that. You can use privacy like huh? Huh? Playlist that you wish to clone. So deciding whether you and enter the URL of any playlist you wish to clone. You can set the privacy of the clone playlist. Oh wait, hold on. Save playlist. Save to library. Where's my fucking library? Is this it? Copy link address. Fish sauce sucks. Probably tastes like fish. Go. Like videos. I don't want that. Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. Recently added. This
is the worst. Dog. What asshole developed this site? It's the worst. This is the happy. Um, no, used to be free. Everything. Kids started for free. No, register. Fuck them. Copy that. Not the right copy. No. Google take dog. Reg 14 day trial. Dude, I don't want to do anything like that. Just fucking work. What is so hard about that? Dog. Go to your All right. This is the worst. Dog. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Absolute garbage. I boy, fucking worst. I hate this and I hate everything about it. Dog, get the fuck off my screen, you shit. I know it's not your fault, but everything. Yeah, it is. You didn't fucking make this tell you. Worst stream ever. This is the worst. You should be banished to the shadow realm. This is the worst. You fucking serious? What is this bullshit? What in the fuck? Arturo Castro. No one gives a fuck. How about that, dude? for, dude. Wait. Dude, how you living, pimp? What'd you just read, big man?
And certain cultural beliefs that if you have like a twitch or you sneeze, it means that someone's talking or thinking about you.
You have the number for the place?
It's 10.
No, I know. I didn't ask you to call. I asked, do you have the number for the place?
Yeah. So, I did bring this up with my psychologist, right? I did bring it up, and they said, well, I'll get you in contact with someone to talk, like, with methods that help instead of taking medication.
So you haven't even been diagnosed yet. You haven't even been diagnosed yet. And I think
Yeah, but
you're
that's
Zoo. I think you're lying to me. I think you're flat out lying to me. And the reason why I say that is because you've been inconsistent. You've been providing. When I asked you, did you call? You're like, yeah, I have an appointment on Wednesday at 2:30. And I said, okay, did they give you a number? You said, yeah. I called and nobody picked up, which isn't normal for a doctor or business. And then I asked you again, and then you're like, yeah. And then you just literally looked up a number to, uh, you told me what you were typing into Google, which was Adelaide Tourette syndrome. And then, like, so I just don't believe you. That's fine. But this,
My psychologist said that I was just like, yeah, like I want to get cold, but I don't want to do medication.
when did you see your psychologist? Yeah.
Well, 3 weeks ago, I spoke to the phone on Thursday.
Okay, so you did lie. You didn't see anybody on Wednesday. You're caught in alignment, and that's fine. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. And I don't believe that you talked to your psychiatrist on Thursday either. I'm sorry I don't. I'm just fool me once, shame on you twice, shame on me, and I'm not gonna get fooled again. What you need to do is tomorrow. You need to do what you did earlier, which is Google a number for Tourette's. You need to get diagnosed with it, and then at that point, if you're seeing a Tourette's specialist, they say, "Well, we don't think you need medication." Okay, that's fine. But you're not doing that. You're avoiding the problem. All you do is come in and talk about every other.
What if I don't know?
You do though. You're the one who admitted
What if I
Zoo. It's clear in your behavior. You say mean things, things that I don't like, and then you just okay. Then you don't have it. Have it. Have okay. Then what if that happens? That's cool. But you're the one who said that you had it. That it's been something that has bothered you since you were 5 when you barked, and you blamed it on a little girl, and then again when you were 13, and that your cousin has it, and like we've had this discussion, man. I don't know why you're afraid to just get help for the problem that you have. Yeah, but you're not being diagnosed with the right thing. And you want to get diagnosed with all kinds of stuff except the thing that you really have. It's not that big of a deal. You go there, I mean, literally, it's so not big of a deal. You call the place, you say, I need to make an appointment. They say, okay, your appointment is at Monday at noon. Okay, go there. You say, look, I need to be diagnosed with Tourette's. And they're like, okay, well, there are multiple ways to deal with this. You can either go through these programs or whatever. Oh, let me finish. Let me finish. Or you can take these medications. Well, keep, you know, record of what you're doing, and hopefully this thing helps you. Go ahead. You and I both. You and I both know that.
I just found Tourette specialist.
Okay. Do you have the telephone number? Okay. Put it in your phone, and then tomorrow, during business hours, you're going to make an appointment, and you're going to tell them that exactly what you've told me for the year that we've known each other. That you have these tics, that they sometimes are stronger than others, that you make jokes out of them when it becomes awkward, and you want to know what they can. What'd you say? That's incorrect. Any psychiatrist can diagnose them. Hey, you got to be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care.
I can emphasize the process.
Look, I understand. There are ways to go about this in Australia for free, where you don't have to pay money.
Rabbi, do you think? Are you scared of digital identity?
That's an interesting question. Not scared of it. I think that in a lot of ways, it makes my project very unique because you'll be able to do what I do, perhaps anywhere in the world in the next 5 years or so. Um, but the unification of all that data, I think, can bring fear to people, definitely. What about you?
What if and like you say something and just cut the stream on
That's what happens.
what if
Welcome. Yeah. I mean, I always know that that's something that could happen, but it's in the company's best interest to keep content that they
I
are.
think it would happen
Go ahead.
I don't think it's
It will. It will. The UK has already said that they're going to do it.
under the
Yeah, but that's only the next. That's only the next 3 years. They're gonna implement it. And that makes my project really unique because you won't be able to do what I do, which is basically just create as many accounts as you want and just stream all over the internet. What I do is basically like digital graffiti. I just go into someone's social media and just put a whole bunch of data on it and force them to store it. You won't be able to do that in the future.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
I think it's illegal to hold it from the back.
You know, hold on, Zoot. I think about this a lot, and I agree with you. I don't know if I would say illegal, but the practice of holding a child back, I feel, should be. Um, do I want to say illegal? Okay, but I mean, But I agree, it destroys them socially.
Yes.
I agree with you. And um, I mean, I can tell you that it's very. There's a book called Outliers. This is the book that basically like in order to be really good at something, you need to work 10,000 hours at it. They talk about specifically um, Canadian hockey, and they talk about basically like if you are a Canadian youth hockey player, if you were born during a certain time of the year, you have a much higher chance of playing the NHL than you do if you're born in another part of the year because you're like older than the other kids. So basically, like if the cutoff is let's say December 30th, the kids that were born January 1st and January and February and March, they have a huge advantage of maturity and such over kids that are towards the end of the year. And they also talk about the advantage of like being older in your class, but then there's a significant social taboo on kids that are held back. I mean, I can tell you, I knew of the practice that happened, and with very few exceptions, the kids that got held back were always outcast, and that's really sad because they didn't do anything.
Go ahead, back.
What'd you say?
Go ahead, back.
I know it did. I know it did.
Fucked up my whole life. I'll tell you what. My mom wanted to do the whole other part. Like, my mom she didn't like, like, she was like young lady, but she ended up doing. He made it in my youth.
Right?
You know, you have to wait to turn that into you can't go to the club, you can't do anything. There's all your fucking under what happens in school and that age. I was extremely enjoyable. A 10-year-old hanging out 17, 16-year-olds. It was the worst she could have fucking made for me.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. I see that.
She wasn't
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I think there's an argument to be made that you're at an extreme advantage, though, on your peers. You may not realize it. Statist- st- statistically, you were at an advantage over your peers. It meant that you had more time to mature. You would have been the first person to drive. You would have been the oldest. You would have had more testosterone than the other kids.
I just held me back. It fucking everything I just not it was a good decision. I tell her whatever you want, do not fucking let me down. At 5 years old, I would tell her that it's like my life would set outside.
No, we can't change that at this point. Um,
I don't go over it. I mean, like if I like telepathic with
okay, so would you? What grade were you held back?
So it's a perception, which is the free one.
Oh, so hold on. So like kindergarten,
How old are you?
usually like 5 or 6.
Okay. Keep going.
Couldn't do it. Statistically, you having to repeat a year. So you never got held back during this, like,
All my friends that I met here were
right.
my mom was just like, well, I don't want to the even though I said
Okay, so I get that. So and all that other stuff, and then that got taken away from you. Okay, and do you feel as if you've spoken to a professional at this?
no,
Okay.
fuck you, for wanting it back. I want to call you. I have a confession. Mind about it the whole night. And if they put me in that next note, fine.
Yeah, there's nothing you could have done about that. No. Okay, so could you have?
Like 6 years old. Start again. I'll be like, I'll be here. I don't care. I'm going to this classroom. I mean,
Did you have grades ever?
so here's the thing. Up until grade 3, I was not fun.
Okay.
I was not fun. Oops. Grade 3. Like, I just fucking care about school.
I understand.
What was it? Maybe, yeah.
What do you think it was? Okay, well, there's nothing you can do about that now.
Look, I had it for school. I forgot. Yeah, I don't. It's okay. Child, like
So, do you feel, I don't know, like you'll be able to get over that or no?
no, I wouldn't have gotten it by being bullied. I wouldn't have been bullied as much. I would have had, friends circle that would have, I would have had my original friends the whole way from school. My mom had made a fucking decision.
Were you able to continue any of those friendships or they all went away?
No, they kind of went away. My mom didn't put me back in. They kind of went away because like they didn't want to around me because we were in the grade.
Right. I get that. Is it, I get what you're saying. Is it some,
Imagine like saying to a friend circle, and I had that friend circle all the way going to the same high school with them, the same friend circle.
right, I get that.
But instead, I started hanging around people who were like really fucking generated, not good, and made me go down like wrong paths, doing some of the worst shit you can imagine.
Okay. Like, what do you mean specifically?
Fuck. I don't know, like these people that fucking, people like were hanging around, like fucking had murder convictions later on in life and shit. I never went down that path.
Okay, well, you didn't go down that path. You were able to escape that. So,
But yeah, like people were just drinking, doing drugs. They ideally go into the truck and like think,
and I know that's tough. Definitely not ideal, but that was 20 years ago. And I mean, did you graduate from high school?
no,
You didn't graduate from high school?
yep,
Okay. Did you get a GED or whatever the equivalency is? Okay, did you get that?
certificate in higher education later on.
Okay. Is that like the equivalent? What'd you say?
It's like community college.
Okay, so you got a degree? Okay, how long did that take you? Okay. And what did that say that you could do? Oh, so you needed to have that to work in a retail store? It just helped?
You just have a certificate. I do have a degree in bachelor. I do have a degree in not bachelor. I do have a degree in blockchain and AI and machine learning as well that I've had that degree for.
Wow. Okay.
I studied them.
Okay. Was it worth it?
I mean, I did kind of get a job for crypto exchange for a bit, but then like two for a couple of weeks. But then very fast. But like there was a lot of great things, and like it's starting to like they're still around. They're still making money, but like they got going to like your bullshit. That's a big thing. You don't make back the money, of course.
Okay, that's all right. Um, all right. So for your specific issue, I mean, Zoot, you're afraid, and I understand that to get this diagnosis. And I, I get it. I other things that you have or that they diagnosed you as. I think there's this one, and if you were able to get that addressed, it would change everything in your life for the better.
Yeah, I'm going for a bit. It's really like
No, it's not. It's 10 o'clock, dude. I'm up with you all night. Zoot, I know you're I know you're afraid to have this discussion, and I get it. It's not easy, but it's not that hard either. You just got to get the telephone number. You call them. You make an appointment. You get a diagnosis for Tourette syndrome, and they set you up on some kind of plan or medication or something, and then you'll come in here and you'll be able to talk about whatever you want. You won't always be so focused on the same thing every single time. You'll be able to make friendships with people that are long lasting and that you don't embarrass them and or embarrass yourself. You'll be able to perhaps have a job and allows you to focus. I mean, this could change your whole life, and I'm almost certain that it would. I really wouldn't tell you this if I didn't think that that's what you needed. Bye. So if I could just make one and help you out.
Yo, how are you?
Morning.
You gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog.
What?
You have to be 18 to be in here.
Okay.
Take care. Yo, how are you? Totally my bad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut Hallel Aved. What is this? You know this one?
Miller had to be on the island of kosher animal. But not only kosher animal. Be on a kosher animal that dropped dead, died, natural causes, great. Whatever. Non-kosher animal is also right to do it. The question is, why? Because that's to be, what the because something is good. But a dead animal is not what to died on its own, it's supposed to shepherd. Gemara says in Marshall, you have an executioner, you both put one person before kosher, before. Here, you kill this animal, it's rightful on it. So why can't you do it? Because that person should not let it eat another day. The Allah in Sinai, it says that arches of corn are to be wrapped with beer from a kosher animal, and fill in boxes and be sold in cities from a kosher animal. Says the Mishnah, you're allowed to make a small amount of salt water in order for that spoon of different bread to put in your different food. You're not allowed to make large amounts because that looks like an out of the candy even for the whole day. Gracie said, can't you make a large amount, us make a small amount, and therefore make this concoction of salt water, water and salt, and oil. Make sure that the oil of the first ingredient is not all the way in the end. Because the water and the salt, if you combine together, make a very strong salt water. That's us. It's possible to make strong salt water, which means you have to put salt water with water with egg with float on it. We will use that for mikvah. For everybody. Not allowed to sow radish. Even those who help you allowed to sow radish. But before it, when you realize that you're slow, if you pile up many radishes and salt, you realize it's a good thing to sow radishes and nail it also on top. An egg is not like according to the food or Taviva, it's a good thing for the egg to salt and therefore also for the value of its cooking. Three things that without the shell would be able to digest an ester, a radish, and an egg. When it talks about an egg, it's not thinking the outer shell, it's talking about the white of the egg that helps you digest it. But then he says that certainly a piece of work cannot sink with the Yamamela. That's it. Yeah. Even a person cannot sink. Why is he telling you this? comes to us to show us that Dead Sea has medicinal properties. Nevertheless, you're allowed to wash yourself in that water. Now, what about putting that water in your eye and blinking? It's obvious that you are doing so before doing the right, that it's possible. Because the Lord says that putting wine inside your eye is also on top of the eye is no good. And you can take a piece of bread and soak it in wine and put it on your eye. However, saliva from a fasting person that has different properties in it is also put on top of the eye. The Lord says that make your Allah and Rosh Hashanah, you're allowed to take the Lord is tasting the right. And soaking before Shabbos. So before Shabbos, it says, any ramification for the Shabbos, taking medicine, and soaking before Shabbos, etc. You like take this precaution put on your eye. But it's also to put your eye because that close, like Yannick asked, our look for some of this color in this face, or does it have a much better idea? First of all, send you some so you don't be mistaken. You should know, it's a much better idea. Wash your eyes out with cold water in the morning, wash your hands and feet with hot water in the afternoon, and that works a lot better. The Lord is wonderful. Shams that confessed that Israel comes to us from Rabbi Rothschild to the Walker Erect, the Christian Israel that was sent to us from Muslim to Remsen was inspired from the sheer people who not for so many people on WhatsApp, which would have displayed prayer with the flash WhatsApp. I just want to point out that all people listen to the share. But just as sheep inspired from what is happening here in Egypt to come up with the reform way of being a Chatzah Israel, so can every person in the share can and should do the same to find an own way to spread Torah in any and every way possible. Next one's from Mayor Paul from James J. Property in Baltimore. I just want to say thank you for packing so much punch in today. That's our last cycle for the first time I finished shots. So this time, Shmak involved in Mazel. So this time around, I wanted to add something to my learning and your and not. It was perfect, etc. Thank you, Mayor Paul. We're continuing with different medicines of boys. You know, that when you get up in the morning, you have to wash your hands because they can negalizer. And if you don't, it's extremely dangerous touching anybody's heart. Touch your eyes can cause blindness, ears, deafness, mouth and nose, bad smell, bloodletting wound, dangerous, touching the wrist, rashes and power carry, touching the other bathroom, touching his belly, nothing is touching a barrel. It's a power for anybody to drink the beer afterward. This spirit is free to do as it wants, and it's very happy that you wash your hands 3 times. To reverse some of the damage, put something on your eyes called focus, like a mascara, and it reverses the damage, it stops tears, and it increases the growth of the eyelids. Allen, which is coriander, doesn't work on Shabbos. Music was blind, said it doesn't work for blindness, and it will allow to use this on Shabbos. Hops doesn't work, and it will allow to use it on Shabbos. Besides the variety called, like Rabbi Rothschild, who's also blind, says that rocket plants do work, and it works also to eat on Shabbos. Basting a roast, a warm roast, is a mother eating eggs in Shabbos. Looks like you're about to cook something that's awesome. The Gemara says that Ziri's wife tasted roast for Kibarash, or Lisa went from that at that point they were actually married. And he refused to eat it, and she says, but your Rebbe Ziri, when he tasted that I did on Shabbos, he wants to explain why Ziri is. Because it doesn't accomplish, just like pouring clear wine through strainer on Shabbos is mother, because if you're not accomplishing anything so basing roast, which is edible without the basting doesn't create anything, you may let it look. Somebody injured their hand or foot and has swelling, there's swelling with wine, it doesn't really work. There's some good vinegar, it's also that does work. The name of places are people that their bodies spoil, and wine does work. If the husband has used, or says, that on top of the hand and on top of the foot, that's already a sakana. And you're allowed to use even vinegar, as Ravashi was stepped up by a donkey, and he used vinegar, some said he used wine, and Rabbi told him what he's doing. You're a mafuna, you're a spoiled person, and he said it's a sakana just like having an eternal womb. Any body of water, a lake, an ocean, is mutter to bathe in on Shabbos, unless you have conditions combined which make them awesome. Condition number one is that the water is really bad, and people typically don't bathe because you're only for a tool, so obviously you're doing it. But you need another tool. You have to be there for an extended amount of time. You don't have to do things together. It's always mutter to let you go into, let's see, or into black water if you're there for a few moments and you're not there for extended time. Yamagogo has two parts of it. It has the bad water and the good water. The bad water, extended amount of time, it's also the good part. You let it go in, even if you have magic things on your head, which is obviously doing it for says the Mishnah. A soybean, which is not for food consumption, eat it, obviously eat it for food. Ram says about what happened there. Any normal food or drink that you eat with one for the certain purposes as well, some butter, because everybody else eats it. Make that the water of vegetables that have more marrow, and the wine that has the roots in it, since it's very much stuff, it's very sharp, people don't drink it unless when they were us it's drink. If you're a healthy person, you drink it. But if you're thirsty, then it's water. So anoint yourself with oil that has roots. Excuse me. It's butter. When the Torah says Bezor, Rav says a man, Bar Hemen, Google says it's referring to white Satan. Rapavi says it's Shukshuk, known as or Joram. And it makes sense that it's a place for Joram because it has three stems and each stem has three leaves. And that fits right in what you are describing. Beside that, people eat because they're having sexual work. It's going to take it 7 black days. It comes from eating flour that's over 40 days old. Penny royal, which is known as the Pezzer, the bladder drinking people drink it to heal liver wounds. But it's good to eat it with 7 white things, not black things. And why do people get these worms? It comes from eating raw meat on coals or fatty meat. This is all on empty stomach. Ox meat, nuts on empty stomach. Penny meat steak on empty stomach. And people wash them with water and drink it. You don't have your yezer, or it doesn't work, but eat white breast does the same thing. You don't have that? Fast, and afterwards you put some fatty meat on the coals, suck the juice, sip it with a little vinegar. Some people just take out the vinegar, and that's it. You don't have that. You go bark of a bush. Now it's very important that you remove the bark of the bush. You go from top to bottom of the bush, not from bottom to top. Otherwise, the worms will come out from the person's mouth. Take this bark, take this, cook it up with beer, only during it as rushes, and drink it yourself on the bark of the bush. Why do people drink up the raw? Drink it because if they drink high in the cooler, things that were covered overnight, they're sure that the snake injected poison into the cooler like the bark of the tsar. The medicine is up the raw. If you don't have a raw, make a concoction of 5 roses, 5 cups of beer. Cook it up the other. However, the concept around it, one rose, one beer, gives a person told that the other one, the other was still so hot. He put him into the oven. They had him sit on the bricks. He doesn't hurt himself. He started vomiting like a 2 weeks. Or you think of the penis of goat milk, white milk. One of our leaders said a very stressed, hard out milk, honey in it, cook it over cold. Urine, very glandus, 40 days old, has medicinal powers in it. A very small cupworth is good for morning time. Or a piece loaf is good for a scorpion pack. A half a loaf is good for a loaf. An entire loaf is good for witchcraft. Berlin says Anigura, which is beet juice with water, Anakira, Anakira, are great for the drink. If a person swallows this, that's the way to believe that get the snake out. It's hot and to run through the milk or the story of the saw somebody swallow a snake. So the horseman ran after him. Listen, you must run through the milk. The horseman got to run through the milk. Maybe top it. And the guy broke the snake in pieces. Some people say the person himself will take the snake. And the God know he pretended it was the horseman. He's going to look through the body. And the spear, get in the hops, kills the snake. The snake comes up. Wonderful. Same. The question is, besides looking into the goes on, they can go for find the kids of white on it. Here's the fact that they go for both not to for a couple of
history of football.
That's all I know. He's going to be intense. He has to finish up all the chance dragging in. So, you know, is that what you started? He started, when he moved out, checked in, which is the first time I stayed at his home, which is just for those two movies. So here's the question I had. You went to 100 places. 99 of them, you would stay next door to the club. This is the only place you go if you take a trip to go. The problem is that if I stay in New York City, I won't come over and see my family. That place, that fucking lake. So what I do is I compromise. I go back on Wednesdays, Thursdays, like New York City. I go to Open Anthony. After an Open Anthony, I run around. When I did Open Anthony, was this week I'm in Florida. Train up down, I walk around the school agents, those are really 86 degrees, wherever that ferry drops you off, like there's a hotel right there, and it's that's one thing I definitely miss about the East Coast. It wasn't hard to get back to New York. I can't imagine. Take that ferry back and like 3 days. I think during the week it's one. During the week the last one. Still, but it was done. Just getting on there and like listening to New York City, Boston, that part of the country. Sometimes I'm like, every time I go, I've always told people that you can always feel like having jobs, security, and you have no problem. Some people want to hang around. It's go back to where you're from. It's Toledo, Ohio. It's Quincy, Mass. I don't care if it's fucking somewhere in Iowa or Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm sorry, Boise, Idaho. Go home. That's the big gun. Especially tapping into that energy. Tapping, go back and always go next. Yeah, that's not shit story.
So you realize how fucking lucky you are with it. You're sick, there's something wrong with you, you're jobless, and you start walking the streets and it's just so beautiful. It always is.
You know what changes? Because I went back to my hometown for like the real first time. Probably 6 or 7 years, if not more. And it was weird for me, but they changed it so much of it I barely recognized it. And I had that feeling like, yeah, it was cool to see, but then part of it was like, oh, they changed everything. Like they painted the house like a little bit, a different color. It was weird.
Listen, with me, you change everything. You're gonna go back and things gonna change. You're gonna get old, you're gonna die, and you're gonna take over the pizza place. It's not as good as it was. Whatever the fuck it is, there's always those things. There's always those constants for us. It's like first we lost the Ashway's Deli, which is my constant. That's the second thing. You go to Ashway's, you lose on the town, the guys that play up at the top. It was awesome. It was really awesome. My first movie director does like sports up in Sacramento. I was speaking to him, and he was telling me how he was watching without Ashway's pizza, because that was his favorite. Nick died, we pizza place, that's it. But then again, I'm 50. This is I think the best for me, I gotta tell you, it seems a certain handful of times. Right, and this time I fucked up and it's online and it's Mr. Bro. Yeah, I'm arguing with that with online, so tomorrow we're gonna deal with it. He's usually, he's so funny when that's that shit, so it's like, I see Timmy Holloway who gave me statues of Jimmy had, Timmy had some problems and he cleaned up. And he was fucking like a worm. People got his dog last night. He drove me in and out of the city. I saw the Freehold up in the area where the Breweries. I saw James. I saw my girlies from St. I saw James. I saw the hand. I saw Grandma. I saw his daughter. She's 103 because I'm 103. And so just arguing with Grandma, you can't be 103 or whatever. But just seeing all that, Grandma, when Grandma was 60, I was there when she was 60. And now she's fucking 90. She's still tormented. You guys just eat crazy.
That's so funny.
Opie and Anthony's great. You know, just sitting in the gym. Fucking crazy. David's a fucking crazy. I love him. He's fucking nuts.
What did Canary ask you if he was a driver?
No, I asked him. I said, what do I put on that? They talk about that how political it is. They're robbing. But you know what they got? It's crazy. They got him that fucking Friday night to the park. I saw these the cops. My friends explained to task force on Fridays and Saturdays to, maybe curfews and stuff like that. 11 o'clock. I mean, I go to my curfew for kids. If I had a curfew, I go to the bar to get the door. Who the fuck knows? But it was just great. The shows were great. I went to the stand. The first show I did well. The second show I hated it. How was the food? I heard the food finished. Oh, really? No, I didn't. I give me a fucking hit. The whole night I couldn't eat because I got set me and I just hit myself in the head with the fucking arugula and whatever the fuck I was going to eat. The stand was great. The coffee was insane. I gotta tell you, that's great. The people, Snap there. Sensation. Yeah. Sensation. What makes it get snappy? As a comment, what you're looking for? They're efficient. And quiet. They know they were there. Everybody actually wants something. Can I help you? Is there something I can get you? I know what blows my mind at comedy clubs when you can hear like the wait staff were quiet. And try out the waiter. It's a hard job. It makes some noise. But like some waiters, just like full conversation level, start asking people what they want during the set. And I'm like, just you didn't realize this is a comedy club. What if like it's not TGI Fridays where you last worked? Nah, this people pay this like you do a 45 show. Is that must be tired? What's gonna be a fucking late show? Yeah, you know what? It went smooth. My set the first night was a little choppy, but second night I really had it down, and that's all that mattered to me. I was going to perform strong in New York, you know. Is it
They're like selling pretty well around the country, but like for the past 8 times you've gone to Gotham, you sold out. Is it still closing with you? Yeah, that was like a week earlier. This shit's not supposed to be happening. You can't make me like a kid in a candy store. It's pressure, but at the same time, I fucking love it. I love living like this, and I love the people who come out and me, like talking to. I met somebody told me was a black guy in Georgia. Oh my god. If you didn't come back to New York with me next time, he's gonna shoot you. He's like, oh, what he said? Come down and roll up on you. He's like some real talk, man. For 3 years, where the fuck are you? I was just sitting home. I didn't have a chance to tell you I had to get a star. Oh, I know you were. I was just sitting with a high. You're like, and I told my house, I was like, what's the guy? The third black guy came up to me and looked up for you. I go, that's it. I had these fucking black people looking for me. They don't like me. They ain't looking for you. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know, but I love it. This guy had dreads. He was solid. He came right out of the game. Another guy, the guy that called you, he looked like that guy, that group. I can't remember now. I'm sorry. He was not good. I thought maybe it was like or something. TV. I remember Nate Garcia was there. We have a great network in New York City. When the people come to the shows, they shake my hand, they look in my eyes. They hug me real fucking hard. They appreciate it, which makes me appreciate it. I can't get a fucking special on that place. I can't be on Facebook. But these people are coming to the shows. What the fuck do you think I feel like? What the fuck do you think? I gotta work harder now than I've ever worked. What do you think I'm here? Because I want to thank those. Listen, man, guys, decide what we have going on Twitter and Facebook amongst ourselves. It's fucking I want to cry. This picture right here, I love Molly Jackal.com. This is one of the greatest beginnings of the now. Personally, Superman is fucking. You must have looked at old videos or something, so I gotta respect this guy. It's late. What the fuck? Yeah, we're gonna get old. He's listening to one of the content. This is just my guy and the sexy little girl that came to the show. And how Listen to Boz, the first album, fucking the weekly show. What if it's there? Correct. Brothers, they came with a dumb fucking motherfucker. Ready to type. Like I said, man, I'm here for that Jesus. Guys that came to me on the way. Absolutely. Oh, I was in the hotel. I got a good surgery. That's right. Downstairs. I've been going to this kid's house today since I was 15 years old. This house is broken. For a party to do all things. Like it's not sort of way. He still lives there. And I had stolen some coke. Some coke was downstairs in my basement. My mother told me not to call people. I took it to the party and I pulled him aside and he ordered some coke. I said, where'd you get it? Another day, we got it up to schnapps and vodka and day drinks and we sat down and I took a couple lines of coke with him and I threw the rest away and it was our fun. It's been our fun forever. Just totally this way. It was just something. It's a always did that. But that's a part of the last part. We got away with it. We both have something. There's something about when you do something. There's something about a bond. It's different. Twins have a special bond. When I see Timmy and everything else, I just forget. Like I forget everything else. I just see that kid that we're both 16. And in the same boat looking for a fucking direction. And here we are 30 years later. Looking for a direction. How long has music and color? You go with him. He did like even when you were the bigger the mistake, the bigger the story, whatever the fuck you want to talk today. I can look you in the eye and tell you what you're going to get to do. These babies changed. Roger, Timmy, Ashley, George Howard, I know that for a fact because I grew up in the music and I was born in since I was maybe 17, 16, the first time I was out when I started getting into trouble, rides, whatever. I was telling my gas boys who were sitting there talking to me, I said, I know there was a time when I used to sleep in the backyard on the Santana. My lawn says I did. With a jacket on with a sweatshirt. And then I would wake in the morning and left the school. I'm not going to do it. Breakfast. I'd sleep in and take showers in the fucking basement. And she'd give me a clean shirt from the office to wear. And I would have to avoid the thought of all day because then he was saying I could get one of my shirts. You're no fucking idea. So, I know you and your stepfather didn't want on the best terms. Right? I know you chose to go in the better of your life. But when you're saying you're homeless, kind of was like, okay, I'll go with him. I wouldn't want to go with him. God, that was that realm. There was no way. I don't know. It was just I couldn't. I just don't want to. I didn't want to because I moved. What's up? Let's do a bump. People like to get home. I mean, this week when I was home, he's the one that drove me to the cemetery. I had he wanted to pick me up, drive me to both gigs, both nights. And I told him, no, I'm going with my friends, whatever. I mean, it's just amazing to still have that support system. I don't ever want people to think that I was just out there. one thing that kept me alive was the support system I had. But because I had that support system, I also wanted to make them proud, which has always been very important in my world. Is make everybody did something for me. Anything you sacrifice. If I can feel like, no, I'm gonna find. And you're like, what do you mean? Like, I got here to San Diego by 10 o'clock, and you're like, you know what? Come on. You got weed, let's go. And all of a sudden, on the way down, I'm gonna hand you $50 for gas. You're like, don't worry about it. I can't never forget that. And then you drive me home. Let's say you're not even like a comedian. Let's say you're just a lawyer and you do this for me. How do you think I feel? You just gave me a ride down there to do my training. Like, you enjoyed it, you had a good time, and you came back. I'll never forget those people that gave me rides. Fucking Filato last week. You know what? You know what the most special feature about shooting that special was? Telling you that the guy, the least likely, we all have something you want to do with your life. And then you go to the people that are closest to you and you tell them, you know what? I'm going to become a professional fixer. You know, I love M&M's. You know, whatever the fuck you want to become. But let's say you go to 4 of your good friends. 2 of them are going to tell you you're a fucking loser, and 2 of them are going to support you. You know, 2 of them are not going to say you're a loser. I don't want you to put it like that, but 2 of them are just going to raise the other possibilities. You know, you have a family. What are you going to do if you fail? And then you have 2 friends. Let's say out of those 2 friends, you have one friend that is very, he's had shit going on in his life. But the other friend is a childhood friend who's a mess. What if this guy that was a mess, the least person in your life, drove you to gigs? What if that guy gave you a book once on stand-up comedy? What if that was Filato's cousin? In 1993, when I went back to New York, I didn't know what I was doing in my life at 32 years old, guys. I had no idea what the fuck I was going to do with my life. I had been on stage a couple times. I was like that girl that fat shamed. I was telling people I was a comic. I was no fucking comic. I was getting on stage once a fucking month. I told him my dream, and for some reason, he would push me every day. You go to the city tonight, do comedy. Let's go. I'll give you a ride. I'm like, oh, fuck. Now I'm going to punch you. Yeah, now I'm going to fuck. Why do you think I push you with the jiu-jitsu? Where do you think I got that from? From him. Yeah. Because I get it. I get when sometimes you need that person to say, come on. And now you're in a spot. Why did I fucking even tell this motherfucker I do comedy for what I
especially like when I'm like dreading jiu-jitsu, if I don't have it, like if someone's offering you a ride, it's like you can't even say, oh, I ran out of gas, my car broke down, like that. Okay, let me ask you this: when you first started comedy, did you enjoy it?
Yes and no.
When did you start? Like when did you stop dreading it? Or
you know what I didn't like about it? That I sucked.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to suck. You know, even if it's jumping jacks, nobody likes to suck at anything. But anybody who has a brain will go home and go, you know what? They'll go on YouTube. In today's society, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago when I was growing up, I couldn't do that. But they go on YouTube and they see somebody who is doing it, and they'll say, you know what? If he can do it, I can do it. That's the mentality. If he can, well, I'm going to try to do it. And maybe if I don't fucking get it, at least I fucking tried. Right. But that was why Filato was so special that he was there with his family. Like it was, in other words, Ringo was there. Only Filato was representing him. This is the guy that got me. This is why it was so special.
I'm asking, thinking, I know a lot of times people will do something for you and then they'll ask for something in return. It doesn't seem like any of the people you mentioned did that. Maybe they did.
Not one. You know what they wanted from me? For me to do something with my life. That's what all those people that fed me and took me to rides, George. You know, George, I hadn't seen George in sophomore year in high school. I would communicate with him from time to time. One day in 1985, one day in 1985, in 1984, 85, I know George, and he tells me that
he's doing this and this. I got arrested that day. I called George up, he bails me out, he brings me to his house. That was the beginning of my life. That was the first time I didn't get in trouble for 3 months. I really gave it a chance. This was a kid who broke me into his fucking home, and I didn't bring him into their home. And after that, like, we were talking the other night on the way to New York in front of his new girlfriend. And we were talking about Aspen, like when he came to visit me, and then he came to Boulder, and then he came back for the fucking sentencing. And these are my friends for 30 fucking years that have been there for me. And, when they come to the shows, most of people say my name and the room erupts. It's got to do something for them if they're in the room. This is the same kid I fed and gave $2 for the bus for. And look at these people from the podcast coming out in the morning. It's a fucking great feeling in front of my friends.
Do you like your friends coming, or were you prefer they didn't?
Certain ones.
Okay.
Certain ones. I don't mind if they come. Certain ones I can fucking just go off in front of them. Certain ones, me knowing they're in the room, drive me crazy. Because I know why they're there.
Is it you being self-conscious, or you think they're going to ruin it?
No, they're not going to ruin anything. Timmy came to both shows.
No, him. I'm saying the ones you don't want there.
I don't know. I just don't want the ones that are going to reminisce and breathe on my neck and be doing fucking blow. And, they don't want to give me a chance with the people, with the podcast people. Right? They want to take over the stage over the podcast people. Stand right there. I can't deal with that shit.
It's interesting talking about like a change and all that. Because you asked me a few months ago, like, if I could be doing anything, what would I be doing? I said, doing this. And then we've been talking recently about what I'm going to do next. And an issue I had for my whole life was looking forward, like not enjoying. And I was thinking I got a little bit too high the other night. And I was just like, I don't know if I want to be a manager. Like, I don't, this is the first time kind of in my life that I don't know what I want.
Okay, let me ask you this. Nobody's saying man. Let me ask you this. What if Netflix gets into the podcast business and they want to hire you for chief operations or network control because you know about podcasts?
Oh, no, and
this is leading to something. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
And that you said, because
I don't know what it is.
Terrifying.
But listen, the worst thing a man could do is think. Okay? The worst thing, this was something that was told to me by a wise man when I was 19 years old. I was bleeding one out of my asshole. The worst thing a man can do is think. The only thing a man is expected to do is get up every morning and do the best he can and move a little closer to reaching his fucking utopia. And that's mentally, spiritually. That's what you go for. I did not know that at 21, guys. I did not know that. I did not know that this is the mission. To be happy. That's it. That's the mission. To be fucking happy. To have the ability to go, you know what? I'm not flipping burgers and I'm burgers, dog. I'm not doing that. This is what I'm doing. And to have the brain to know that this is what's not going to make you happy. And to take chances. There's just so many things that are part of a young man's fucking life. One of the worst things are thinking. I want you to write your goals. I want you to have a clear vision of a 90-day. What am I going to do? But you don't know where this is going to end up, Lee. You're going to be, when I'm dead and fucking buried, one day you're going to look out a window, spark up a cigar or a joint, and you're going to go look at what I'm doing today. And it all started in a fucking room. A dumb room with a Nazi fucking flag and Charles Bronson sitting across from some fat ex-felon that didn't know dick about dick. Because you're on the ground floor of something huge. This is communications. And this is something that's needed daily. Entertainment and communication.
Yeah, and that's it's great for me, but I've been talking with so many people now. Like this one, and I'm going to respond to his email tomorrow. He's not sure if he should go to college for podcasting. And it's...
Would you go to fucking college for podcasting?
I don't know what to tell him.
No. It's just college. This is the college. This is the college. And what's the college? Who's going to teach a podcasting class? Let me ask you. What fucking person is going to teach a fucking podcasting class that has not a podcast in 5 years? I would only take 10 people's podcasting classes right now if they taught nothing else at a college degree level. 10 people's podcasting classes at a Corolla. What makes a successful fucking podcast? I wouldn't take my podcast class. I'm not a successful fucking podcast, but there are podcasts out there that are fucking successful. Do you think they went to college, you fucking moron? This is what the problem is. You go for like sound engineering. Fuck sound engineering. This is how you learn sound engineering, by people hitting your emails and going, Joey, I can't fucking hear you talk to Lee. We figure it the fuck out. Because they teach you that theory, but they're not going to teach you what the fuck we learned in 5 years, which is still what they're going to need to do. Right. So no matter how much fucking chalkboards and clapping of fucking erasers you do, the only way to get this is technicality. You know, there's a class in fucking Hollywood that you don't row. They just teach you submissions. You do not row. It's for people who do not want that physical contact. I learned how to do an arm bar. I do not fucking row. That's great, the theory. That's great, the theory. Right. But the only way to get better at that is to roll around and have people get on top of you and twist your fucking fingers and poke you in the fucking eye. And the only way to learn this, the only way to learn anything in life is to fucking do it.
All of our responses for this one should think. Our responses for the month of Tishrei Abba Alim Yom counting celebration of the completion of Seeking episodes that was Yisrael, Nathan, Harry Smith, and Associate Gargina, and our trio speakers.
In a fucking apartment, smoking and yelling with fucking foreigners throwing shit at you. You weren't there. So this is what I'm saying. Right now, this, if I was to take a podcast class,
all of our responses for this morning should think. Our responses for the month of Tishrei Abba Alim Yom counting celebration of the completion of Seeking episodes that was Yisrael, Nathan, Harry Smith, and Associate Gargina, and our trio speakers, Capel, Jonathan and Alana Austin, and our engagement of their daughter Tamar. So yeah, here actually representing Jersey, Baby Zocha, Yarsan Shem, to build a by Yisrael and Israel. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Mark Hogan, the owner of the entire shield. Let us begin. Today's daf is based on a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on Yud Aleph and the base on level. Mishnah says as follows: "This action shall do shachus ba'arbaso shelo lishmo." Very good
parents, 30% or 20% of what
surrounds them. Good morning, let us begin. Thank you by taking all of our sponsors for this morning's shiur. To thank our Tamazor sponsors for your instruction day, the Pilsen Shvach, dedicating all the shiur drushos this year's Zos. And so it's almost all about Israel and our sponsors for the month of Adar Abba Tova, Tariq Steve Zip, loving memory of Tariq's father, Dr. Harry Kirk, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Zip Levin, and loving memory of Mr. William Jim Zip Ben Shmuel, Chef Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Amber, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Alwazo, and Melissa and Mary Bach Hamatora. All of you from the families in the panel, all those who need regular traffic to the front point, coming to the 12 Christian bring more messages and allow our hope to be successful for all. As with that, let us begin with a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Saturday, Calendar, 12. We're picking up on Saturday, page 93b. Rabbi Amar Demora Vadain. It is about 10 lines of the before it gets right. Rabbi Vadain. So this is right now. Rabbi says, who has the ability? I literally translated. Demora Vadain means the ability to smell and judge. Demora Vadain, who has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and the commercial. The civil Marina Vishpol, Shabbat said a dollar, but she had to make sure it's what's this? What is this here? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that in order to be able to go ahead and she says over here, my going to read the more about that. So the idea about the shofet, the idea here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost know so the Gemara says story. Says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment.
So much of not having paper wrap.
Rather than able to admit that I know I'm more by going. So if I talk about you think the Jewish let's see, can you smell justice? Even because you do a lot of other, once they saw that he was unable to see justice, so that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. It was this is interesting because there's some level of historical debate.
So do you think like a year of that? Because I don't like that. I've had it better telling.
That
What I am
Bacopa
good, like
was
what I
killed
think did help me was working
by the Jews.
retail or
Other
customer
accounts
service.
have that Bacopa was killed by the Romans. So it's
Yeah,
either way, Bacopa ultimately again leads the self-result. Just to point out the memory again, that the Bacopa was Mashiach. So Bacopa had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of himself, but as a potential incentive. Daniel, Kalei, Mishal, Ba'azari, Mitzvah, Hashem, Yitbahem, Chomru, Tagi Marav, Maskilu, Chokma, Chokma, Yojay, Ba'azari, Yodine, Ma'adov, Asher, Kach, Ma'ay, Ra'amo, Be'echal, Ra'am, Ra'am, Zefer, Balashon, Kazdi. So once it's not this, us highlighting the praises of Kalei, Mishal, and Azari. We're not going to start with Daniel, Kalei, Mishal, and Azari. Ma'ay, Hashem, Yitbahem, Chomru, what does it mean that they had no marriage? Rabbi Rothschild, Afilu, Jerifta, Lisa, Lohava, they didn't even have like the culture of the needle of blood. They're helping, but they never needed blood. Rabbi Shekach and Lama Behekah, what does it mean that he had the strength to stand and go tell us everything? It means that when they were for the king, they were refrained from any type of laughter, or any type of frivolous chatter, they sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees and make less noise because of the reverence for the mother. So you ask yourself, so like, what's the shot like? What is it? What is it?
Let me just give me a break.
Just a very simple level, but the idea is just like this. Sharing, but the real training is not as we're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep,
at this count.
your bodily, your bodily if they could do all of those things in the presence of a human people, Rabbi said that all of it, Daniel, were all from Sheba. The verse says, Rabbi Shmuel, by a funny Omer, Daniel ben Yehuda, Haran Mishal Bazai, Mishar Shvatim. So this is meaning. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel by a funny said that Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. Totally equal to how you see the Echon of Shava. The Apostle says for your sons that will come from you. The king will take them as Swissen. Swissen, my Swissen, what's a Swiss? So Rav Amar Swissen Mamish. Rav says that literally means like a unit. Right? The king will often castrate his servant. You should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. But if you remember, she starts having his argument that the Tsar was like cut off, castrated during their life, that they had a successful ability. Starts out already they had castrated during their days, and the Sid, Kabbalah, the Amr Swiss, and Amish, by the Kabbalah, the going to be that says that they were literally Swissin. So what's the pshat on the Pasuk? So the Gemara says, by the Kabbalah, is the old Kabbalah Dura. It means the old Kabbalah that fire has an effect on them. A reference to the Kish Shalesh, the story of the Torah that we spoke last yesterday. Like Sid, Maria, nor what other time. The Kabbalah Below, what it means is again, there was no fire, there was a scent of smoke. Impact on Israel. Which one of them which starts with the Mayhem, going speaking, and it says that Abu Zara was cut off during their days. And with the Sif Kamar from the Saris, which is Ishmael Shab Society. Element of the Amr, Swissim, Mamish, strike us use of the same. According to the opinion that says that they were Mamish Swissim. So ultimately,
It was
again,
so
because of
good.
that Hashem
I
makes
left there, I was
reference of
drenched.
this
I
level of
mean, my
degradation.
pads
There's
under my
says,
feet wet. I rolled,
could be there with both.
rolled.
That
They taught me how to do
clearly
half
the
guard,
king cash
deep half.
but
And I had
also,
such a good time. I
being able to
go,
cut
can I
off
give
what's
you like,
very
no, it's on me. Thank you for coming.
incredible.
I went right
You know, it goes
downstairs.
like
I
that.
booked a private. I came back
Good.
the next day.
Bishon long, I'm a Swiss mamish.
So 2 days, the thing that I hated
They're
the
mamish
most,
Swiss.
I was
The
taking
pasuk
private.
says, the
I
basic
fucking
of
went
Yad
again.
Vashem,
And I gotta tell you
told
something, we had a fucking great time.
The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves is even greater than potential physical officer. So it makes sense they had no physical officer. Elma the Amish starts up and starts being made, my told me one of you knows. By Yitzchak, one of Shahayu Lahan Kvar, which was better than the time. Good by well, before they were released by the king, they had children, and the first children were predeceased. My shame hold up at the watch of what is now given the throne of says let's go see for the real result of the against the thing, obviously again by for and not that I know. The Sefer Torah was named for the message. Only to Ezra ben Chakatz. Only to Ezra ben Chakaya. So interesting that the Gemara says pretty much all of the words. You know, so in our Tanakh, like we have Sfar and Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, it's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So this is very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra is actually prophesied. That's these guys are called Ezra, not Nehemiah. Sefer al Shmei. Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shinei Amar. Remember me, my God, for good. Remember Amra. Zachariah Shepherd Zorah. I got him also said to my brothers, remember me. Almost like he had a little bit of pregnancy marriage in order to go ahead and have his children. This was David Rachmi Kabbai. David was asking for a first. It was like Rachmi for Kali Israel as well. You'll serve with they see the Victus of Show. But I said this is incredible. So Nehemiah.
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the safer right? Spoke disparagingly about
How you living, girl? What'd you say? Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately accuse them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Even if you think that's right, but now you're being can't malign other Jews. Can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this in yesterday's daf. The opinion that says that Hanan Mishlan Azariah drowned in Salai, right? They drowned in spit. So the Marshal said, now what does that mean? To take the constellations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the same of the view, never has to show constructive together. So therefore, again, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael. Therefore, they all started having the same negativity. I said further, but I thought the nearest should look near the secret. Give us spoke negatively about the nearest. We know the God will do that. Now, by the way, how do we know that Chicago knew that? How do we know that it was great? So the Gemara says, good eye, a lot of ashes. Okay, we'll do this freaking time. Next second. We don't build a minute. It's it. But I can see I need Daniel about me as Hamara. והנושים אשר היו ימי לא רובו אז אמרה, אבל חרודות גדול נפסה עליהם, ויקרחו בהיחווה, והאנשים אשר היו לא יצאו. He says, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw about Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, and he felt that Daniel was greater. As the Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? Rabbi Abba, Zechagai, Zechariah, other prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, so they were there. They did not see division. There was no people. Hey, you know what? I think it's interesting, you know, certain respects. How guys, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than in I think in the both again day, the equal vote, so as I say, interestingly enough, so Chagai said Chayim Malach, he will consider to be qualified at the end. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. The Ihu Adif Minaihu, the Ihu Chazav, the Ihu and Daniel was greater than that, because Daniel had this vision, and they did not. So there's the Bechina Achid Lo Chazu Mai Taima. Again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I said, it's very interesting. I'm sorry. I found out the Ihu Lo Chazu Miti Mazlai. Sorry. I found out the Ihu Lo Chazu Miti Mazlai Chazu. Even though they didn't see anything, their Mazal saw. They'll say, what does this mean? What does it mean, Mazal saw? So often Mazal refers to like astrological science. Every person has identity as like a minister angel who advocates for them. So watch the sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my Mazal sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my Malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my Malach sees something, so that has an impact on the Gemara. This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be really by fear, and the fear doesn't make sense. Like the fear itself. Could be illogical. But what is it sometimes when a person is gripped by fear and but they don't know why? Sometimes they find that like incredible. So they were smite content. So what's the technical for that? When we're supposed to, let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure. They might want the fright is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion. Lynch showed me this day Arvagami. So what you should do, jump away from your present spot, Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, Yashna, or Seshna, Kaibin Mokum Hamachas, and if ultimately you're mistaken, you're standing in a place where Allah. You can't say Shema, watch out, you say the following. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than it. So perhaps you must teach us, or I think it's teaching us, very profound ideas. There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. There are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I said, what's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place.
I don't understand waiting in line for 12 hours, but they were saying
Number one, don't allow fear to paralyze. Move your cell phone. Whatever you do, don't put your emotions. If you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. The first thing is, it's only a little bit of a night. Move your cell phone in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. Anchor yourself in the Shema. Shema is the word. It's like daily antidote to fear. It's a relationship with the double Shema. So you see, like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. That is another problem. That would be the clock to move forward. So I will say lastly, what you should do, say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes when I say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't. So that's the end of the goat in the